Hello friends, this is a meta fanfic. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. This video included a self-recorded human introduction in the first 30 seconds, followed by AI generated narration for creative storytelling purposes. So we will see what if Harry and Ginny learned the truth together before the war began. But before we start, if you are most up like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if you possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story.
Here is short summary. When Harry learns Voldemort plans to kidnap someone close to him, Ginny is sent to Privet Drive for her own safety. Forced together under one roof, the two uncover hidden truths, old wounds, and long-buried secrets about Harry's past. What begins as protection becomes a year of growth, trust, and self-discovery, changing both their lives before the war truly begins. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Harry would be assigned a list of chores so long that he wouldn't be finished until dinner time. He didn't even write to Sirius about how he was being mistreated because at least the exhaustion took his mind of Cedric for a while. So every night, he would fall into bed, exhausted, only to begin the cycle again. Always before, when Uncle Vernon had tried to hit him, he had fought back, threatened them with retribution from Sirius, or accidentally made things explode in his fear and rage at his treatment. This summer was different, however. This summer he couldn't shake himself out of depression to do anything about his circumstances. He put up with his infrequent meals and ignored the pain in his stomach from his hunger. He did his chores without complaint or threats of retribution. He hid his bruises from the neighbors, as requested, and did not resist receiving them, lying passively where he had been flung while Uncle Vernon kicked and punched him. Harry sighed. If only things could have been different. His rough and lumpy pillow pressed against his face as if to block out the world, he slipped back into sleep and began dreaming immediately. He was in a forest. Dark trees arched towards the sky on all sides, seeming ominous in flickering light of a fire in the middle of the clearing. A semicircle of masked and hooded figures clothed in black robes stood around the fire. Nagini, the large snake whose venom had kept Voldemort alive for a year, circled restlessly, weaving around and between the Death Eaters. In the middle, in front of the fire, stood Voldemort, his hideous snake-like face unmasked and coldly cruel. "So, my faithful Death Eaters, how goes the search for a hostage?" asked Voldemort. A man with white blonde hair protruding from between his mask and his hooded robe stepped forward. "My lord, I have the perfect person. In his second year, Harry Potter saved a young girl's life. The resulting bond between them has been seen little since the event, but it is sure to be strong, as the boy came within an inch from death in her defense. Her brother is Potter's best friend and he often stays with her family for a few weeks during the summer holiday. No one will be able to stop him from attempting to save her. Not only is she special to Potter, but also her family are Muggle and Mudblood lovers, heavily connected to Dumbledore's Order of the Phoenix. It would be a heavy blow to the Order indeed if they were killed. Perfect. We will launch an attack to capture this girl tomorrow. Regrettably we will not kill the family, as their grief will spur Harry Potter on. Once we have Harry Potter, we will go back and finish the job." "What is her name, Malfoy?" "Ginny Weasley, my lord." Harry rolled out of bed with a thud, hitting the floor hard in his panic, and trembling from the overwhelming pain in his scar. Voldemort. After Ginny, he knew that if Voldemort succeeded, he would stop at nothing to get her back. The Weasleys had done so much for him, treating him like a normal boy, accepting him into their family, and providing him with the love he had never known at the Dursleys. If their daughter was kidnapped and tortured or killed because of him, he knew he would never forgive himself. He pulled up the loose floorboard under the bed for the first time this summer and shakily grabbed a piece of parchment, a quill, and an ink bottle. He wondered briefly who he should write to, deciding on Mr. Weasley. The Weasleys' home was closer to his current location than Hogwarts. Mr. Weasley could easily call whomever he needed to through the Flow network, or take Ginny immediately to safety. He hurriedly scribbled out a note and folded it. Then he looked miserably at Hedwig, his owl, who had been locked in her cage this summer by the Dursleys. Sensing his distress, she was hopping from foot to foot agitatedly, glaring at the huge padlock holding the bars of her cage closed. Then it hit him and he wondered why he hadn't used it already. His godfather had given him a penknife with attachments to open all locks for Christmas. Scrabbling once again under the floorboard under his bed, he quickly came up with the item. Unlocking her cage quickly, he tied the note to her leg and said, "To Mr. Weasley, as quick as you can." Hedwig rubbed his cheek with her beak comfortingly for a moment, then launched herself off his arm and into the night. Harry watched her snowy white form until it was only a memory of a speck in the sky and then slumped onto his bed. It was a long time before sleep claimed him, and when it did, it was plagued with nightmares. This time the lifeless eyes staring back into his own were Ginny's. "Up! Get up now, you have to make breakfast for my little Duddykins," screeched Aunt Petunia, rousing Harry from his fitful sleep. Since he had eaten a boiled egg at lunchtime yesterday, Harry knew he wouldn't get any breakfast himself, but he ignored his ever-present hunger pains. He hastily pulled on some jeans and a t-shirt, both of which were 4 sizes too big, as they had once belonged to his enormous cousin, Dudley, and walked down the stairs to face his family. Almost as soon as he had walked into the passageway, the doorbell rang. "Boy, get the door and mind you're polite," yelled Uncle Vernon from the kitchen. "Don't worry, Petunia," Uncle Vernon's voice continued in a more conciliatory manner. "No one important will see him, no one normal would call at this time of the morning. It's probably some crazy religious freaks." Harry trudged to the front door and opened it, staring with disbelief at the 3 figures standing on the doorstep. "Can't wait to try some of those marvelous blueberry muffins Molly made this morning." "Oh, hello Harry." It was Albus Dumbledore. Standing beside him was Mr. Weasley, and slightly back from the two of them, as though she didn't really want to be there, was Ginny. "Harry," Professor Dumbledore began, with the familiar twinkle lighting up his blue eyes, "we need to talk to you." "May we come in?" "They'll kill me, sir." Dumbledore's eyes widened as he took in the bruises on Harry's painfully thin face, and Ginny gasped. Mr. Weasley protectively drew her closer to him. "That is another reason we have to talk, Harry. You should have told me about this." The twinkle was gone from Professor Dumbledore's eyes, and Harry was granted another glimpse of exactly why Dumbledore was the only wizard Voldemort feared. Biting his lip nervously and nodding, Harry opened the front door wide and motioned them inside. "They're in there," he whispered, indicating the kitchen as he attempted to sneak past. "We can talk in the living room." "Boy, who was at the door?" Bile rising in his throat, Harry tried to think of an explanation that wouldn't mean he would have to explain the presence of 3 strange wizards in the house, but came up with exactly nothing. He realized he had taken too long attempting to think of an explanation when Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia's sneering faces suddenly froze into expressions of horror. Looking behind him, Harry was surprised to see that Professor Dumbledore had his wand out, aimed directly at Uncle Vernon. "What is this?" asked Professor Dumbledore, one finger pointing to the most prominent bruise on Harry's face, his voice dripping with cold fury. If it had not been in defense of Harry, it would have been the best impression of the unpleasant potions master at Hogwarts, Professor Snape, that Harry had ever seen. "You hit a child. A defenseless child under your care. What kind of people are you?" "We're normal. He's the freak. Why shouldn't we teach him a lesson?" began an indignant Uncle Vernon. "Ungrateful wretch that he is. We put a roof over his head, feed him, and he keeps us up at nights with his screaming and yelling." Harry's eyes dropped to his shoes and he burnt with the shame of having his headmaster know about his frequent nightmares. But Uncle Vernon was continuing. "He's just like his mother, a freak, just like we knew he'd be. Well, we won't put up with any of his freak behavior in our house. And a good stiff clip around the ear is better than he deserves." Harry chanced a look up at Dumbledore and was stunned. If he thought that Voldemort had reasons to be scared of the headmaster before, he knew now that he should be running with his tail between his legs. Ginny and Mr. Weasley had come to stand on either side of Dumbledore, their expressions identical with their disbelief at what Uncle Vernon had just said. After one look at the angry wizard in front of him, Uncle Vernon shrank back with fear, unsuccessfully attempting to hide his wife and bulky son behind him. "If you are quite finished," stated Dumbledore in a cold voice, "I will make with you a deal. I will refrain from cursing you. I will also prevent the boy's godfather from wreaking vengeance." Uncle Vernon's face suddenly went white with the reminder of Harry's godfather, the convicted murderer, Sirius Black. Of course, Uncle Vernon didn't know that Sirius was innocent, so the threat of retribution seemed even worse. "We need from you a favor," continued the headmaster, gesturing towards Ginny. "Miss Weasley here needs a place to stay for the rest of the summer." Harry's eyes snapped to Ginny, who was looking slightly miserable at the prospect of a summer with the people before her. "We would like you to take her in. We will, of course, provide you with money for her food and board. I'm quite sure that she will be willing to assist Harry with any chores you would like done. We also need to talk to Harry for a few hours. For this service, Harry's godfather and I will forget the pain you have put this poor boy through. I promise you, however, that if you ever touch him again, I will make you wish you had never mistreated him in the first place." Uncle Vernon's face had gone from white to purple at Dumbledore's suggestion, then back to white again at his last words. Although the words were not particularly threatening, they seemed to carry a weight which made them much more significant. He sneaked a look at his wife, cowering behind his back, and gave a short, sharp nod. Professor Dumbledore held out his hand to Uncle Vernon, shook the frightened Muggle's hand, then reached into his pocket and pulled out a moderate-sized sack of coins. It made a clearly audible clinking sound as he placed it on the table in front of the Dursleys. "The same again at the end of the holidays if Mr. Potter and Miss Weasley have no complaints about the way they were treated." The twinkle was back in his eye as he turned to Harry. "All right, now where shall we have our little chat?" Still stunned by the events in the kitchen, Harry led the way into the living room. He was finding it hard to believe how seriously Professor Dumbledore had taken the blows from his uncle. All through his childhood he had been hit, despised, starved, and forced to labor while Dudley was fed, cuddled, loved and given everything Harry had ever wanted. He had never really imagined that it could be any other way and had just assumed that Professor Dumbledore knew exactly what happened at Privet Drive. Now that he thought about it, it seemed somewhat silly to have expected him to simply know. The knowledge that he didn't have to put up with it any longer suddenly broke over him and he collapsed to the floor in helpless laughter. Just as suddenly, the laughter dissolved and turned to tears. It seemed so petty. Voldemort was back, Cedric was dead, and he was laughing because he no longer had to put up with the treatment he deserved from his relatives. "Harry." Dumbledore broke through his reverie. All of a sudden Harry became aware of the two adult wizards and Ginny Weasley watching him in tears on the floor. He pulled off his glasses and tried to dash the tears away from his eyes surreptitiously, but gave it up as a hopeless effort. Putting his glasses back on, Harry looked back up into Albus Dumbledore's eyes. The brief flash of concern he saw there was gone almost before he saw it. "Sherbet, Harry?" the headmaster asked, holding out a plastic packet of the sweets to him. No thank you, sir." Harry watched in confusion. Professor Dumbledore handed out the sweets to Mr. Weasley and Ginny, and then selected one for himself. "Professor," Harry prompted the headmaster tentatively. "Wonderful. Simply lovely. Are you sure you won't have one, Harry?" "No." "Well, I guess you want to know why we are here." At Harry's emphatic nod, Dumbledore finally got to the point. "First we need to hear about your dream." Harry related all he could remember of his dream, although most of the details had faded from his memory. Then he asked the question that was really bothering him. "Why is Ginny going to stay here? Can't we go somewhere else?" Professor Dumbledore sighed. "Well, I guess to answer that you need to know the reason that you must stay here. This house is even safer for you than Hogwarts. There is a charm that one can evoke over an orphan staying with his only surviving relatives. Similar to the Fidelius charm, which was used to hide your parents' house from Voldemort, but not requiring a secret keeper. This charm, however, not only keeps your location a secret, but also does not allow across the threshold any person with evil intent towards you, or any person sent by such a person. This means that neither Voldemort nor anyone sent by him may enter this house. As for Miss Weasley, as the attempt to get her is indirectly an attempt to get at you, she will be as safe as you in this house." Harry was silent for a moment as he attempted to digest this. Voldemort could not touch him. It certainly made life at Privet Drive seem a little better. What about sleeping arrangements? I mean, Ginny can have my bed, but my cupboard is stuffed full with my Hogwarts gear and Aunt Petunia's Garden Club magazines, and the Dursleys would never let me sleep in the lounge room, or anything." Dumbledore's face darkened for a moment. "Your cupboard. I did wonder when I saw the address on your Hogwarts letter, but I hoped that it wasn't true. No matter, we have already discussed this, and despite Miss Weasley's most stringent objections, we have decided that it is probably best if you both sleep in the same room. This is for a number of reasons I won't go into at the moment, but it is even more important now we know just what sort of muggles these are." Harry risked a look at Ginny to find that her face was flaming red, and she was quietly staring at her toes. "Great," he thought, "she's still blushing and stammering at me. All I need is to have her sleeping in my bedroom and she'll transfigure into a beetroot." "Okay," was all he said though, looking back into Professor Dumbledore's piercing blue eyes. "Albus, Mr. Weasley interrupted hesitantly, "I'm not so sure about leaving Ginny here now that I've seen what kind of people they really are. They are defenseless against the muggles here because they are not allowed to use magic on the holidays. Is there really no other place we can send them?" His face was filled with worry for the well-being of his only daughter. Harry felt a momentary pang of jealousy, but quickly squashed it. "I was just coming to that," said the headmaster. "There is a charm which hides magical activity for the next hour from any form of monitoring. It is little known and never taught to underage wizards because they can then avoid recognition by the improper use of magic office. I feel that it is an appropriate juncture for you to learn this, both to protect yourselves from the Dursleys and to practice anything you feel you need to during the holidays. I expect you both to be sensible with the freedom this gives you and not to reveal it to anyone except Mr. Ronald Weasley and Miss Granger, and then only if it becomes necessary. Under no circumstances reveal this to Messrs. Fred and George Weasley, as I'm not entirely sure that the world as we know it would survive." Professor Dumbledore's eyes were back to twinkling at full force now. "The charm is simply, introverto. It lasts for an hour over the immediate vicinity, so it is probably safer to cast the charm again if you move into a different room. Now, is there anything else?" Harry felt a rush of questions bubbling to the surface. Where was Sirius? What exactly was Professor Snape doing? Was Mrs. Fig across the road the same Arabella Fig that Sirius was to find? Why did Voldemort want him in the first place? Then he looked at Ginny. She was standing there, still looking at her toes, and the expression on her face was terrified. He couldn't ask any of those questions right now or it would scare her more. One question was left. "Sir, can I tell Ginny about some of the things that have happened over the past few years? I think it might help her if she understood a bit better." "Of course, Harry, you may reveal anything that you wish to Miss Weasley. If that is all, we shall go then." With this, and a twinkle and a smile at both of them, he and Mr. Weasley tapped their wands to their chests and disapparated. And left Harry looking at Ginny, dumbfounded. Harry stared at Ginny, who was still determinedly staring at her toes in an effort not to make eye contact. "Well, I guess I'd better show you around." She nodded mutely and he led her around the ground floor. "Well, that was the living room, down there's the kitchen, as you know, down that corridor on the left is the downstairs bathroom, on the right is the laundry. That's my cupboard, and that's about it for downstairs." Harry led the way upstairs and stopped outside his room. "That's Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia's bedroom, Dudley's room, the bathroom, and this," he took a deep breath and put his hand on the handle in front of him, "this is my room." They walked into Harry's room and Harry looked at it with the new eye of a critic. It was immaculate, as usual, to avoid retribution from the Dursleys. The only real problem with the room was that Dudley's broken toys were stacked in huge piles all around the room, giving it an oppressively small and cluttered look. "First of all," Harry said, "we need to do something with Dudley's toys and get you a bed, so let's try out this charm of Professor Dumbledore's." Harry dug around under the loose floorboard under his bed to find his wand. Introverto. He turned around to find Ginny still staring at her toes. Determined to break her out of it, he grabbed her by the arm, dragged her over to his bed, sat her down, and sat next to her. "Look at me, Ginny." She cautiously raised her eyes to his, and for the first time, he noticed that they were red-rimmed from crying. "Look, I'm really sorry that you have to do this. I know we've never really talked, but I would really like to have you for a friend." This won't work if we can't talk to each other. Please treat me exactly the same way you would Ron, and I'll try to treat you the same way I treat Hermione." Harry took off his glasses and rubbed his eyes. "It must have been awful to be told you have to come and live here, and I'm really sorry." But Harry broke off, not really sure where he was going. The fact was, this was going to be truly dreadful. Not only was he sharing his room with a girl, but it was with Ginny Weasley, the girl who lost the power of speech and all coordination in his presence. And they were with the Dursleys, who hated him for what he was and would surely extend that courtesy to Ginny. Harry suddenly felt very tired. He tried again. "We need to forget being uncomfortable or embarrassed and work together, or never mind Voldemort." She flinched, as most people in the wizarding world refused to say the Dark Lord's name, because a month with the Dursleys is going to kill us. Ginny seemed to consider this for a few moments, then gave a sharp nod, sending a weak grin his way. "Let's see if that charm thing worked. It's probably best if I try something first because you've already got one notice from the improper use of magic office." She waited for Harry's answering nod, before pulling her wand out of her sleeve and taking a miniature trunk out of her pocket. It was about the same size as the palm of Ginny's hand, and she balanced it there for a moment, regarding it thoughtfully. She then placed it in the middle of the floor and cleared a space around it. "Finite incantatum," she muttered, and the trunk swelled to the same size as Harry's. "What?" spluttered Harry. "Why don't we do that to get the trunks into King's Cross Station?" Shrinking something that complicated, with all the magical things inside it, is incredibly difficult, and only a really powerful witch or wizard can do it. My dad did this for me, and that meant he had to know everything I had in the trunk to make sure it shrank properly. Most students aren't willing to let their parents see everything that they have, she replied with a wry smile. "Okay, I guess we'd better wait a little while before getting rid of Dudley's toys and stuff though, just to make sure that you don't get an owl. Wouldn't want to have 5 improper use of magic owls lined up at the door." Ginny grinned again, more widely this time, and Harry heaved a mental sigh of relief at having broken the ice. "How long should we wait, do you think? How about an hour, and then we have to cast the charm again anyway? We'd better go down and introduce you properly to the Dursleys. And I don't know about you, but I need breakfast. I'm starving." When they reached the kitchen, they found Uncle Vernon, Aunt Petunia, and Dudley seated in silence at the table. Slightly baffled by their uncharacteristic lack of insults for him, Harry cleared his throat hesitantly, and then decided to give it a go. Uncle Vernon, Aunt Petunia, this is Ginny Weasley. She's in the year below me at school. Ginny, this is Uncle Vernon, Aunt Petunia and Dudley. Mr. Dursley, Mrs. Dursley, Dudley," Ginny said, nodding politely to each in turn. Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia exchanged an unreadable look, then Aunt Petunia's face moved into the simpering smile she usually reserved for Uncle Vernon's important clients as she turned to Ginny. "Oh my dear, aren't you just a picture? Your hair, such a lovely color. You know, that's exactly the same color as my dear sister's was. Come on in and sit down. I'll make you eggs and bacon and some toast. You too, Harry dear. Would you like milk or juice?" Harry stood there, unable to move in his shock. Ginny was waiting to take her lead from him, but all he could do was stare. Then suddenly it clicked. The Dursleys thought that to make Harry and Ginny's time enjoyable, they had to treat them like customers of Uncle Vernon's whom they wanted to impress. "Uncle Vernon, Aunt Petunia. I'd be happy enough for the rest of the holidays if you just sort of ignore us and we'll try to stay out of your way." Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia exchanged another look, this one easily readable as relieved, and nodded. "As long as we both get enough to eat," Harry added as an afterthought, remembering the meager and infrequent meals he had been subjected to both this summer and the last. Uncle Vernon's face darkened a little, but he gave a sharp nod nonetheless. At this sign of acceptance, Harry moved over to the stove to cook breakfast as a peace offering. He thought that the Dursleys had had enough upheaval to deal with that day. Ginny moved to his side to assist him, but he waved her away. He was used to being a one-man cook, waiter and dishwasher. Ginny leaned against the counter and smiled at him as he cooked the eggs and bacon quickly and efficiently, finally distributing them evenly between the plates. Dudley looked like he was about to burst into tears, because he still had to make do with a quarter grapefruit, while everyone else ate bacon and eggs. Uncle Vernon had decided as soon as Dudley had come home from Smeltings that there was no need for the whole house to be on the same diet again. He had demanded, "Real food, Petunia. Poor Dudley has to go on this diet, but that's no reason for the rest of us to. If it was me on the diet, I'd want Dudley to be able to eat." Actually, Harry highly doubted this, but being in no position to dispute this claim, he merely smiled to himself, and cooked whatever he was asked to cook. So every morning at breakfast, Dudley would mournfully watch every bite go from his parents' plates into their mouths. Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia would cast sympathetic looks at their son, and glare at Harry, as if it were somehow entirely his fault. This had been the tradition for breakfast every day of the summer so far, but this time, Harry had more food than Dudley did, making him feel infinitely better able to withstand his relations' obvious hatred. Breakfast was finished in silence, and after washing the dishes, Harry and Ginny excused themselves to go upstairs. Since no owl had arrived from the ministry, Harry cast the charm again, and they set to work on Dudley's toys. They first repaired, then shrank each toy until it was a 50th the size, and tossed them all into a box which used to be entirely taken up by the full-size version of Dudley's Lego. Once they had finished the seemingly endless task, the room suddenly looked a lot bigger. The only problem was a second bed. Sure, they could transfigure something into a bed, but transfiguration required complete knowledge of the subject, and a mattress with all the intricate coils and stuffing inside it was far more complex than anything Harry had ever attempted. Ginny finally solved the dilemma by tapping Harry's bed with her wand, and saying, "Duplico," which created an exact copy of the bed, down to the wrinkles in the bedspread where it had been hastily made. "Well," Harry exclaimed, slightly stunned, "I would never have thought of that." Ginny flashed him another of her brilliant smiles, and Harry knew that this summer was going to be just fine. Harry came awake slowly, which was unusual. He was used to waking up yelling after a nightmare or to the rapping on his door and his aunt's insistence he get up right this minute. Getting his bearings slowly and fumbling for his glasses by his bed, he wondered what had woken him up. Then he heard it. A soft voice was crying, "No, I don't want to, Tom. No, no, no. Don't make me. No." Ginny was thrashing around in her bed, obviously in the grips of a nightmare. Harry was trying to work out who Tom was, when suddenly it hit him. Tom Riddle was Voldemort's real name. Ginny had been duped into writing to him through a magical diary all through her first year at Hogwarts. By using the diary, Riddle had made her do horrible things, including killing all the roosters at the school and setting an enormous basilisk on the students. Riddle had eventually drained Ginny of almost all her life and used her as bait to lure Harry down into the Chamber of Secrets, setting a basilisk on him. However, Harry managed to defeat the basilisk and Riddle, with the aid of Professor Dumbledore's pet phoenix, Fawkes, saving Ginny's life. Harry debated briefly what to do, before he crossed the room and knelt beside her bed. Catching her hand, he began to speak soothingly. "It's okay, Ginny, he can't hurt you anymore. He's gone." Rather than quieting at Harry's words, Ginny began thrashing uncontrollably and tears began to squeeze out from under her closed eyelids. "No, I won't do it. I won't kill him." Deciding to wake her up, Harry let go of Ginny's hand and began to shake her shoulder gently. "Ginny, wake up, it's just a dream. Just a dream." Ginny's eyes snapped open and a new flood of tears coursed their way from the corners of her eyes into her hair. Harry watched her sudden blush, as she realized who had woken her from her nightmare, and she rolled over to hide her face in the pillow. "Do you have that sort of nightmare often, Ginny?" Harry asked her seriously. Ginny reluctantly turned back to face him and replied in a tiny whisper, "All the time." "Does your family know?" "No. Please don't tell them. All they'll do is worry." Harry considered her seriously for a moment. "Okay, as long as you don't tell them how bad my nightmares are, it's a deal. I have 5 or 6 per night and they're pretty bad." "Deal," said Ginny instantly, holding out her hand to shake on it. When Harry took her hand, he noticed her fingers were trembling, so he didn't release it right away. "Who did Tom want you to kill?" "You heard." Ginny buried her face in her pillow again, the treacherous Weasley blush on the back of her neck letting him know just how embarrassed she was. "Can't you guess?" she asked miserably. When Harry shook his head, she continued in sudden understanding. No, you wouldn't, would you? It was, she broke off, mouthing for a moment before starting again in a stronger voice. It was you. He wanted me to kill you for months before you saved me. It was the only thing I was strong enough to tell him no about. Harry flushed and looked at the floor. Oh. After a long pause, Harry managed to push away his embarrassment enough to ask, do you want to talk about it? She gave him a weak smile, but shook her head, not right at the moment. Maybe later. Okay, try to get some sleep then. Harry returned her smile and returned to his own bed. Once lying down he found that his head was an incomprehensible swirl of thoughts and he once again found himself wishing for a pensieve like Dumbledore's. His mother, dead. His father, dead. Cedric, dead. Sirius, on the run from the law. Ginny, in danger of kidnap, torture or death at Voldemort's hands. Wormtail, alive and back with his foul master. And Voldemort, back from the dead, as though he had never left. And it was all his fault. With these thoughts and more racing uncontrollably through his mind, it was perhaps no wonder that Harry did not fall asleep until long after Ginny's breathing had settled down into the regular rhythm of sleep. Both of us. No, Harry screamed at himself, but his dream self didn't listen. What? Listen to him. He doesn't want to do it. Don't force him. Dream Harry was blissfully unaware. Blissfully noble. Blissfully murderous. We'll take it at the same time. It's still a Hogwarts victory. We'll tie for it. Harry could not understand why his dream self wouldn't listen to him. Stop. Just stop. You sure? Please Cedric, say no this time. Don't let me do it again. Yeah, we've helped each other out, haven't we? Yeah, helped him die. We both got here. You'll kill him. Let's just take it together, Dream Harry continued, oblivious. Or was that malicious? Surely he must hear. You're on, said Cedric and his grin was innocent. He didn't know that he was going to die. Come here, he pulled Dream Harry to his feet, helping him towards the cup. On 3, right, said Dream Harry. I'm a murderer. Murderer. Harry was sobbing at this stage, but Dream Harry didn't pay any attention to him. 1, 2, 3. Where are we? Don't you know? This is where I killed him. I've killed him. Did anyone tell you the cup was a portkey? Nope. Is this supposed to be part of the task? Murderer. I dunno. Wands out do you reckon? Cedric's face betrayed the first hint of nervousness. Yeah, someone's coming. As the familiar black-robed figure made its way towards them, Harry controlled his sobs to start yelling again, now curse them, you idiot. Curse them and you can stop all this. Dream Harry dropped to the ground clutching at his scar and Harry heard the high, cold voice he had been dreading from the moment the dream began. Kill the spare. No, it wasn't, disagreed a gentle voice. Immediately going into a defensive tuck at the unknown presence, it took Harry several moments to realize that the owner of the voice meant him no harm and was in fact Ginny Weasley. Mutely, she held out his glasses to him and he carefully put them on, looking back into her trusting face. You don't understand. If it weren't for me, Cedric would have been alive. I as good as killed him. I am a murderer. Harry turned away, not wanting to see the horror and disgust in her face as she realized what he was. He was surprised when her voice stayed as gentle as it had been. It's not your fault. You can't believe that. It's Voldemort. Harry raised his eyes back to hers and saw that she looked quite proud of herself for having got the name out. Her eyes were burning with sympathy. Not the horror and disgust he had expected, but sympathy. Do you know how much guilt I went through after all that business with Tom's diary? I still can't believe how stupid I was to believe him. For 2 years I felt that it was all my fault. All those people were petrified and they could just as easily have died. And then in the end, you nearly died trying to save me. I will never forgive myself for that. And then, after Dumbledore's speech at the end of last year, I realized that exactly the same thing had happened to me as had happened to Cedric. Even though I was kind and good, just because I had crossed the path of an evil wizard, something bad happened to me. I was forced to do evil deeds. Cedric was killed. The same thing has happened to countless other people. Your parents were killed. You had to live out your childhood with people who hate you and lock you in a cupboard. And I realized, we can blame ourselves, or anyone we want to, but Eventually it comes back to Voldemort. And yes, we were tools for evil. We were used. But it wasn't our fault. It's not anyone's fault, except for Voldemort. Ginny's cheeks were flushed, and she looked apprehensive as she awaited Harry's response to her impassioned speech. It's not your fault, she insisted, and caught his hand, giving it a reassuring squeeze. When did she grow up? Wondered Harry. When did she get so very wise? Thanks, Ginny, he managed to choke out, still a little stunned at her outburst. She was always so quiet. Harry looked self-consciously at her hand on his as he said, we have a deal, right? You won't tell your parents? Ginny nodded dubiously, and he continued a little more reassuringly. You know that it never even occurred to me to blame you for the whole Chamber of Secrets thing. Ginny opened her mouth to say something, but was interrupted by a tapping sound. Harry hurried over to the window to let the owl in. He was surprised to find not just Hedwig, but Ron's owl Pig, an owl he didn't recognize, and the Weasleys' owl Errol, who was looking very much the worse for the wear. He looked quizzically at Ginny, and she raised her eyebrows at him. Did you forget, Harry? Happy birthday. Stunned at the realization that he was 15, and had forgotten, he sat back down on the bed quickly. How could he forget his own birthday? He looked back at Ginny, who had opened Hedwig's cage to allow the other owls to have a drink and a rest. She then untied the package from the strange owl and it immediately flew off into the night. Hedwig held out a dignified leg to Harry, allowing him to remove her burden, and nibbled his ear briefly before going to her cage to sleep. Harry then turned his attention to Pig, who was darting back and forth between Harry and the window as if reliving the last and most exciting part of his journey multiple times. Seeker reflexes always at the ready, Harry snatched the tiny owl out of the air and removed the package that was 3 times as big as him. Harry then tossed him into the cage with Hedwig and Errol, whom Ginny had placed on the bottom of the cage after he had fainted dead away. Finally, he turned his attention to the small pile of presents lying on his bed. Ginny sat down cross-legged on the other end of the bed and impatiently urged him to open them. He had a huge cake from Mrs. Weasley, which the card explained was, just in case they're starving you again, dear. Hermione had got him the book he had wanted in Flourish and Blots the first time he had been there. Curses and counter-curses bewitch your friends and befuddle your enemies with the latest revenges, hair loss, jelly legs, tongue-tying and much, much more. It was accompanied by a long letter, which he put aside to read in the morning. Ron had sent him a leather wand holster, which strapped to the inside of his arm to hide it from muggles, and was specially designed for a quick draw. He put the letter from Ron's present away for the morning as well. He picked up the last present from the pile and turned it over in his hands. He read through the card quickly, before tossing it to Ginny. It's from my godfather and Professor Lupin, he said casually, waiting for her reaction. Why is an ex-Hogwarts professor sending you presents? And why is it addressed to Bambi? Harry grinned back at her. Professor Lupin and my godfather were my dad's best friends. As for Bambi, I assume that's because Dad and my godfather were unregistered animagi. My godfather can turn into a big black dog and my father was a stag. He didn't have long to wait as her eyes followed the card down to the signature. However, rather than the surprised exclamation he had expected, she merely narrowed her eyes, and said, well. That makes a lot of sense. Sirius Black is the famous Snuffles, I've heard you lot going on about. I assume he's innocent. At his assent, she continued, well, I expect to hear the whole story in the morning, but for now, let's just see what he's got you. Grateful not to have to go into such a long story before opening his presents, Harry began ripping off the paper. Finally, it was open and a handwritten notebook fell out. When he saw the title, tears began pricking at the back of his eyes for the 3rd time in the last day. Hurriedly he blinked them away, and began to riffle through the pages of the book entitled The Marauder's Notes on Becoming an Animagus. Finally ready to go to sleep, Harry put all his presents under the loose floorboard under his bed and said goodnight to Ginny. It wasn't long before sleep claimed him and the happy dreams of which animal he would become when he had completed the animagus transformation paraded through his head for hours until he had his next nightmare. Harry woke up at 6 o'clock after what was possibly his best sleep since the tournament. Only 2 more nightmares had come since the first one, and each time Ginny had been at his bedside, assuring him that it was not his fault. The gentle touch of her hand to his soothed him easily back into sleep, so he did not lie awake for hours trying to banish the images from his mind. Harry opened the door for Ginny, but just as she was about to go through, Harry caught her hand. "Thanks again for last night, Ginny, you have no idea how much it meant to me." A quick smile and a squeeze later, they were both on their way down to the kitchen. Breakfast was another tense affair, and once the dishes were all clean, Harry and Ginny returned to their room. When Harry was at a bit of a loss as to what to do next, Ginny came to the rescue. "I'd better work on my charms essay, I haven't even started it." She pulled out her writing materials and was soon engrossed in her essay. Remembering the letters from Ron and Hermione, Harry pulled them out and sat on his bed to read them. While reading Ron's 8-page letter, Harry slowly grew more and more incredulous. By the time he was finished, he was shaking his head in disbelief and making short exclamations of astonishment. By the time he had finished Hermione's 21-page letter, he was hitting his head on the head of the bed in frustration. He looked up at Ginny, who was staring at him questioningly, and helplessly tossed the 2 letters at her. She caught them deftly and began reading. Harry watched Ginny as she read. She seemed to be skipping large sections, although he couldn't really blame her, as he had found both letters to be extremely repetitious. He watched her double take at the bottom of page 6 of Ron's letter with interest. He smiled unconsciously in response to her broad grin in the middle of page 15 of Hermione's letter. Finally, she was finished. She looked at him with an expression of some confusion. "Let me get this straight. I just read 6 pages of Ron complaining about Hermione and Victor Crumb. Then he finally admits that he loves her and spends 2 pages saying he doesn't know whether to tell Hermione and that he knows she doesn't feel the same way, asking for advice, with a tiny half-paragraph at the bottom asking how you're doing. He doesn't even mention me." In Hermione's letter there were 15 pages of Hermione complaining about Ron's idiocy and how he insists on whining non-stop about Victor, who is only her friend. Then, a broad grin split her face again. There were 6 pages of Hermione complaining that she didn't know how or why she loved Ron, but she does, and she wants advice on what to do. "At least she gave you a full paragraph of, 'How are you?' And that's not all." Harry pulled up the loose floorboard under his bed and showed Ginny a huge bundle of letters. "They're all like that. Of course this is the first time they've actually gotten beyond the complaints and name-calling." He rolled his eyes. Ron sent some letter to Hermione at the beginning of term forbidding her to go to Bulgaria with Victor Crumb. And they haven't exchanged any correspondence since. Of course you and I know why Ron was so worked up about it. Everyone saw this one coming. Ginny nodded. "You haven't had to spend the summer with him. He keeps wandering about the house, muttering about Vicky, and how Hermione should have better sense. Of course, everyone is teasing him that he actually likes her, but he denies it as though his life depended on it. I'm glad he's finally faced up to it." She laughed. The twins managed to sneak something into his food so that he couldn't move a muscle for over an hour, and then they sat him down and had a talk to him about how he should go about winning a girl's heart. They were actually amazingly serious, but it was still the funniest thing I ever heard. "You were there, in this talk about girls?" Harry asked, part amused and part horrified at the thought. Ginny laughed. "Oh, they didn't know I was there. I can be pretty much invisible if I want to be. Especially around home." She passed the letters back to Harry and he skimmed through them considering how to reply. "Is it my imagination?" he inquired amusedly, "or could they have copied their letters directly from one another and substituted the names?" "Oh, no," Ginny replied, "it's not your imagination at all. Now I know how the teachers feel when they get students copying their homework from one another. The real question is, what do we do?" "What can I do?" Harry sighed. "They both asked me to respect their confidences, so I can't tell them. I guess I'll just have to send them both a letter urging them to tell the other how they feel and hinting that I suspect their feelings may be returned." "All right." Ginny sighed as well. It just seems so stupid. They're both having a miserable summer thinking the other doesn't return their feelings. And they might never owl each other. Harry pulled out a quill, inkpot, and several pieces of parchment to start writing a reply, chewing his quill with his frustration at what he couldn't explicitly tell each of his friends. Soon enough, Harry was finished with his letters. They were fairly short, both saying pretty much the same thing, except addressing different concerns. He told Ron that he was fairly sure that Hermione wasn't serious about Victor and that he should just owl her, telling her exactly how much in love with her he was. He told Hermione that he thought that Ron simply thought that Victor was taking her attention away from him and that she should owl him, telling him exactly how much in love with him she was. He told them both how things were going at the Dursleys, explaining the situation with Ginny to Hermione in a bit more detail. Finally, he admonished them both to make sure to owl the other one, hinting that he knew something they didn't, but couldn't betray a confidence. Since he had no real need to rant repetitively about anything, his letters were both under a page. When he was finished, he tossed the letters to Ginny, to see what she thought. When she looked up again, she had a mischievous twinkle in her eyes. "These letters are awfully similar, Harry. So, could anyone really blame you if you mixed them up?" It was amazing really, how much the youngest Weasley girl could look like her elder twin brothers, Fred and George. "What do you mean? Send Ron's letter to Hermione. Send Hermione's letter to Ron." The mischievous twinkle caught on in Harry's eyes, as he exclaimed, "I like it. I'm not really betraying a confidence with an honest mistake, am I?" His eyes were wide and innocent, the effect spoiled only slightly by that contagious twinkle. They wouldn't be able to resist reading the other person's letter. And then they'd know. And before he could convince himself that it wasn't really as ethical as he thought it was, he slipped the 2 letters into the wrong envelopes and handed the 2 letters to Hedwig and Pig. Pig headed directly out the window in his enthusiasm for getting the job done. Hedwig looked disdainfully at Harry for a moment, before taking off, as though she was making sure he knew that she was an unwilling party in so serious an affair as delivering a letter to the incorrect person. Harry turned back to Ginny and laughed delightedly. "You think that'll do it?" "Yes, I certainly hope so." Ginny also laughed and they shared their mirth, until a sudden thought broke Harry's good mood. "I've just realized," he said glumly, "I don't know how my parents got together. I don't know anything about them. Oh, Harry, I'm so sorry. I can't even imagine what it would be like to grow up without parents. I'm so sorry." Ginny was staring sadly straight through her charms essay, obviously not seeing it. Harry remained in his mournful reverie for several minutes before the silence became oppressive. When he began speaking it was as though a dam had broken and the words tumbled out of his mouth as though they would never stop. "When I was little, I would sit in my cupboard, imagining that I had a family. I would spend hours with my fantasy family, imagining that they were alive and that they loved me. We would go to the beach, or the zoo, or even just watch TV together. I had one little sister, who had glasses like me, and whom I loved very much. I didn't know what my mother looked like when I was little, so I imagined she had black hair like me. I imagined that my father was a carpenter and that he would whittle little wooden animals for my sister and me that were so lifelike, I always worried they would run away. It was perfect. I was a normal little boy, who didn't make strange things happen and get locked in a cupboard. I always had enough to eat, and my parents were so proud of me." Harry trailed off mortified. He hadn't even told Ron any of this and here he was telling Ginny, whom he barely knew. He had just known that having Ginny here was going to be bad. Harry looked up at Ginny again, who had come to sit beside him on his bed and saw that she had sympathetic tears running down her cheeks. "Tell me about your parents," he said suddenly, "tell me what it was like growing up in your family." Ginny smiled gently at him through her tears. "It was wonderful. Whenever anyone has a nightmare, Mum's always there with a hug and a hot chocolate to make us feel better." Harry was regarding her hungrily, soaking up her story like a parched sponge. "Dinner is, and has always been, chaos, with everyone trying to get what they want passed around the table to them. Especially Christmas dinner. Christmas was always the best time of year. You know we don't just tear into our presents. We divide them all into piles and then sit in a circle and take turns to open a present. It taught us all about the joy of giving because we got to see how everyone reacted to our own presents and other people's presents. It's the thing I miss most at Hogwarts." We had an unofficial competition to have the most presents, but whoever did only got teased about it. She laughed, a warm, deep laugh, from remembering good times. Dad almost always won though. He and Mum used to give each other socks and other sorts of small, useful things for Christmas. And instead of putting them all together in a package, they'd wrap them individually and pretend to be surprised when they got another sock. We kids would always try to compensate by wrapping their presents all together, but we never could compete with 20 pairs of individually wrapped socks. Harry laughed for the first time and the world seemed brighter somehow. Ginny continued regaling him with tales of life in the Weasley family, pranks pulled by the twins, secret packets of sugar quills for her from elder brothers, hidden from their mother, the tree by the river where she would go when she needed time out, the sights, smells, and tastes of Molly Weasley's cooking, and so many more little things all brought a smile to the face of the boy who lived. For the rest of the day, the sound of laughter echoed at number 4, Privet Drive. And Harry, who so seldom smiled since Cedric's death, was happy for a day. The darkness descended again that night as Harry lay in his bed, gazing at the ceiling. He would never know all those little things about his parents. They were gone, and he never knew them. The Weasleys were fantastic, but they could never replace the parents he had lost. Ginny's stories had inspired a million questions about his own family. Was his mother right-handed or left? Did she sing to him when he was little? What had been his favorite stuffed toy? The stories he had heard about the annual summer Weasley Quidditch Cup filled him with regret about all that he could not remember. Had his father taken him for a ride on his broom while his mother yelled at them from below to be careful? If they had lived, would he have had the little sister he always dreamed of having? Harry turned restlessly in his bed. What were his parents like at school? He had heard a bit about his father, but knew nothing about his mother. Had she been a bookworm like Hermione? Or had she been a ditz like Pavarti and Lavender? No, she surely couldn't have been. The even breathing from the other side of the room informed him that Ginny had fallen asleep and he crept out of bed, opening the trunk at the foot of his bed. He pulled out his invisibility cloak and his photo album. Picking up the torch on his dressing table, he sat back down and swathed himself in his invisibility cloak to prevent the light from waking Ginny. Flipping quickly through the photos, he found the earliest one. His mother was sitting at the edge of the lake and he could see her head girl badge glinting in the pinkish glow of sunset. She was staring pensively into the depths of the lake, seemingly unaware that he was watching her. She had never turned to see him in this picture and he stared at it, willing her to notice him. Suddenly a cloud moved from in front of the sun and her red hair flamed as the light struck it. Her head turned to avoid the light in her eyes and she saw him at last. "James," she mouthed, looking distressed at his presence, and then indecorously scrambled to gather up her robes and run as fast as she could out of the picture. Harry watched her leave with some confusion. What was wrong? She had mistaken him for his father, that was plain enough, and everyone always told him how much he looked like his father. But she looked like she hadn't wanted to see his father. Almost as though she were frightened of him. He flipped swiftly through the rest of the album and found what seemed to be the next photo chronologically. It was of his parents' wedding and his mother gazed adoringly at her husband, waving excitedly to him when she saw her son. He returned the album and invisibility cloak to his trunk and lay down to sleep. Harry pondered the strange behavior of the photograph for at least an hour before slipping into an uneasy sleep. In his dreams, when his mother emerged from Voldemort's wand, she ran from him, screaming, "Not Harry, please not Harry," and a grinning Voldemort shot the killing curse at her undefended back, laughing the cold, high laugh Harry heard whenever the Dementors were near. Harry awoke with a start, breathing heavily as though he had just run a mile. He didn't think he had cried out, but nonetheless, Ginny was sitting sleepily on the side of his bed. "Are you all right, Harry?" "Yeah," he breathed, although he didn't sound very convinced. Ginny was gently stroking his hand as she had taken to doing after his nightmares and she frowned at him fuzzily. "No, you're not. Why don't you tell me about it?" Harry briefly explained the incident with the photo, then the dream. "So what do you think it means?" Ginny let go of Harry's hand and put her head down on the pillow beside his, staring at the ceiling. "Well, the dream," she sighed tiredly. "I don't think that means anything. As for the photo, maybe they'd just had a fight." "I don't think so. She looked really, well, anguished. Like something was tearing her up inside. Like she couldn't stand something she'd done. Harry paused, considering whether he could tell Ginny, then continued softly. I know how she felt. Oh, Harry. There wasn't much anyone could say to that, so the two lay in silence for quite some time, before Harry looked back at Ginny. She had fallen asleep again. Harry lay there, listening to her breathe, unable to push the images of his mother running from him out of his mind. Harry was still awake what must have been half an hour later, when Ginny began to twitch beside him. No, she moaned weakly, no, I don't want to. Harry watched her sleeping face twisted in pain and touched her hand gently as she had done to him when he had had the nightmares. She calmed slightly for a moment, and then continued her cries. No, Tom, I won't kill him. Harry considered what she had told him earlier that day about how her mother's hug and hot chocolate had always cured her nightmares. He had never really been comfortable with hugs. Having never received them as a child, the few he had been given by Hermione and Mrs. Weasley had been awkward and embarrassing. He cautiously reached one arm over Ginny and pulled her towards him, wrapping his arms tightly about her middle. She immediately quietened and snuggled slightly before slipping into normal sleep. He stiffened slightly at her instinctive snuggling, but relaxed again a moment later. Really, he thought, as he held the unconscious girl, hugs weren't all that bad. The images of his mother running away from him seemed further away and harder to grasp, and Harry finally fell into a peaceful sleep. There was light pouring in through the window onto Harry's face when he awoke the next morning. He blinked, his eyes grainy, trying to work out why the sun was shining on his face. He never slept past 6 in the morning, because of his nightmares, and the sun didn't hit his window until at least 10. He was holding onto his pillow tightly and it was warm and heavy in his arms. But no, that wasn't right. His pillow was still under his head. The other possibility for the warm and soft something in his arms came to mind all too quickly, and Harry jerked suddenly into full wakefulness. Ginny had half opened her eyes and looked bemusedly towards him as he stared down at her. Ron, she asked, her voice thick with sleep. Harry stared at her for a second longer and then extricated himself from her and got up. Ginny went back to sleep immediately. Harry eyed the sleeping figure lying in his bed warily. Her even breathing and peaceful countenance did nothing to soothe his fears for the moment. He knew that the fragile friendship they had forged over the past 2 days was in danger of crumbling. The patch of sunlight from his tiny window that had woken him reached Ginny and made her hair flame red for a moment, reminding him strikingly of the photograph of his mother. Harry turned and fled downstairs to wait for the time when Ginny awoke. The rest of the day passed in a manner strangely reminiscent of Ron and Hermione's behavior towards one another after the Yule Ball. Once Ginny woke up, she was excruciatingly polite to him, apologizing profusely for all manner of minor things, but steadfastly ignoring the fact that she had woken up in Harry's bed that morning. Harry responded in a similar vein, but groaned inwardly. This was exactly the situation he had dreaded. As he lay on his bed that afternoon, staring at the ceiling, he sank back into the morbid thoughts that had occupied his mind for the past weeks since he returned to Privet Drive. Why him? Why did everything always have to happen to him? Why couldn't things have been different? He wished. Actually, he wished a lot of things. For the rest of the afternoon, fantasies roamed in his brain. Fantasies where his parents hadn't died, where he was living with Sirius, where he was playing professional Quidditch, where Cedric hadn't died, where Voldemort hadn't returned. The thoughts did not make him feel any happier, they only sank him deeper into his depression. Eventually, in the late afternoon, Harry fell into a fitful sleep, his dreams filled with amorphous might-have-beens, and dark, shadowy fears. Harry woke again, breathing hard, and biting his lip. It was hard to keep from crying out, to keep the sobs from racking his body loudly in synchrony with the tears running down his cheeks, but it was even more essential since the incident with Ginny. The metallic taste of blood informed him that he had broken the skin on the inside of his lip. The nightmares were slowly but surely getting worse. He had slept straight through dinner. After his first nightmare had awoken him, he heard a stilted conversation from the kitchen, directly below his room, discussing the washing up. The second nightmare had awoken him before Ginny had gone to bed, but he saw now that she lay in bed asleep. Harry watched her as she lay in repose, unaware of his scrutiny. Her face was relaxed, with all traces of embarrassment gone. She breathed evenly, the duvet rising and falling softly, her red hair fanned on the pillow. She was not a UAL or romantic interest to him, that was not why he had enjoyed holding her in his arms the previous night. The comfort he had drawn from her then fulfilled a much deeper emotional need. He supposed that her reaction today had hurt all the more because of the fact that it was the first time he could remember having ever been held in his sleep. Aunt Petunia, of course, had never showed the slightest hint of affection towards him, that was saved for her precious Duddykins. One of his first memories was skinning his knee falling from a ladder, where he had been cleaning the windows of the ground floor. It had not been much of a fall, but he had sat on the concrete path with blood dripping from the wound, and tears running down his face as he cried from the pain. Aunt Petunia had come outside to see what the commotion was and he had held out his arms to be comforted. She had brushed him aside and brusquely told him to get back up the ladder and to make sure to clean the blood up when he was finished. He had no idea how old he had been at that stage, as is often the case with early memories, but he did remember that he had not asked for comfort from his relatives ever since. He had not cried again until his conversation with Professor Dumbledore in the hospital wing after the race for the Philosopher's Stone. Now it seemed that he cried all the time. He realized, of course, that such a change in behavior probably meant that he was seriously, medically depressed. He was apathetic to most of the things that he had enjoyed before and he had considered suicide on multiple occasions, but always decided that would be an even bigger betrayal of his parents and of Cedric. Perhaps it was this depression that had prompted his reaching out to Ginny to receive the comfort of a mother from her. Or perhaps it was her striking resemblance to his mother. Whatever it was, however, that had prompted his inappropriate actions of the night before, he knew that his friendship with Ginny was probably irreparable. Ginny twitched in her sleep, a sure sign of the beginning of a nightmare. Sure enough, within a minute, she was thrashing, moaning, and crying. Harry moved to her side, but his hand hovered above hers, unsure whether she would welcome his comfort. Before he could decide a course of action, however, her whole body convulsed violently and she screamed and woke up. When she had recovered enough to notice Harry kneeling silent and unsure by her bedside, she hurled herself into his arms and began sobbing on his shoulder. She started brokenly, her voice muffled by the collar of Harry's oversized pajamas. Voldemort, he said I was evil, must be, Chamber of Secrets, had Ron told me to kill him, Avada Kedavra, I did it, he just died, fell to the ground, just died like that spider, Professor Moody's class, he just died, I am evil, I must be, eyes open, staring at me, just died. She finally gave up her tortured narrative and cried wholeheartedly on Harry's shoulder. He tentatively wrapped his arms around her and sat on her bed, pulling her half into his lap and rocking her gently, murmuring the comforting words he wished he had heard all his life into her ear. Finally, the storm of her weeping passed, leaving her with just a sniffle or a hiccup every now and then. Do you want to talk? Harry murmured softly. Ginny removed herself from his lap awkwardly, took a deep breath, and began to speak. Ron and I were really close when we were younger. Even though we never shared a room, we had this connection, and whenever one of us was a bit down, the other would know. It wasn't as strong a connection as the twins, but we still did everything together and almost read each other's minds. When the twins pranked one of us, we usually worked out some way to get them back together. I think that's what made me so vulnerable to Voldemort. My brother, my best friend, had left me behind at King's Cross Station when he first went to Hogwarts and he didn't want anything to do with me anymore. It was Harry this, and Hermione that, and, no Ginny, I've got homework to do. I'd never been so lonely in my entire life. And Tom, he was so nice. I should have known he was evil, but I didn't see through him. Or maybe I did, maybe I am evil. Harry paused before replying, formulating his response carefully. Ginny, you have about as much possibility of being evil as I do. You were right, you know, that first night you were here, when you said that it wasn't your fault, any more than any of the things that have happened to me are my fault. She looked back at him, her eyes watery and red from tears, her face blotchy. Thank you, she whispered in a small voice. Will you, she started, but broke off, shaking her head. Ginny, if there's any way I can help, please tell me. Harry's heart went out to the frightened girl who had been taken out of her home at his request. It was his responsibility to make sure that she did not suffer because of it. Ginny blushed. It's a bit embarrassing really. I didn't tell you this earlier, but when I had a bad nightmare, Mum would come and comfort me like I said, but after she left, Ron would sneak down and climb into bed with me and hold me until morning. I've missed that ever since I went to Hogwarts, because I never told anyone about my nightmares. Harry lay down beside her and pulled her against him, unable to suppress a grin of elation. Of course. You know, I really did have a good night's sleep last night. I haven't slept that well for ages. Did you feel the same way and we spent this day tiptoeing around each other for nothing? Ginny giggled weakly. I suppose so. Those were the last words that were spoken that night, in the dark, in the smallest bedroom at number 4, Privet Drive, that particularly normal house where two extraordinary people twined as one in the same bed, silently drawing comfort from one another, together banishing their nightmares. The scene was the same dark forest as had been the meeting place earlier in the summer. Wormtail was standing in his place, wringing his hands and obviously terrified, although he was desperately attempting not to show it. The other Death Eaters were also showing some signs of apprehension, the occasional twitch of the head, the slight shifting between feet, or the nervous clenching and unclenching of a hand. Harry noticed, however, that no Death Eater indulged in any nervous motion that would bring his hand anywhere near to his wand. Voldemort was pacing purposefully around the circle, directing glares at the masked faces. Fools, he hissed, his ceaseless movement continuing to disconcert the circle. Fools, he shrieked suddenly in his high-pitched voice, spittle flying from his thin lips, and causing several of the black-robed figures to flinch involuntarily. I will have that Weasley girl. Voldemort screamed at the uncaring sky. Why have you not found her by now? He spun, pointing directly at one figure in the circle. Malfoy. His voice had dropped to a whisper, but it lost none of its sheer rage. Tell me. Malfoy dropped to his knees immediately, lowering his face and not daring to look into the Dark Lord's furious face. We cannot find her, my lord. Why not? Came the enraged whisper once again. No locating charms work on her. We tried everything, light or dark. She must have been warned, my lord. We must have a spy in our midst. There is only one protection spell which could produce these results. The Dark Lord made no response, merely waiting for his cringing underling to continue. He glared at the Death Eater, his slitted red eyes whirling with dark orange flecks. It must be the Fidelius charm, my lord, Malfoy at last spoke up. And have you performed the spell to identify the secret keeper? Yes, my lord, but there are no results. I don't understand it, my lord. She seems to have disappeared without a trace. Lord Voldemort's voice remained at that deadly calm whisper as he continued. Then try it again, Snape. A tall figure stepped forward, bowing low. I want you to help Malfoy. Use your knowledge to amend Malfoy's potion. I will see results. We need to apprehend the right person first time. It takes a great deal of time to break an honorable person, he sneered, and we need to get the girl before she goes back to Hogwarts. Don't fail me. The slitted red eyes whirled faster, narrowing with cruelty, as he turned back to Malfoy, and then he struck with the speed of a snake. Crucio. Harry sat up in bed clutching his scar from the pain that had woken him, but far from feeling frightened, or worried, he considered dancing for joy. They couldn't find Ginny. She was safe. She was safe. She was propped up on her elbow beside him in bed, looking at him with an expression that spoke of concern. Harry took a deep breath. You're safe. They can't find you. They think you're under the Fidelius charm and are trying to search for your secret keeper. Harry paused for a minute watching Ginny's face melt into a slightly insecure smile. As he tried to run over his dream again to reassure her, he found the details fading. I need to write it down, he said desperately. I'm losing the details. Why does this always happen? Ginny grabbed her potion's homework and turned it over, giving him the quill and ink she had been using before bed. He hurriedly scribbled down what he could remember, which wasn't really much. Can't find Ginny. Think she's under Fidelius. Can't find secret keeper by magic. Going to keep trying. Malfoy got cruciatus. Harry tossed the summary to Ginny and she looked it over carefully. Do you mind if I ask you a few questions? It might help jog your memory. Harry waved a hand to encourage her to go ahead. Who said that I was under Fidelius? It was. Harry racked his brain, but couldn't remember a thing. No, I can't remember. Was there anything in particular they were going to do to keep trying? Yes, they were. Harry groaned in frustration. I know they were, I just can't remember what. Oh, this is hopeless. Think of all the things I'm missing. Ginny added the fact that they were trying something different to find the secret keeper under the current summary. Do you think they'll try to find my secret keeper by torturing my parents or something? No, I don't remember why, but I remember that they won't. Ginny added the information to the list. Then won't they go after someone else and forget about me? I mean, Ron or Hermione or my parents would probably make just as good hostages as far as you're concerned. Harry laughed. When I'm spying on Voldemort, I sort of sense how he's feeling and get a feeling of the way his mind works, that much I can remember. He's incredibly obsessive. It drives him insane when his minions can't get what he wants and he focuses on that thing until he gets it, forgetting any ways around the problem. He went to a great deal of trouble to make sure that it was my blood that was used to resurrect him, even though any witch or wizard who hated him would have done. Voldemort's so obsessive that now that they've found the ultimate hostage for me, he can't really understand that Ron, Hermione, your parents, or even Colin Creevey would probably do exactly the same thing. Harry paused, a certain revelation coming to him. Maybe it's because to a certain extent he can understand what we have between us. I'm sure that he can't understand my friendship with Ron and Hermione. He probably thinks I would just cast them aside if they became inconvenient. Even though he doesn't understand the friendship between us, he knows that you and I can't just ignore each other if the other is in trouble because of the bond formed when I saved your life. Ginny smiled at him weakly at the reminder of her life debt to Harry, before scribbling down his thoughts on Voldemort's possible plans. She edged thoughtfully on the end of her quill for a moment. One last question. Why did you wake up? Harry puzzled over that for a moment and replied, well, I don't think I can sleep through one of the unforgivables. Anytime someone casts one of those, my scar hurts so much that I wake up. This time, it was the Cruciatus curse on Malfoy. Do you think that could be useful somehow? Ginny shrugged doubtfully, so Harry went on. Now it's my turn. Did you know I was dreaming? I could see that you were having a nightmare, but something told me not to wake you up. It was weird, you weren't moving around like normal. You were just as stiff as a board and both of your hands were up on your scar. Through your hands I could see that your scar was bright red and I could feel the heat radiating off from it when I sat beside you. I thought it might be an important dream, so I just watched you. Then you convulsed and her mouth twitched slightly, yelled and sat up. The moment you woke up, your scar went back to normal. Ginny paused a moment. You know what we need to do now, don't you? What? Send an owl to Dumbledore. Harry knew that she was right. But somehow it seemed a little pointless, as though Dumbledore knew from a better source already. Maybe it was something else he didn't remember from his dream. Hedwig was still delivering the switched letter to Hermione, but by the time he had finished writing his letter to Professor Dumbledore, her snowy form had soared in through the window. She wasn't carrying a letter, so Harry had to suppress his curiosity about whether he and Ginny's plan to give Ron and Hermione a push in the right direction had worked. The obviously exhausted owl headed straight for her cage to gulp some water, then put her head under her wing. In the end they decided to wait until morning to send the letter to Professor Dumbledore, giving Hedwig the chance to recuperate overnight. Harry added a postscript to his letter, asking if there was some faster way to get mail to him if he had another dream. Finally the duo went back to their separate beds to catch some more sleep. The separate beds lasted until Harry's next nightmare, when he sneaked in beside Ginny. They slept peacefully for the rest of the night. When they woke the next morning they found a note Aunt Petunia had left, saying that she was out doing the shopping with Dudley. Harry and Ginny had taken the opportunity to search the attic. It was dusty and absolutely covered in cobwebs. They were coughing and sneezing uncontrollably, but they were on a mission. Ginny had suggested that since wizards' possessions usually had fire-proof and loss-proof charms on them, the Dursleys would not have been able to burn, sell, or give away any items which had been given to them by Harry's parents or even by the Ministry of Magic after their death. They had been shifting boxes for almost an hour when they struck gold. Right at the back of the attic, where the roof was so low that Harry was on his belly trying to reach it, was a small box. The lunchbox-sized carton, disguised with an old moth-eaten blanket, was buried behind a scuffed and worn-looking chest of drawers Harry didn't remember. It had calligraphic writing on the top, which looked as though it had been done with a quill and ink. When the dust was swept away it read, Ministry of Magic Coronary Office, Personal Effects of James and Lily Potter. Harry shot a look of triumph back over his shoulders at Ginny and wriggled the wedged-in box carefully out of its hiding place, meticulously arranging the blanket to look like it was still there. "Let's go back to my room to open it, we don't want to get caught up here." Harry cast a quick spell to redistribute the dust evenly, closed up the entrance to the attic and put away the ladder. Almost with the air of a funeral procession, the two walked back to his room on silent feet, Harry protectively clasping the box close to his chest. Once sitting safely on his bed, Harry closed his eyes. All those years he had lain in his cupboard imagining a family, this box had been moldering in the attic. He hovered between rage at his relatives for keeping it from him and joy that he had found it now, finally settling on a mixture of resignation and contentment. He opened his eyes to find Ginny regarding him quietly, although her excitement was palpable, and he hugged the box tightly for a moment longer before setting it carefully in front of him. Harry slit the tape on the top of the box carefully with his thumbnail, reminded forcefully of his first real Christmas at Hogwarts, where he had not torn into his presents as Ron did, but slowly unwrapped them, making the incredible anticipation last longer. Inside the box was an envelope. Harry pulled it out, lifted the flap, and slowly slid out the sheaf of parchment inside. In violet ink, and signed at the bottom with a flourish, was the 3-line coroner's report for his father. Mr. James Edward Potter, victim of Avada Kedavra, morbido fascination, coroner, Ministry of Magic. The page beneath it was a similar report for his mother. And below that was a third page, listing the contents of the box. Found on the person of Mr. James Potter, 1 full set of clothes buried with deceased, 1 pair spectacles, 1 gold pocket watch with gold chain, 1 gold wedding ring, found on the person of Mrs. Lily Potter, 1 full set of clothes buried with deceased, 1 gold wedding ring, 1 gold engagement ring, 1 silver serpent promise ring on leather cord. Harry looked up at Ginny again, handed her the 3 pages, then started looking through the items in the box. First he tried on his father's glasses and found that the world seemed sharper with this pair than with his own. It wasn't really surprising. The Dursleys had only bought him glasses when the school nurse had threatened to file for child abuse when he couldn't see the blackboard in 2nd year. He had not had his prescription checked since then. The frames also fit his somewhat bigger face better, and he didn't have to stretch the arms out to the side to reach his ears. His father's pocket watch was a thing of beauty. The front was carved with an image of a stag, a dog and a wolf, with a full moon hanging above the trio. Harry squinted briefly at the small blob that might have been a rat between the front paws of the wolf, then decided he didn't really want to know. When he touched the catch on the side, the top of the watch popped open. The face was carved an image of a lily, and the 6 hands were labeled in the same manner as the Weasleys' family clock. The 2 hands labeled, Lily, and James, still pointed to mortal danger, obviously a remnant of their last moments, while Sirius and Remus, hands pointed to work. Harry chuckled at the position of the hand labeled with his own name, prison. The last hand, Peter's, was pointing to a spot marked, hiding, you dirty traitor. Harry blinked at that. Obviously the labels on the edge changed according to what was necessary. Harry passed the watch across to Ginny, who gasped at the intricate carvings, and grew quiet at the position of Peter's hand. Realizing that he had forgotten to explain to Ginny all about Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot and Prongs, and the betrayal of his parents, he scooped out the 4 rings remaining in the box and rolled them idly in his hand as he told the story of his 3rd year. Ginny was a very good audience, gasping when Ron was dragged under the Whomping Willow, scowling appropriately at Snape's interference in the Shrieking Shack, and she was horrified at Professor Lupin's transformation into a wolf and Wormtail's subsequent escape. She almost cried with relief at Harry's Patronus, and when Harry described he and Hermione's time traveling to rescue Sirius and Buckbeak, she lurched forward and engulfed him in a hug to rival her mother's. "So as soon as he's free, you can escape these horrible people and go to live with him." "That's wonderful." She sat back on her heels, her face alight. Harry nodded without conviction. "Unfortunately, I don't see that happening any time soon. Wormtail's a rat and it suits him. He's a sneak and he's awfully good at surviving. I just can't see him getting caught." They sat in silence for a minute after that. Harry broke the mood by examining his parents' rings more closely. "Ginny, what's a promise ring?" The small silver ring was fashioned in the shape of a snake curled in a circle. Tiny emeralds marked its eyes. It was possibly the most lifelike piece of jewelry Harry had ever seen. "They're really rare, incredibly expensive and difficult to make, but they're a symbol of love between two people. Sort of like an engagement ring, but more meaningful. I've never seen one before. Your parents must really have been in love, Harry." Harry held the ring tightly in his hand, and was suffused with an overwhelming sense of warmth and love. A sharp overtone of sadness pierced through the sensation, and Harry was struck once again by the reality of his parents' absence. Pushing the feeling down firmly, he examined the other 3 rings. His mother's engagement ring had a single ruby with a triangular diamond on either side of it on a gold band, and the matching wedding rings were plain gold. He threaded the 3 rings onto the leather cord with the promise ring and hung it about his neck. It felt odd, because he had never worn any kind of jewelry before, but it made him feel a closeness to his parents that he had only felt before while looking through his photos or under his father's invisibility cloak. Taking the watch back from Ginny, he carefully pinned the end of the chain into the pocket of his jeans. He opened it again, gazing at the face. Suddenly, he was struck with a thought. This watch said that Wormtail was alive and a traitor. Would it be enough to free Sirius? Quickly explaining his theory to Ginny, he grabbed a piece of parchment and wrote a lengthy letter to Sirius, describing the situation and thanking him for his birthday present. Now all he had to do was wait for Hedwig to return, and he might be able to get a godfather again. The rest of the day seemed to stretch out to interminable lengths, with Harry jumping at the slightest noise, in the hope that Hedwig had arrived. Harry tried to start on his summer homework, but even the Marauder's notes on becoming an animagus didn't manage to hold his attention for more than an hour. Finally it was bedtime. He left the window open just in case she arrived in the night. Harry ignored Ginny's amused glance and brushed aside the thought that Hedwig would probably take several days to get all the way to Hogwarts and back again. And despite the tension of his suppressed excitement, the now familiar sense of sleeping next to Ginny eased him almost immediately into a peaceful sleep. Over the past few days, Harry had tried to read the Marauder's notes on becoming an animagus, but it was so intensely technical that Harry had given up in frustration. Back at Hogwarts, with a good set of Transfiguration dictionaries and Hermione's help, perhaps he could have made some progress. But right now all he could do was set it aside and try to work on his summer homework. In a Herculean effort at putting off his potions essay, he had spent most of the previous day explaining to Ginny the events, not only of his 3rd year, but of his 1st and 4th years as well. Even that had not delayed the inevitable need to do homework. The topic, in 4 feet or less, identify all possible substitutions for the common deflating draft, brought to mind the time he had blown up Goyle's cauldron to allow Hermione to retrieve some ingredients from Snape's private stores. He chuckled to himself at the memory of all the Slytherins covered with swelling solution. The chuckle quickly turned to a shiver as he recalled Snape's threat afterwards. Hedwig's warm weight settling onto his shoulder drove all other thought from his mind. Glad to be able to delay further work on his essay, he stroked her briefly and carefully untied the package from her leg. There were 3 envelopes attached, one addressed to him in a bright blue ink that reminded Harry of Dumbledore's eyes, and one each for him and Ginny in the green ink usually on school letters. Harry passed Ginny her letter and scanned his school letter first. It was fairly standard. There was a whole set of new books for this year, most having something to do with O. Harry groaned inwardly. He had entirely forgotten about the O this year. Harry wasn't even too certain that he was up with the class in anything except defense against the dark arts. He had been exempted from examinations the previous year because of the Triwizard Tournament, and it hadn't seemed important at the time to practice anything except his curses and hexes. Pushing the thought out of his mind, he reached for the second letter and opened it carefully. Dear Mr. Potter, thank you for telling me about your dream so promptly. It will be extremely useful to have your input on Voldemort's plans and thoughts throughout the coming conflict. Please try your utmost to remember everything you can about these dreams, as even the smallest thing can help with identifying locations and intentions. The package contains a leather satchel. A similar one hangs on the side of my desk, and whenever you put a letter into it, the letter will be instantly transported to mine. I can also communicate with you in a similar manner. It may be best for you to send any mail for Snuffles to me first, and I will find a way to pass it on to him without compromising his location. Once you get back to Hogwarts, I would like you to come to see me whenever you have a dream. The password to my office is Canary Cream, a sweet I was introduced to by Messrs. Fred and George Weasley. I am afraid Fox has not looked at me in quite the same way since that occasion. Have a pleasant summer. Albus Dumbledore, Headmaster, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Order of Merlin, First Class, Grand Sorc, CHF. Warlock, Supreme Mugwump, International Confederation of Wizards. Harry stifled his laughter and tore into the package, finding the promised leather bag. He felt around inside to see if Professor Dumbledore had sent him anything yet and drew out an old and tattered piece of blank parchment. Ginny looked at him with a puzzled expression as he began to laugh out loud, no longer able to contain his sheer happiness. Come here, Ginny, he said, making room next to him on the bed. Grabbing his wand, Harry held it to the parchment and spoke again. I solemnly swear I am up to no good. The parchment blossomed to life and Ginny gasped as she saw the greeting from Messrs. Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot and Prongs, and then the tiny dots labeled as teachers roaming about the castle. This is, she started, slightly choked for words. Your father made this. With his friends, replied Harry proudly. Isn't it brilliant? I can't believe Professor Dumbledore gave it back to you, she said, shaking her head. He must have found it in the fake Moody's office. It must have killed Fred and George to lose it. Actually, they said they'd learned everything on it and didn't need it anymore, said Harry with a grin. Of course, he continued, leaning towards her conspiratorially, they don't know anything about my connection to the actual map makers. I'll tell them sometime just to see the looks on their faces when they find out that Moony taught them defense against the dark arts. Oh, did I tell you that they found some investor to help them start up their joke company? They're really going all out. They've got 6 or so cauldrons bubbling all the time because on the holidays they can only really do the potion stuff. Harry turned slightly red and Ginny looked triumphantly smug. It was you. I thought it must have been you. Who else would value jokes at more than 1,000 galleons? Harry blushed and tried to change the subject. Did you see this? He asked, indicating the letter from Dumbledore. It seems that your brothers gave Professor Dumbledore a canary cream. They did what? Oh, Mum's going to kill them for that, cried Ginny before launching into a scathing denunciation of her twin brothers. Harry had never seen her angry before, but she seemed to be doing a fair imitation of the saber-toothed tiger Harry had imagined the first time he had met Mrs. Weasley. Harry had noticed that Ginny looked a lot like her mother at times. It was not so much a physical similarity, as Ginny resembled her father more. It was very noticeable though, in her presence, her manner, and in the gushing way in which they both spoke. He supposed he had never noticed it before because of her infernal shyness. Harry stifled a laugh at a particularly acerbic remark and hurried to diffuse her furious tirade before it got too out of control. He didn't seem too upset by it. He's even made it the password for his office this year. Ginny stopped mid-rant, gaped at him for a moment, and then began to laugh helplessly. I always said he was mad. She managed to gasp eventually, and Harry joined in the laughter at the thought. Ginny had gone back to her summer homework and Harry had finished writing a letter explaining the watch with Peter Pettigrew's name on it to Professor Dumbledore. As he put the letter to Dumbledore and the earlier letter to Sirius into the satchel, and watched as they faded out of existence, Harry's thoughts returned to Professor Dumbledore's madness. It was a worry, he had to admit, that the only wizard Voldemort had ever feared was considered by most of the wizarding world to be at least a bit mad. How did he do it? How did an old man with twinkling blue eyes and a fondness for Muggle sweets make any difference to Voldemort? Harry knew that when Dumbledore was angry, he seemed to be an entirely different person, but people had been angry and strong facing Voldemort before, and they were still dead. What was it that made Professor Dumbledore special? And as soon as he asked that question he knew. Professor Dumbledore continued to enjoy life, despite all the things happening around him, despite Voldemort's return, despite the people who had died. Because the people who had died so that others could live. And Voldemort didn't understand that. Voldemort's power was rooted in terror. Through making people fear to even speak his name, he made people fear to live, fear to protect those who made their lives worth living. Professor Dumbledore refused to live a life ruled by terror, and as such, Voldemort could never defeat him. At that point, Harry made a resolution. He would not succumb to depression. He would remember those who died, but he would not forget to live his life, as his parents would have wanted him to, as Cedric would have wanted to live. He had to have enough fun to make up for all that his parents would have had, all that Cedric would have had. He had to have enough fun to make up for Sirius, 12 years in Azkaban. And he would laugh in Voldemort's face. Because Voldemort could never win. Not when there were people who loved each other, people who were willing to live without fear. The rest of the summer passed in a blur. Harry's depression seemed to melt away under the influence of his resolution and Ginny's warm laugh. The Dursleys almost completely ignored the two unwelcome residents of their house, except for meal times, where, although Harry cooked more often than not, all were fed quite adequately. Professor Dumbledore had written back, stating his opinion that the watch looked quite promising as a prospect for freeing Sirius. They would meet to talk about it when Sirius returned from his current mission, several weeks after school started. Only one more dream about Voldemort had come in the meantime, and Harry dutifully wrote his hazy recollections down and sent them off to Dumbledore. The search for Ginny seemed to be taking up all Voldemort's efforts. Harry found the Dark Lord's frustration quite cheering. The remaining nightmares had entirely disappeared when Harry and Ginny gave up all pretenses and slept together every night. Harry still felt bad about the fact that Mr. and Mrs. Weasley had trusted him to look after their daughter, and he had ended up sleeping in the same bed with her. Although his nightmares had stopped and the situation was entirely innocent, that didn't stop his brain tracking over the situation over and over again, working through the worst possible outcomes. All of them boiled down to the fact that someone could find out, and then the Weasleys would think that he had betrayed their trust. Harry resolved that something had to be done, but could not decide on what. When 2 weeks had passed with no word from either Ron or Hermione to tell him what had happened between them, Harry sent Hedwig to Ron to find out. A day later, he received 2 slightly sheepish letters from his friends who, it seemed, were both staying at the Burrow. The mixed letters seemed to have done the trick and started the two talking again, as well as giving them a nudge in the right direction. Their feelings for one another had progressed to open romance. Harry was very curious to see how it would affect their friendship, as well as slightly hurt that they had been so involved with one another that they had completely forgotten about him. However, there was really nothing to be done, and, as Ginny said, it was better that they got it out of their system now so that they would be less exclusive of him at Hogwarts. It was now the day before they left for Hogwarts, and Harry and Ginny were anxiously waiting on the front porch to be picked up by the Weasleys for a trip to Diagon Alley. The Dursleys were conspicuously absent from the house, and Harry had been warned quite sternly to make sure that everything was satisfactorily locked up. He wasn't entirely sure what the Dursleys intended to do to punish him now that large sums of money depended on his happiness, but he still checked each window and door at least 3 times before leaving the house. When the Weasleys finally arrived, they were dressed in quite authentic Muggle clothes, although with Mr. Weasley's obsession this was perhaps to be expected. He had apparently taken the day off work to escort the family to Diagon Alley and was looking quite natty in a pair of black trousers and a white collared shirt and tie. Mrs. Weasley, dressed in a simple floral house dress, immediately pulled Harry into a hug and, for the first time, Harry did not stiffen or go limp, but returned it firmly and warmly. Mrs. Weasley gave him a sharp look, but did not draw attention to the difference in his behavior. Once Mrs. Weasley had let him go, Harry found himself ambushed by the twins. They were shaking his hand enthusiastically, both at the same time, numbing it nearly to the elbow and almost blinding him with their equally shocking bright blue and red shirts. The rest of the Weasleys clustered around Ginny. Harry turned to see Ron and Hermione, standing on the footpath, clutching at each other's hands, and looking rather uncomfortable. Harry slowly made his way towards them and stopped at the gate. "Hi Harry," said Hermione in a small voice. "I'm really sorry." Ron was standing beside her, nodding guiltily. "Me too, Harry. It's all right," shrugged Harry, trying desperately to look like it was, staring at the ground and hoping that someone would change the subject. After a long and strained silence, Hermione burst, no longer able to contain herself. "Have you done your homework, Harry? You know it's really important this year, don't you? It's the O this year." "I've started studying already," Ron cut her off with a roll of his eyes and a hand over her mouth. "Honestly, Hermione, Harry doesn't want to hear about the O now, they're months and months away." "Erg, what did you do that for?" Ron released her suddenly, and it was obvious, from the disgusted way he was rubbing the palm of his hand on his robes and from Hermione's self-satisfied expression, that she had licked his hand. Harry couldn't help but laugh. It seemed that, couple or not, Ron and Hermione would never change. After a moment Ron and Hermione joined in too, and everything was all right again. "What's that around your neck, Harry?" Ron asked curiously, when the laughter had died down. "Oh," said Harry, "I almost forgot. Ginny helped me find a box of my parents' stuff. These are my dad's glasses, I think the prescription's better for me. I've got Dad's watch too, both of their wedding rings, and a promise ring." He pulled out the watch and handed it over for examination. Hermione gasped, "Oh, Harry, your parents had promise rings. That's so romantic. Let me see them." "There's only one, Hermione," said Harry, looking puzzled, but pulling the leather cord over his head to pass to her. "What do you know about promise rings? I'd never heard of them before." Hermione peered at the ring. "Well, I'm not entirely sure how it works, but as far as I know, they're pretty much indestructible. They symbolize a commitment forever, stronger than marriage. You can only ever make one in your life. I'll look it up properly as soon as I can get to the library." Hermione looked closely at the promise ring for a moment, and opened her mouth as if to add something more, but seemed to think better of it, and passed the rings back. "They're really beautiful, Harry. I'm glad you've got something to remind you of them." Harry passed the rings to Ron, who had given Hermione the watch. Ron looked the rings over and passed them back quickly, obviously somewhat disconcerted at Hermione's reaction to the idea that Harry's mother had owned a promise ring. "I hope my sister wasn't too much of a pest, Harry," Ron said in a too loud voice, giving him a sympathetic look. "Must have been tough to spend the entire holidays with her." "Ron." Ginny was stalking down the path towards them. "A petite, but particularly vicious saber-toothed tiger," thought Harry vaguely, before jumping in to head off the impending crisis. "Actually, Ginny's been a great friend this summer." Ron had the grace to look embarrassed, and Ginny stopped in her tracks with a slow flush suffusing her face, before she shot a shy look of thanks up at Harry. "Right, let's be off then," called Mrs. Weasley, interrupting the awkward moment and beginning to hustle the small party off the front lawn and down towards the end of the street. Ron and Hermione were holding hands, and Mrs. Weasley was talking to Ginny, so Harry found himself walking beside Mr. Weasley. As they walked along in silence, Harry was fighting a tough battle with his conscience over whether to let Mr. Weasley know about the method he and Ginny had discovered to ease their nightmares. He had promised Ginny not to tell her family about her nightmares, but Mr. and Mrs. Weasley had trusted him. What if someone found out and he hadn't come clean? They would think that he had betrayed their trust. Eventually, he broke the silence. Mr. Weasley, how are we getting to Diagon Alley?" "I've got a portkey," said Mr. Weasley, waving small item looking like a golden pin, and Harry had to suppress a momentary flash of vertigo. "We have to walk a fair distance from your house because of the protective wards Albus has up." "Oh, okay," said Harry. Silence reigned for a while before Harry plunged on. Mr. Weasley, there's something I think I sort of need to tell you." He looked up to see that he had the kindly middle-aged man's attention, and then looked back down at his toes again, embarrassed. "Well, the thing is, I've been having really beastly nightmares. And you see," he stumbled again, "well, the Dursleys, they never really cared. And then, when Ginny was sleeping in my room, I found out that, she made me promise not to tell anyone this, but I think you need to know. Could I ask you not to tell Mrs. Weasley? This last bit all came out very fast and he was flushed with the effort as he looked up at Mr. Weasley again. Mr. Weasley looked intrigued. Of course, Harry. I have always told my children that they can come to me with anything and I will respect any confidence they give me. I can certainly do the same for you, Harry. Harry's stomach felt as though it was filled with 1,000 wriggling tadpoles at that statement, but he ignored them and pressed on. Well, you see, Ginny's been having these awful nightmares as well, and it seemed like we were both getting up every half hour to wake the other one and tell them it was all right. And then, one night, Ginny fell asleep in my bed when she was sitting there talking over my dream. At this point, Harry felt as though he was about to burn up from awkwardness of the situation, but he continued ruthlessly. She told me a bit later that whenever she had a nightmare when she was younger, Ron would climb into bed with her and hold her for the rest of the night. Harry stopped and took a deep breath, suddenly and awkwardly aware of the growth spurt he had undergone in that summer. Mr. Weasley, I would never take advantage of your daughter. She's a great friend and this summer she's become like a sister to me. I promise I would tell you if there was any more to this. But, I just thought you ought to know that both of our nightmares are gone, and that we've been sleeping in the same bed for the past few weeks. There, it was out. After a long moment of silence, Harry braved a look at Mr. Weasley and found the older man looking seriously down at him. Molly and I have known that Ginny has had serious nightmares for quite some time. We have not been able to come up with a suitable remedy and we have not discussed the issue with her because we respect her privacy to tell us if she chooses. Mr. Weasley looked back at the road ahead before continuing with a slight tremor in his voice. When you have children of your own you will understand what it feels like to know that your child lives in terror of going to sleep. I am overwhelmingly grateful to you for helping rid my daughter of her nightmares. Mr. Weasley's voice firmed and he placed a hand on Harry's shoulder as he continued, I have confidence, Harry, that you will not abuse the trust we have placed in you. Thank you, whispered Harry, almost inaudibly, and nothing more needed to be said. Harry concealed his reluctance to travel by Portkey rather well. When the group finally stopped in a shady green park several streets away from Privet Drive, Mrs. Weasley told them all to hold hands. Harry reached out resolutely to grab the hand nearest to him. Concentrating on not crushing the hand holding his and on keeping his breathing even, Harry closed his eyes and waited. When the familiar tug behind his navel came and the ground was jerked from under him, he fought down the panic that threatened to overwhelm him. When his feet slammed into the ground he quickly opened his eyes and looked around. He was in the leaky cauldron. He was safe. Fred and George Weasley, where do you think you're going? Harry turned to see the twins attempting to sneak off into Diagon Alley by themselves. They looked slightly less sure of themselves under their mother's intense glare. The twin wearing the red shirt, whom Harry thought was probably Fred, started. Well, Mum, you know, it's like this. We owled Gamble and Japes. The joke shop in Diagon Alley. To ask if they were interested in selling our, products. They told us that we should come by and talk to the manager. The twins put on angelic faces and looked up at their mother. Mrs. Weasley was not impressed. You want to try to sell those useless and dangerous things to self-respecting people in Diagon Alley? No, and no. Now, Molly, interrupted Mr. Weasley, we've talked this over and we decided that they can't disappoint this mystery investor of theirs. Mr. Weasley's eyes flickered almost imperceptibly towards Harry before he turned to the twins. But we can't split up, boys. Now, we can all go to Gamble and Japes when we're finished with everything else. Is that all right? The twins gave identical sullen nods. I want you to promise that you won't try to sneak off. Your mother and I will support you if this is what you want to do. Mrs. Weasley looked slightly dubious, but Mr. Weasley pushed on. But you have to be worthy of our trust. The twins gave slightly less sullen nods and the party moved off into Diagon Alley. The twins were as good as their word. Throughout the entire visit to Diagon Alley they stayed near, helping to carry all the parcels. Harry shared a cart through the long, underground tunnel with them, as they had to go to the new vault they had opened that summer under the name of Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. It didn't make Harry feel quite so bad to let the twins see his embarrassment of riches since he was funding their enterprise. Weasley's Wizard Wheezes seemed to be doing quite well from what they told him. They had made half again on the money Harry had given them in the month since they had received permission from their parents to service owl order forms. The twins had been concentrating on food products, as these were the mostly potions added to normal food, and one of the only things they could do without magic. They had heaps of new inventions, including glowing gems, which glowed so bright when you ate them that you could see the light shining through your cheeks, jumping juice, which gave the drinker so much excess energy that they couldn't sit still, midget mints and their counterpart giant jelly, which shrank or grew the person who ate them accordingly. Harry's personal favorites, however, were the fire-belching brownies. "You belch out these huge columns of fire just like a dragon," said Fred eagerly. George hurried to explain, "Only it's completely harmless, so they won't so much as singe anyone's eyebrows." Dad sat us down and talked to us into making sure all our inventions are safe and that the effects are only temporary. Dad wasn't very pleased about the Tun-Tung Toffees, because he had to perform a counter spell to reverse it. He said that if he hadn't been there your cousin could have been in real trouble. And that the people we sell them to might not be responsible with them. Fred's eyes twinkled at this. "So now all our inventions are timed. So that they'll wear off after a few minutes. Like the canary creams. So, we're respectable businessmen now and we have to make sure no one will be hurt by anything we do," Fred concluded, pretending to look rather gloomy at this prospect. Harry wasn't fooled though. He could see the joy sparkling in Fred's eyes as he and his brother lived out their dream. Soon enough, the cart screeched to a halt back at the surface and all discussions ceased as Harry and the twins rejoined the others in the Gringotts foyer. As the small party emerged from Gringotts, Harry waved cheerily to a passing pair of Hufflepuffs in his year and was stunned by their reaction. Justin Finch Fletchley flinched visibly when he saw Harry, then leaned forward and murmured something to Susan Bones. She glanced at him fearfully and the pair hurried away with their heads down. Harry looked to the Weasleys, but none of them had noticed the obvious cold shoulder he had received. Harry stared at the retreating backs of the two Hufflepuffs. What a great start to the year. He had managed to alienate all the Gryffindors in his first year, the entire school in his second, Hermione in his third, and all the other houses and Ron in his fourth year. Unless this was an isolated incident, this year was shaping up to be no different than the others. Idly kicking at a stone on the cobbled street, Harry followed the Weasleys, falling in step beside Hermione. "What's the daily profit been like over the holidays?" he nervously asked her. "Quiet," said Hermione, "I don't know whether the ministry is covering up attacks or whether they're just not happening. But there's been nothing to suggest that you know who is back. It almost makes me wish I hadn't made Rita Skeeter promise to keep her quill to herself for a year. We need someone like her to come out and say what the ministry doesn't want to hear." And, what about Cedric? The name came out in nothing but a whisper. Hermione pretended not to notice Harry's discomfort as she replied, "I've been scouring the Prophet every day and there was nothing except a small notice in the obituaries column. It was a private service for family members only. I guess they didn't want to attract you-know-who's attention by having a big memorial service." Hermione's face took on a puzzled look. There was one odd thing though, they said to send money to the Order of the Phoenix in lieu of flowers. I've heard of asking for people to send money to a charity instead of sending flowers to the family, but I've never heard of the Order of the Phoenix. I'll look it up when I get back to the library. The two walked along in silence for a few minutes, before Harry was struck by a sudden thought. "Hermione," he asked, "are you a prefect this year?" Hermione blushed faintly as she replied, "Yes. Yes, I am. And that means that we can only break rules if it's a real emergency this year." She seemed somewhat worried about it as she turned to Harry and continued urgently, "Please don't cut me out though, Harry. I won't let you break rules on a whim, but when have we ever done that?" "It's okay, Hermione," Harry assured her, "I wouldn't dream of it." "Congratulations. I know you wanted it." Hermione smiled gratefully at him and indulged in a small hop and a squeal of happiness. "Oh, Harry, it's so wonderful. This means that I could be head girl in 7th year. Harry smiled back. I'm sure you will be, Hermione. I can't think of anyone else who'd do a better job. When the group entered Flourish and Blots, they had quite a bit of trouble finding an assistant to help them. When they finally did and inquired if he could collect their book lists for them, the harassed-looking man simply said, "I've got half my staff off sick today, just join the queue. I'm going as fast as I can." Harry gasped when he realized that the people lined up all around the wall of the store were all in the queue. It was going to take them forever just to get their books together, and then they had to join another line to pay. Mrs. Weasley had obviously had a similar thought, since she immediately joined the line to pay and sent everyone off to a different part of the store to collect books for the whole group. Hermione eagerly dashed off to the charms and arithmancy sections, while Ron went with particularly bad grace to the potions section, muttering under his breath about greasy gits. Harry moved to the Transfiguration section to pick up 2 copies of Transfiguration for the Owls for himself and Hermione. Ron had an old copy from one of his brothers. He also had to get 1 copy of Transfiguration for the Newts. Fred and George were going to toss for the new book, the loser getting Percy's old book. Harry found the books for the Owls easily enough, but a little further down the shelf, in the section for Newts, a group of 7th-year Ravenclaws were watching him angrily, blocking his path to the bookshelf. Harry stared at them for a few moments, then gathered up his Gryffindor courage, muttered, "Excuse me," and squeezed between the 2 tallest to reach his book. The group made no attempt to touch him or move out of the way, but as Harry retreated, his stack of books clutched to his chest, he could feel their stares burning into his back. Oh, yes, it was going to be a great year. Hermione and Ginny had both become aware of the strange behavior of their classmates by the time they had reached the apothecary, where a second-year Hufflepuff squeaked and ran when she saw Harry. The 2 girls shot sympathetic looks as the little girl fled down the street. Harry simply shook his head morosely and set to picking out refills for his potions kit. No one else in the apothecary seemed to recognize him until he stepped up to the counter to buy his supplies. The girl in front of him was talking animatedly with the storekeeper, tossing her glossy black hair as she laughed and joked. It was only when she turned slightly and Harry saw the side of her face that he recognized her. It was Cho Chang, the Ravenclaw seeker, the girl who made Harry's stomach do backflips, the girl who had cried at the leaving feast. But foremost in Harry's mind, she was Cedric Diggory's girlfriend. Harry's stomach had never been as far from doing backflips as it was right now. All he could see when he looked at Cho was Cedric's slightly surprised, open mouth and dead, staring eyes. Harry was still staring at her as she happily thanked the storekeeper and turned to exit the store. When she saw Harry, she froze. Cho was obviously distressed to see him, but Harry had expected that. What he had not expected was the look of heart-rending guilt on her face. He started to move forward, intending to comfort her, to tell her that it was all right to heal, to have fun again. The guilt fell away from her face abruptly, overwhelmed by sudden anger, stopping him in his tracks. The glare she sent him was pure and unadulterated hatred, then tears welled up in her eyes and she brushed past him, disappearing out the door. The Daily Prophet had not reported Voldemort's return and the Ministry would not accept it. Harry had known that this meant that the wizarding world at large were unlikely to believe the tale that Hogwarts students were bringing home with them. He had realized from the behavior of the students he had seen in Diagon Alley that they were blaming him, and he couldn't really fault them for that since they had no other target. But Cho, she had never blamed him before. She had sounded like she was really sorry when he had made a fool of himself asking her to the ball. She had never worn a "Support Cedric Diggory, the real Hogwarts champion" badge that flashed, "Potter stinks," when you pressed it, even though Cedric had been her boyfriend. Now she obviously did blame him. Harry felt a hot surge of hatred towards Voldemort run through him. Wormtail had killed Cedric on the Dark Lord's orders and remained in hiding, leaving Harry to take the blame. Now the girl who had been Cedric's closest friend thought that it was his fault. Not that she was wrong, of course. It was his fault. Harry shivered. He had hardly known Cedric. He could scarcely imagine how it would feel to lose someone close to him. The thing that Cedric would have missed most was Cho. Would that have been true the other way around? Was Cedric the thing that Cho would have missed most? He imagined losing Ron, seeing him fall to the ground, dead. his surprised mouth slightly open and his sightless eyes staring up at him. Suddenly, Harry felt like he was going to be sick. How could she go on? Harry paid for his potion ingredients in a daze and rushed to get outside. The oppressive gray of the sky seemed closer than ever, giving the day a claustrophobic feel. Harry's skin tingled. It seemed they were in for a storm. The Weasleys caught up with him outside the store and he barely listened to Mrs. Weasley telling the twins that only Madame Malkin's was left before they got to Gamble and Japes. A shudder ran through him as his mind continued to reel from Cho's reaction to him. Actually, he was surprised at how little it affected him. For the first time, his stomach had behaved itself when he had met her eyes and he hadn't felt the need to invent new adjectives to describe her. Perhaps it was her anger, or perhaps his stomach had simply decided to leave him alone about her because of Cedric. Whatever the reason, he was glad. Ginny touched his hand worriedly and Harry met her eyes. The reassuring smile he directed at her was only intended to make her feel better, but Harry was surprised to find that by the time he looked away, his own spirits had lifted as well. He was shocked to realize, when he looked up again, that they were finished in Madame Malkin's and were moving on into Gamble and Japes. Fred and George exchanged a nervous look and then walked up to the counter to ask for the manager. Harry had just turned at the sound of his name being called when there was a thunderous crash from the street outside. The dancing, glowing skeleton Ron had been showing him, however good it would have been to frighten Neville with, was instantly forgotten. Suddenly, the shoppers thronging the streets were screaming and running or disapparating with faint pops and within a minute, the street was entirely clear. The noise in the shop had swelled to a dull roar as 20 people crushed through the shop doors into the already crowded Gamble and Japes. Everyone in the shop was either clamoring for explanations or shouting out their knowledge of current events. Death Eaters, an elderly wizard sobbed. It's like the years of you-know-who all over again. What's going on? Called a dumpy wizard. Is it thunder? Madame Malkin's, a gray-haired witch was babbling hysterically. It's gone. Entirely collapsed. Brian. Are you here, Brian? Cried a middle-aged witch in soot-smudged violet robes, as she pushed her way through the crowd. Brian. The room was spinning and the crowd seemed to press in on Harry. There was so much noise that he could no longer separate individual voices and, although he was desperately looking around for anyone he knew, he couldn't see over the heads of the crowd. A hand grabbed him from behind and he whirled around to see Mr. Weasley's haggard-looking face. Come on, Harry, this way. We can't let them find us. Harry followed through to the rear of the shop, barely avoiding being crushed as he was dragged through the frenzied mob. Off to one side, he saw Hermione and grabbed her hand before struggling on. The door they squeezed through at the back of the shop seemed to lead into a supply cupboard. The rest of the Weasleys were huddled together at the back of the cupboard, their intensely white faces betraying their fear. The room suddenly seemed to dissolve in pain. Harry dropped to the ground clutching his scar as a loud bang sounded out in the main shop and the screaming rose in a crescendo. Harry could only make out disconnected phrases from the other occupants of the cupboard, the Weasleys hissing suggestions, orders, questions, and reassurances all at once in hushed but forceful voices. Is it your scar hurting, Harry? That's bad. Fred, George, what are you doing? It's bright red. Ron, look at how much pain he's in. Portasopfermo Ricoladestino. Don't worry, Mum. A healing spell might help. I saw a book that had, just give me a moment. This'll do it, Gamble and Japes, finest filibuster fireworks. The pain worsened and he opened his mouth to scream, but found it blocked by someone's hand. I'm sorry, Harry, but you have to be quiet or they'll find us. Put it over there and then we can. It was called the Salvificus charm and only trained metawitches can use it. Introverto. Hortisortis little whinging determino. Pour over the levitating liquid. The incantation was Salvio, but that's all I know. It must be you-know-who. He's got to be pretty close. Salvio. The room swam into focus as the pain in his forehead receded to a dull ache. Ginny's pale face was in front of him and her wand was pointed directly at his forehead. The pain swelled again and he screwed up his face. Salvio, repeated Ginny and the pain ebbed once more. Salvio, she said. Salvio, Salvio. He's all right now, Ron. Salvio. The hand covering his mouth let go and he struggled into a sitting position, watching Ginny repeat her soft chant. Thank you, he whispered, and she nodded without ceasing her mantra. Mr. Weasley was sitting at the back of the cupboard pointing his wand at a book he had retrieved from their shopping, softly chanting a long and complicated spell. Hermione was staring in shock at Ginny as though she was from another planet. At the door, Fred and George were conversing rapidly in half-sentences and sifting through a couple of boxes of tricks. Harry ignored them all and focused on the sounds coming from outside. He wished he hadn't when he heard the high, cold voice of Voldemort shrieking, "Find Harry Potter and the Weasley girl. They are in this store. Find them. Get back," hissed Fred, hustling everyone back from the door as his twin brother lit a fuse hanging from the door handle before running to join the others at the far end of the cupboard. Just as Harry scrambled to his feet to join the others, there was an odd-sounding twang, a wet sort of pop, and then a hissing sigh from behind him. A brilliant white light illuminated the faces in front of him for a moment and then vanished. "Nearly finished, Mr. Weasley," reassured Mrs. Weasley, pausing his seemingly endless litany of magic to catch his breath. "Perfect, brother mine," cried Fred in a soft but animated tone. A pounding sound on the door caused Harry to inadvertently turn his head, breaking Ginny's line of sight on his scar. The pain swelled instantly and he quickly snapped his head back, unable to do anything except listen as the voice recognizable as Lucius Malfoy called out from the other side. "He's in here, my lord. The girl, too. Alohomora." Mrs. Weasley moved forward to stand in front of her family protectively, shielding them with her body, her wand menacingly pointed at the door. But the door remained closed. Fred and George gave each other a high five and turned to watch the door again. "Reducto," said Mr. Malfoy, still with no effect. "Diliber, Evanesco, Urumpo, Amuvo, Abilio, Pessimdare." Lucius Malfoy sounded increasingly desperate as none of his spells, curses, hexes or jinxes budged the door. "Inconcussus complio porticus." "Finished," burst out Mr. Weasley. "Everybody hold hands now and grab everything we bought today. Are we ready?" As soon as everyone had given his or her assent, he reached forward and touched the innocent-looking book he had been casting over, and Harry felt the familiar jerk behind his navel as the world dissolved. They had arrived back in Little Whinging just as the storm broke and, despite Mr. Weasley's insistence that they run as fast as possible back to the Dursleys, where it was safe, they were entirely soaked when they reached the front door. As soon as his family was safe, Mr. Weasley ed his wife and sprinted back through the torrential rain towards the place they had arrived. Mrs. Weasley sighed and stood on the porch watching him go back into danger. Harry hurriedly opened the door and invited everyone into the lounge where Mrs. Weasley performed drying charms all round. No longer soaking wet, they sat down and listened to the thunder and watched the rain run down the windows while they tensely awaited Mr. Weasley's return. The Dursleys were still out on the trip into London that they had planned the moment they heard that the Weasleys were coming to pick Harry up. Mrs. Weasley eventually broke the silence. "I want you to know that I'm very proud of all of you. Fred, George, my genius boys, I'm sure I'll never understand what you did to that door, but it saved our lives. And Ron, the quick thinker, you kept Harry quiet when he was in so much pain. If you hadn't, they would have found us before we were ready. And Ginny, my little girl, you performed a charm normally only performed by fully trained Medowitches, without being taught and in a crisis." Mrs. Weasley had tears running down her cheeks and her voice was unsteady as her children put their arms around her to give and receive comfort after the horrific experience of being hunted by Voldemort. "I'm so proud of you all." Harry drew his legs up against his chest and hugged them to him. It was all his fault. The Weasleys could have died, would have died, if they hadn't been so lucky. He buried his eyes in his knees as the prickling tears threatened to overflow. He tried to hold them in, but the sobs fought their way out and he could feel his entire body shaking with the effort to keep each one silent. "I've got to make it all stop. I'm going to give myself up." He didn't even realize he had spoken aloud until he heard a gasp from beside him. Hermione, it seemed, had noticed his distress and come over to comfort him. "You can't do that, Harry," she said, her horror tangible. Harry looked up at Hermione bitterly. "Why, because I'm the boy who lived." "No, Harry," she replied, her face grave. "Because you're our friend." Because we want you to be there, to be alive, to laugh with us, to go to potions with us. Because even if we risk our lives to know you, we're willing to do that. And even if you do give yourself up, will that help? He'll be after me next, or Colin Creevy or Justin Finch Fletchley. He'll be after the next person, and there'll be nothing you can do about it. Harry felt a touch at his ankle and looked down to see Ginny kneeling in front of his chair. It's not your fault, Harry. It's Voldemort's fault. Those people who wouldn't look you in the eye today. She paused, groping for the right words. You know they're idiots, don't you? I mean, they're not idiots, but they've got it wrong. It's not your fault. And you can't make it better by giving up, because even if you did, we would still risk our lives to fight against Voldemort. Ron was looking uncharacteristically sober as Harry met his eyes. Remember what I said in the Shrieking Shack, when we thought Sirius was going to kill us? I told him that he'd have to kill us first. I meant that, Harry. I still do. The twins shook their heads in unison when he looked at them. Sorry, mate, we won't let you. You're stuck with us. Besides, who'd be our seeker if you weren't around? Then he looked at Mrs. Weasley, whose face had gone slightly pasty at her children's declarations. But her voice was strong and she looked directly into his eyes as she said, Harry, even if I wasn't willing to risk my life because I know you are a good person, I would be willing to risk my life because you are a child and every one of my instincts screams out to protect you. And even if that were not the case, I would be willing to risk my life and the lives of my children, because you give those who fight against Voldemort hope. You are living proof that we can win in the fight against him. No one expects you to defeat Voldemort. But by the very fact that you are alive, you remind us all that Voldemort's power is not absolute, that he can't always get what he wants. That he can be defeated. Harry looked back into his lap, unable to meet anyone's eyes. Swear to us that you won't give up, Harry. It was Ginny. Harry shook his head stubbornly. It's better than getting a whole lot more people killed. Swear it, said Hermione, firmly. Swear it, said Ron, closely followed by the voices of the twins and Mrs. Weasley, repeating the two words in unison. Swear it. The two words hung in the air like a curse, dark and heavy, somehow seeming present even after their sound had faded. Doesn't your parents' sacrifice mean anything to you, Harry? It was Ginny again, her brown eyes compelling him to meet her gaze. He looked, unable to break away from her intent stare. They died so that you could live. You told me that Voldemort offered your mother the chance to move aside. She didn't have to die, but she did because she wanted you to live. Are you going to make her sacrifice worth nothing by just killing yourself? Harry was silent, but she continued, hold on to her ring, Harry, and tell me how she felt about you. Tell me what she would think if you did this. Reluctantly, Harry reached inside his shirt and held the ring. The feeling of love suffused him again and the sharp pang of loss hit him anew. We would risk our lives even if you were gone, she continued gently. It's not your fault and you can't do anything about it. Now I want you to swear to us that you won't give up. Harry stared at her, powerless to tear his eyes from her face. I swear it, he whispered eventually, and Ginny's eyes released him. Harry took one look around the room at the faces of the people who would die for him and fled. Once in his room, he hurled himself face down on his bed, curled his arms about his head and wept. He wept for his mother, who had died for him. For Cedric, who had died just because he was there. But most of all, he wept for Hermione and all the Weasleys, who willingly laid down their lives to protect him. He knew what it felt like to have a family now. It hurt. Perhaps half an hour later, although he was never really sure, Harry felt a feather-light touch on his shoulder and a dip in the mattress as someone sat down beside him. I'm sorry we had to do that, came the voice of Ginny, but you had us all really worried down there. No longer embarrassed to show his tears to Ginny, she had seen enough of them over the past few weeks. Harry rolled over to face her. You could have died today, Ginny. You could have all died, just because Voldemort wants to get me. And what use was I, so incapacitated by this stupid scar, that I couldn't do anything useful? I just would have lain on the floor, screaming, as Voldemort killed you all. Ginny reached out and held his hand. And how would that be your fault, Harry? She asked softly. Who put the world on your shoulders? Harry closed his eyes against the new flood of tears threatening to break loose. 2 tears escaped regardless, one pooling around the nose pad of his glasses, the other heading straight for his ear. He could feel it there, settled in the hollow of his ear, warm and damp against his skin. Harry broke off. The tear in his ear was beginning to cool and it tickled slightly. Harry pulled his hand from Ginny's to rub at his ear angrily before looking up at her seriously and continuing. I put the world on my own shoulders when I stopped Sirius and Professor Lupin from killing Wormtail. Nothing else was really my fault, you're right. I couldn't have known that the cup was a portkey. I couldn't have done anything to save Cedric or to stop Wormtail from taking my blood in that graveyard. It was all I could do to get away after that. I couldn't have harmed Voldemort, not with all those Death Eaters watching. But saving Wormtail's life, that was me. I saw him and stepped between him and 2 adults who had known him since childhood and knew that the best way to deal with him was to kill him. If I hadn't stepped in, he'd be dead, Sirius would be free, Voldemort would still be gone. Harry drew a deep, rattling breath. You talk about making my mother's sacrifice worthless, but don't you see I already have? In the moment I stepped in front of Peter Pettigrew, I ensured that Voldemort would come back. That's why it's my fault. And I'm not sure if I could cope with it if another person died in my place, because of my mistake. You know how I feel about Cedric and I hardly knew him. How much worse would it be if something happened to someone who willingly put themselves at risk for me? Ginny seemed to understand, because she made no attempt to rationalize his decision to protect Wormtail. She just held him as he cried, whispering softly, "And what would it be like for us if you died when we could have saved you?" Mr. Weasley arrived back at number 4, Privet Drive late that afternoon, looking as though he had been dragged through a series of thorn bushes backwards. Idiotic fudge, he spat, rogue Death Eaters indeed. Lucius Malfoy tells him that Voldemort hasn't returned and, of course, Fudge believes him and not me. And Malfoy smirked at me, the whole way through the meeting. He's got Fudge in his pocket and even though he tried every curse he knew to get through that door and kill my family today, he knows that there's not a thing I can do about it. He leaned back in one of the armchairs and closed his eyes. I'd resign if I weren't more used to Albus on the inside. No one was killed today, but it was a near thing. There are several people in St. Mungo's with injuries from the crush of the collapsing buildings and the panicking crowds. Madame Malkin's is completely destroyed and Gamble and Japes isn't far off. Mr. Weasley was silent then, his state of complete exhaustion forcing his body to take a break. After a few moments, Mrs. Weasley seemed to realize that her husband was in serious danger of going to sleep where he sat. She shook his shoulder. "Arthur, let's go home. You'll sleep much better in your own bed and we need to be ready to go to Hogwarts tomorrow. Is there anything you need to tell Ginny or Harry before we leave?" Mr. Weasley blinked wearily, then reached into his pocket and drew out a pair of gold lapel pins with a red Gryffindor lion on them. After the fiasco at Diagon Alley today, Albus decided that all students will wear one of these, but we're giving you yours early. It's a portkey directly to Albus' study, so if any student is in danger they can get away easily. You activate it by twisting the head of the lion. We want you to use these to get to school tomorrow. He raised a hand, forestalling their queries. No, you will not be catching the Hogwarts Express tomorrow. It's too dangerous, not only for you but for the other students. Albus is expecting you in his office at 5:15 tomorrow evening. Mr. Weasley turned to his daughter. Ginny, since we won't see you on the platform tomorrow, we need to say our goodbyes now. I want you to know much I love you and how very proud of you I am. That was some pretty advanced magic you used today. Then he swept her up in his arms. Be careful, my baby girl. Ginny moved over to her mother, who tearfully tried to extract all sorts of promises to be safe out of her. Harry was surprised to feel a hand on his shoulder and turned to see Mr. Weasley looking down at him. Remember what we talked about, Harry, and thank you. Harry and Ginny stood on the porch waving to everyone until they were well out of sight before returning to the house for their last night in, as Harry's watch put it, prison. As soon as the scene materialized into the dark forest that Voldemort used for his meetings, Harry could see that the meeting was going to be terrible. The rain was pouring down on the Death Eaters in sheets, but they didn't seem to flinch under the stinging drops. Voldemort himself was in a towering rage, shrieking and yelling at all his Death Eaters indiscriminately. Our window of opportunity is gone. You could not capture 2 children, even though I gave you very specific information about their whereabouts from my brilliant new spy. There was a pause, where the circle shuffled almost imperceptibly, looking distinctly uncomfortable. Finally, the Dark Lord crooked one slim, long finger at a dark-cloaked figure in the circle. "Snape," he called, in a hard, malicious voice, "I thought that when you came crawling back to me, I had made it clear that more failure on your behalf would not be tolerated. Obviously you need another lesson in obeying your master." Then he turned to another of the shadowy figures, Malfoy. "You too will be punished for your failure to locate the girl." The rest of the circle visibly relaxed, but the 2 men stepped forward to middle of the circle stiffly, barely concealing their panic in the face of punishment or death. "Imperio!" cried Voldemort, and Harry's scar blistered with pain. He felt himself rising towards consciousness, but suddenly the pain vanished. It returned again as Voldemort pointed his wand at the other man, Imperio, but this too was quickly gone. The 2 Death Eaters jerkily turned to one another, bowed, and said in unison, "Crucio." More than anything, Harry's scar just felt itchy now, although he felt a little ill as he watched the 2 Death Eaters screaming with pain, but still keeping their wands trained on each other. Voldemort's high, cold laugh sounded in the background as he controlled his 2 minions like puppets on strings. The rest of the circle shifted uncomfortably, although they obviously feared their master's wrath too much to look away. "Enough!" shouted Voldemort, after what felt like hours, and the 2 Death Eaters collapsed into limp heaps on the ground, twitching occasionally. Voldemort ignored them as he continued. "If we cannot achieve our goal with 1 hostage, we must achieve it with many. Every mudblood that Harry Potter has ever met will die, along with their families. You will find me the addresses, find me those mudbloods who mean the most to him, and we will purge them from the face of the earth. The Ministry will never acknowledge our presence if we are careful. If Harry Potter does not respond to the death of 1 family, we will kill another, then another, then another." Voldemort finished his speech at a bellow, the approving shouts of his Death Eaters echoing loud and clear. This was obviously one assignment they would all enjoy. Harry sat up in bed, the sick feeling in his stomach multiplying 100-fold. "Oh, no," he groaned. "He's finally made the connection that it'll hurt me whoever he kills." At Ginny's puzzled look, he elaborated, "He's going after all the Muggle-borns and their families, starting with the ones closest to me." "Hermione," gasped Ginny, and Harry nodded grimly. He took the writing utensils that Ginny was holding out for him hurriedly and scribbled a note to Professor Dumbledore explaining all that he remembered of his dream. It wasn't much, really. He remembered that Voldemort had been very proud of a new spy, and had forced a duel between 2 Death Eaters using the Imperius Curse. He also remembered the general gist of Voldemort's final speech. How could the Ministry be so blind? From the sounds of it, the streets would have to be running with blood before they admitted that Voldemort had returned. Then a thought struck Harry and he voiced it out loud. "How on earth did I manage to sleep through the Imperius Curse and the Cruciatus Curse?" "Ah, that was me," said Ginny softly. "I woke up like usual and realized you were having one of your dreams, so I got out some stuff for you to write with when you woke up and watched you carefully. But when your scar went all red and you were about to wake up, I thought it might help if I cast that healing spell I used today. It might let you stay asleep longer and learn more." "Did I do the right thing?" Harry gaped at her in astonishment. "It did help," he replied eventually, because Voldemort didn't get to what they were actually going to do until after the curses. "I wouldn't have known about what he was planning." Ginny nodded gloomily but didn't say anything more, so Harry went back to his letter to Dumbledore. After attaching a short note about how Ginny had helped him to continue watching the meeting, Harry jumped out of bed to it into the satchel by the door. The relatively warm summer air felt quite chilly even through his oversized pajamas. Harry hurried back to bed, to the safety and warmth of Ginny's arms. It was a long time before either of them got back to sleep that night. Harry and Ginny spent most of the day on September the 1st returning Dudley's toys to their original sizes and packing. At 5 o'clock, when Harry checked Professor Dumbledore's satchel before packing it, he found a sizable sack of Muggle money along with an envelope addressed to the Dursleys. At first, Harry went to take them downstairs to give to the Dursleys before they left, but was struck by a thought as he started out the door. Professor Dumbledore had seemed fairly calm after his initial rage at the Dursleys, but Harry suspected that he had actually been furious. As possibly the most respected wizard in the world, Dumbledore would have to be very good at suppressing his emotions in a moment where expressing them would do more harm than good. After all, Dumbledore had needed the Dursleys' help. He had applied the ancient formula of carrot and stick to the Dursleys with skill, money for the carrot and the threat of murdering godfathers for the stick. But now that the Dursleys' help was not required for another year, Harry decided that he didn't want to know what was in that letter and that he wanted to be long out of the house before it was opened. Picking up the writing materials left by the side of his bed, Harry wrote a short note. Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia, Ginny and I have gone to Hogwarts. Thank you for having both of us for these holidays. Your hospitality has been greatly appreciated. Harry. Harry arranged the sheet of parchment, the envelope and the sack of money on his newly made bed. Greatly appreciated, snorted Ginny as she looked over his shoulder to read the note. We've stayed in this room almost the entire time to avoid them. And you've obviously forgotten the condition we found you in when we came here. No, said Harry slowly, it's just that I'm going to have to come back here at the end of the year. And they have been quite nice ever since you arrived. Harry ignored the skeptical look Ginny tossed him, pulling his father's pocket watch out and flipping it open. It's 5:14, he said nervously. Stuffing the last few items into his trunk and shutting the lid, Harry took hold of his trunk and pulled out his Gryffindor pin. Both of us. The rogue thought flashed through his mind and Harry shook his head to try to clear it. Let's just take it together. Let's go, said Harry. He quickly twisted the head of the lion before he could lose his nerve to use the portkey. The familiar jerk caught him behind his navel and he was falling forwards in a great swirl of wind. Then his feet slammed into the ground and he tumbled face down into the familiar carpet of Professor Dumbledore's office. Harry quickly scrambled to his feet, gasping for breath. Ah, cried Professor Dumbledore genially, right on time. With a wave of his wand, both of their trunks disappeared, presumably to their dormitories. Harry turned and gave Ginny a hand up from the floor. She quite comfortably accepted his hand for a pull-up, but then flushed a brilliant shade of magenta when she realized that Dumbledore was watching them. No need to be embarrassed, Ginny. I would have hoped that you and Harry could have become a little more comfortable in one another's presence during your stay. First of all, Harry, all the parents of Muggle-borns in your year have been contacted. They will be put under the Fidelius charm to protect them. Each of the teachers is a secret keeper for one family, as these Muggles do not generally know any adult wizards who could act in that capacity. We do not have enough teachers to act in this capacity for all the Muggle-borns at Hogwarts, but those in your year are under the most direct threat. Did you pass on my offerings to your aunt and uncle? Yes, sir, I did, said Harry. I thought it would be best to get out of the house before they opened the letter though. Dumbledore looked slightly startled, but replied serenely, very prudent, Harry, very prudent indeed. You've been listening to your inner Slytherin, if I may say so. I guess so, replied Harry, shooting a doubtful look at Ginny. Dumbledore's expression hardened. I will not tolerate the abuse of any one of my students, Harry, he continued grimly. I have a responsibility to ensure that you are safe. I apologize for leaving you in that environment now that I know the particulars. Unfortunately, most of Hogwarts' protective wards are taken down for replacement over the school holidays. The only place that was safe for you was with your family. I hope that the company and the ability to use magic made you feel somewhat safer there. Yes, sir, it did, said Harry gratefully. There was a sharp tap on the door and Professor McGonagall entered. Albus, you wanted me to remind you when the train was half an hour away. Of course, thank you, Minerva. Dumbledore turned to Harry and Ginny. Please excuse me, I must go and discuss the feast with the house elves. You may wait for your classmates in the Great Hall if you wish. Professor McGonagall cut in quickly, I'd like to have a word with Potter, if I may use your office, Albus. Of course, Minerva. Ginny. Dumbledore gestured for Ginny to precede him out the door. I shall see you at the feast, Minerva, Harry. With a flourish of robes, Professor Dumbledore had moved out the door of his office and down the moving staircase to the corridor below. Harry stared at Professor McGonagall as she made herself comfortable in one of the large armchairs in Dumbledore's office, wondering desperately what he could be in trouble for. A nasty image cropped up in his mind of Draco Malfoy and his huge bodyguards, Crabbe and Goyle, lying in the corridor on the Hogwarts Express, covered in hex marks from the combined spells of Harry, Ron, Hermione, Fred, and George. He obviously wasn't going to be expelled. Surely they wouldn't have sent him his letter if he wasn't to be going to school this year, but what was the penalty for attacking another student? Harry groaned inwardly. He was going to be in detention all year. Potter, Professor McGonagall started sternly, I'm sure I don't want to know what you think you're here for, given the expression on your face. I actually wanted to ask if you have given any thought to the Gryffindor Quidditch team this year. Harry quickly recovered and said, no, Professor, I haven't. We need to elect a new captain, she continued, and choose a replacement keeper. We should also put some thought into finding reserve chasers and beaters so that the team will be ready for next year. But first of all, if you will cast your vote, we can finalize the position of captain. At Harry's startled look, she clarified. I paid all the other members of the team a visit last night, but I considered that given your family's rather unique view on magic and that you would be coming in early today, I would simply speak to you now. So what do you think? Harry had to think about it. Fred or George would each probably be a good captain, although it was a little hard to separate one from the other. Then he thought of the pranks that they were likely to pull on the other team leading up to a match and changed his mind. Oliver Wood had always ruled the twins with an iron fist, vetoing all pranks with the threat of kicking them off the team, but if one of them was the captain, In theory, one of the twins would make a good captain, but Gryffindor couldn't afford to lose points to the twins' pre-match nerves. Angelina Johnson was the undisputed leader of the Chasers, orchestrating their moves and forming their drills with a precision almost akin to Oliver's. But Harry had once overheard a conversation between Oliver and Angelina where it became entirely obvious that she had no appreciation for the moves required by the beaters, the keeper or the seeker. A captain needed to be able to understand and train the team as a whole, not just one position. Katie Bell was an excellent chaser, there was no doubt about that, but Harry dismissed her almost immediately. She was extremely shy and wasn't really assertive enough to organize a team into doing what she wanted. So that left Alicia Spinnet. Alicia would be a good captain, she wasn't as fanatical as Oliver had been but she had a good overall view of the game and would make sure that everyone behaved in practices. Alicia Spinnet, he replied firmly. I think she should be the captain. Really? Asked Professor McGonagall, seeming slightly surprised. Well, you're the only one. What? Asked Harry incredulously. Who do the others want? I would have said Angelina, only she doesn't really know much about any position but chaser. Katie's a bit too timid, I would have thought, and the twins, well that'd just be asking for disaster. All very good points, Potter. However, the votes of your teammates were unanimous. You were to be the Gryffindor captain this year. Harry gaped at her. Me? Harry gasped, completely flabbergasted. Are you serious? She nodded. But I'm only in 5th year. He spluttered. That is one of the major points in your favor, Potter. If we chose one of the 7th years as our captain, we would need to select a new captain next year, along with an entirely new set of chasers and beaters. There is no way that the team would be ready for the first match of the season with that much upheaval. I'm not sure that the team would be ready in any case, which is why I am also asking you to select 3 reserve chasers and 2 reserve beaters. I have booked the pitch for tryouts this Saturday at 8:30 in the morning. I will announce the details to Gryffindor House this evening. You should probably give some thought to how you will test everyone. Professor McGonagall's expression softened somewhat as she looked down at Harry. I'm sure that it won't be difficult for you. You have the respect of your teammates and I am certain that they will support you. Then she stood and ushered him out, following him down the stairs and hurrying off to greet the first years, leaving Harry standing in the middle of the corridor, still astounded that he was now captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Ginny seemed entirely unsurprised that Harry had been named Quidditch captain, she had simply assumed that he would be. Harry was still not convinced. He was definitely not up to planning the complex plays Oliver Wood had always designed, but then again, they had always seemed all right in the dressing room, but once on the field everyone had simply ignored the plan and done what they did best. Maybe he would be all right after all. Harry and Ginny sat alone at the Gryffindor table, waiting for the rest of the students to arrive. The staff trickled in slowly to take their seats, as the thick clouds on the ceiling of the great hall turned from gray twilight into velvet black. Professor Sinistra, the astronomy teacher, arrived first and sat idly tapping her fingers until Professor Sprout arrived to sit next to her, engaging her in conversation. Tiny Professor Flitwick arrived next and sat with the two professors already at the table, joining in their conversation with an enthusiasm that belied his tiny size. Harry was so busy trying to catch a snippet of the rather lively conversation at the staff table that he would have missed the arrival of the next teacher if Ginny hadn't elbowed him in the ribs. A very old and frail witch was making her way towards the staff table at a snail's pace. When she finally reached the chair she was aiming for, about halfway along, right next to Professor Dumbledore's usual seat, she tapped it once with her wand, transfiguring it into a much more comfortable armchair, then sank down into it with a grateful sigh. It was only when her face turned towards Harry that he recognized her. "Mrs. Fig," he exclaimed softly to Ginny. "She was my babysitter whenever the Dursleys wanted to do something without me. I had no idea she was a witch." Harry shook his head softly at the confirmation of the suspicion he had harbored ever since the night when Dumbledore had told Sirius to go and find the old crowd, which had included Arabella Fig. "I'm not sure how good a teacher she'll be though. I expect she's teaching defense against the dark arts. She was always really obsessed with her cats when I saw her." "What do you expect?" replied Ginny quietly, looking around at the students beginning to arrive. "She couldn't exactly talk to you about magic, could she? Imagine if you'd gone back to the Dursleys and told them she was a witch. She was probably there to watch over you, which means she could be more powerful than you can imagine." Harry could see her point and nodded in agreement before turning to observe the students now streaming into the Great Hall. It seemed the events at Diagon Alley had not changed the opinions of most of the school concerning Voldemort's return and Harry's involvement in the events surrounding Cedric's death. The Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws entering the hall all seemed to be either angry with Harry or terrified of him. Both Slytherin and Gryffindor seemed fairly neutral in the whole affair, if only because the glares and disdainful looks he was directed from the Slytherin table were a perfectly normal and unchanging part of life for Harry Potter. Finally, Ron and Hermione arrived and hurried over to sit across the table from Harry and Ginny. "Hi, Harry," Hermione said rather breathlessly. "How was your trip?" Harry just grinned. "Well, you know, since it was all over in an instant, it didn't really have a chance to be bad." "What about yours? Did Malfoy bother you at all?" "No, actually," replied Ron. "He came along, but seemed to think it wasn't much fun if you weren't there, so he tossed us a couple of fairly weak insults and left. Other than that it was fairly peaceful." When Hermione snorted into her sleeve in an attempt to smother her laughter and Ron's ears went a violent shade of pink, Harry gathered that there had been something not so peaceful about the journey. He decided to let it go at that. Ron had a tendency to get very angry when embarrassed, and the last thing Harry wanted to do was risk Ron's friendship over a stupid joke, especially with most of the school avoiding him. Ginny, however, was not so subtle. "Come on, spill," she demanded. What on earth could have embarrassed Ron so much? "Ah," said one of the twins as he took a seat next to Ginny, "now that's quite a story." "And it's certainly worth the telling," added the other, sitting next to Harry. "Now, you all know that you should never accept any food product from us, don't you?" Ginny nodded emphatically, motioning her brother to continue. Harry looked over at Ron, whose face looked like a rosy thundercloud. "Oh look, it's the first years," he said quite deliberately, stopping the retelling of the joke. When Ron had looked away from him, Harry shot a suppressing look to the twin sitting next to him and whispered, "Later." Professor McGonagall was leading the first years to the front of the room. They trailed behind her like a frightened string of ducklings, and they all looked puzzled as McGonagall placed the sorting hat on the usual three-legged stool and stepped back. All the first years gasped as a rip at the brim of the hat opened and it began to sing. "What's that? You say? A hat? You say? Oh yes, I've heard them all. But slip me right onto your head. And listen to my call. For I am not a simple hat. Pay heed unto my song. And I will read your mind's true form. To say where you belong. The shrewd will go to Slytherin. Ambitious to the bone. The brave belong in Gryffindor. Their hearts to all are shown. The loyal are the Hufflepuffs. They set to work with zest. The clever go to Ravenclaw. All knowledge is their quest. So do not shiver, do not shake. With fear of what's to come. 'Cause I can see inside your head. Just put me on and, done. Professor McGonagall stepped forward with a roll of parchment and began calling the first years forward to be sorted. Hermione frantically noted down all the new students and their houses with a quill and parchment she had produced out of one of her pockets, completely ignoring Ron's incredulous remarks. When the sorting had concluded, food blossomed on the table in front of them and Harry found that he was suddenly starving. Even though, for the second half of the summer both he and Ginny had managed to be fed adequately, it had certainly been nothing to compare with the sumptuous feast before him. Harry helped himself to everything in front of him, managing to make almost as much of a dent in the food in front of them as Ron did. Ron was simply consuming everything in sight, much to Hermione's dismay. "Emma Gwowing boy, Hermine." He grinned at her through a mouthful of chicken. Hermione turned away in disgust, but Harry grinned back. It was good to be home. When the last remnants of the desserts had vanished, Dumbledore stood and clapped his hands for silence. "Well, Hogwarts students, it is the start of another school year. I would like you all to welcome our new Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher, Professor Fig." Professor Fig did not rise to her feet at the smattering of applause, but merely raised her wrinkled hand in a queenly wave to the assembled students. "And now on to serious matters. I know many of you are not entirely convinced of the truth of what I told you at the end of last year. Lord Voldemort," the entire school winced, "has indeed returned. The time has come, whether you may think this speech the ramblings of a foolish old man or not, to choose your destiny. Think about to whom you will give your allegiance. Neutrality is not an option. Voldemort has always exploited and destroyed those who thought themselves neutral. Remember Cedric Diggory." Harry looked over to the Ravenclaw table at Cho Chang, who was looking very white and very small among her classmates. The brown-haired girl sitting next to her reached over to comfortingly touch her, but Cho angrily jerked away. The girl's face showed her obvious hurt at Cho's reaction, but she murmured something comforting to Cho before turning her eyes to stare at her empty plate. Dumbledore was continuing, "Once you have returned to your common rooms, you will be presented with a small pin. It is a portkey directly to my study, so that you may return to safety immediately should you ever find yourself in a sticky situation. If your pin is lost or stolen, notify your head of house immediately for a replacement. All students will be required to wear their pin at all times, in plain sight, on the upper left-hand side of their robes. Any infringement will immediately remove every single point their house has collected over the year." All the students gasped in unison. It was unheard of for a crime to remove that many points. Pavarti Patil gave Neville Longbottom, a very forgetful boy in Harry's dormitory, an elbow in the ribs. "You'd better remember to wear it, Neville, or not even Harry will be able to get us back our points." A nervous titter of laughter ran along the Gryffindor table at that. In his first 2 years, Harry had managed to earn an enormous number of points for Gryffindor at the end of the year. Both years, however, Harry felt that he had earned the points for making the best of a terrible and unavoidable situation, and therefore his actions had not been particularly laudable. In his 3rd year, Harry's rescue of his infamous but innocent godfather had not become public knowledge, thus earning them no house points. Gryffindor had won the cup anyway, mainly thanks to their spectacular victory in the Quidditch Cup. Last year the cup had not been awarded out of respect for Cedric. "Now your lessons will start early tomorrow morning, so to bed with you all. Don't stay up too late catching up with your friends." Dumbledore turned to help Professor Fig to her feet, and the students in the hall rose with a loud scraping of benches to return to their dormitories. Hermione had stood up and started moving as soon as Dumbledore concluded his speech, hurrying off towards the end of the table where the new students were sitting. "Where are you going?" Ron called after her. "I've got to show the first years up to the common room," she called back over her shoulder. Ron raced off after her, muttering something about Percy under his breath, leaving Harry with Ginny and the twins. Harry noticed as they made their way slowly through the crowd of people that he seemed to be receiving fewer dirty looks from the student populace. He desperately hoped that Professor Dumbledore's speech had done its job at convincing the school that he wasn't to blame. Just as Harry reached the stairs, however, a Ravenclaw roughly shouldered past him and Harry's heart sank again. "Hey, watch out, Harry," cried George, as Harry almost knocked him sprawling while struggling to regain his balance. "Sorry, someone knocked into me," replied Harry. "He should be a beater," he muttered under his breath, and Ginny laughed. When they had finally made their way through the crowd to the stairs, Ginny couldn't take it any longer. "Come on," she cried impatiently. "What did you do to Ron to make him so embarrassed?" "Ah, it was brilliant," exclaimed Fred, slinging an arm around Ginny's shoulders. "Yeah," said George, making as if to do the same to Harry, then cringing back in mock fear at the fist Harry jokingly showed him. "We fed him a midget mint," continued Fred, "and convinced him to wash it down with jumping juice. He was just like Pigwidgeon," grinned George. "About 2 inches high and racing around the compartment at top speed, threatening to do all sorts of horrible things to us when he got back to normal size. I'll have you burping up slugs for a month," Fred mimicked in a high-pitched, squeaky voice. "No, slugs are too good for the two of you." Harry bent almost double with laughter, leaning against the banister of the stairs for support. "Of course, we were gone by the time he was big enough to pick up his wand. But that's the great thing about Weasley tempers. Easy come, easy go. By the time he found us talking to the witch with the lunch trolley, he was more hungry than anything else and forgot all about the things he was going to do to us." "Some of them sounded really interesting though," said George thoughtfully. "Do you reckon we could make a wheeze that would turn you pink?" "And if we did," said Fred, awed with his own genius, "do you think we could convince Snape to have one?" Harry just laughed along with Ginny as the twins continued brainstorming all the way to Gryffindor Tower. Harry's scream was still ringing in the silence as he sat up in bed, gasping for breath. It had been some time since he had had a nightmare at all, let alone one this bad. He instinctively patted the bed next to him, looking for Ginny's reassuring presence. When she wasn't there, it came to him, he was at Hogwarts now. There was a boys' dormitory and a girls' dormitory. He and Ginny had said goodnight on the stairs. Then Harry became aware of something else. His curtains were open and his dorm mates were standing all around his bed, gaping at him. Are you all right, Harry?" stammered Neville, looking terrified. Harry quickly decided that trying to wipe the tears from his cheeks would only make them more obvious. He did, however, take a few deep breaths, trying to slow his racing heart, before nodding. "I'm sorry, guys, just a nightmare. Go back to sleep." There were a few sympathetic nods from around him and everyone trooped back to bed. Half an hour later, after Harry's second nightmare, Harry's dorm mates weren't quite so sympathetic. After the third nightmare, at 11:30, a delegation was sent from the 6th-year boys' dormitory to see what was wrong. By 1 o'clock in the morning, the 5th-year boys had been woken 5 times and visited by someone from each dormitory. "Just go to sleep, Mo. Ned Seamus Finnegan," as the first-year girls finally overcame their nervousness to come up and see what was going on. Harry could see that this was getting nowhere. "I'm going down to the common room," he announced. A series of half-hearted but approving grunts and Mo. N.S. answered him, so Harry gloomily picked up his pillow and duvet and moved down to the common room. Screams like a girl, Harry heard a cold, amused voice drawling from the Slytherin table, as he sat in a half-asleep stupor at breakfast. The night had not improved for Harry after he had moved down to the common room. The other residents of Gryffindor Tower had probably managed to get a half-decent sleep, mainly thanks to the silencing spell he had heard one of the twins muttering from the stairs, but Harry had had no such welcome respite. The nightmares seemed to be attempting to make up for lost time. Although he had managed to avoid them for the second half of the summer, they had returned more frequently and violently than before. This time, instead of simply replaying the events of that awful June night, the characters in his nightmare had begun to accuse him of murder. Every Muggle-born student in the school paraded past him with glassy, staring eyes and accusing expressions. Harry could only watch in horror as each person was tortured and murdered in front of him, and they screamed that it was his fault. From the other side of the room, Malfoy did a credible impression of a girl's scream, which was greeted by roars of laughter from the Slytherins. "Oi, Potter!" Harry raised his bleary eyes to look at Malfoy in what he hoped could pass for a glare. Malfoy seemed unperturbed. "Is it true, Potter? I hear they wouldn't even let you sleep in your own bed last night. Kicked you out into the common room." Although, Malfoy turned to his cronies and put on a stage whisper, "If he was sleeping in my dormitory, I'd probably do the same thing. Imagine having to sleep that close to Potter. He'd give anyone nightmares." Harry didn't have the energy to respond and merely laid his head down in front of him, thumping it softly on the table in frustration. "Mr. Potter, please come with me." It was Professor McGonagall. Harry dragged himself up from the table and drooped along behind her towards the hospital wing, taking comfort in the fact that she didn't look angry. He was too exhausted even to protest as Madame Pomfrey bustled around him, taking his temperature and staring into his eyes. "This boy's obviously been up all night," she clucked accusingly to Professor McGonagall, "and if he has had any sleep, it wasn't restful, so it didn't do him any good. I won't stand for it, Minerva. I could give him a dreamless sleep potion, but they're addictive, you know. But if he doesn't have it, a delicate thing like him, in a few days he'll be completely exhausted. Just look at him now after one night. No, we have to find some way to stop the nightmares without a potion." "I know a way," said Harry dully, then immediately clamped his mouth shut. That was all he needed. He could just imagine Professor McGonagall's lips growing thinner and thinner at the idea of him sleeping in the same bed as another student. "Harry?" asked Madame Pomfrey, acknowledging his existence as a person for the first time. "What will help you?" But Harry wouldn't say another word, and eventually Madame Pomfrey and Professor McGonagall gave up on trying to extract it from him. He didn't resist as Madame Pomfrey hustled him into a bed, stoically enduring her frustrated looks. Harry eagerly downed the small goblet of purple dreamless sleep potion at his bedside, even though it would only help him sleep for a few hours. The room seemed to go slightly hazy and Harry fell immediately into a deep sleep. Harry awoke with a cry and felt a surge of magic coursing through his body. The goblet that had held his dreamless sleep potion shattered and Harry sat trembling as his tears fell unchecked onto the starched white hospital sheets. The light was quite different in the hospital wing. Harry surmised that although the dreamless sleep potion had given him a few hours' respite, it had eventually worn off, leaving him prey to the nightmares again. Slowly recovering, Harry began to take in his surroundings and immediately felt the heat rise in his cheeks. Professor Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall and Madame Pomfrey were standing at the foot of his bed, watching him as though he were a time bomb. I'm sorry," he stuttered cautiously, although whether for the goblet or the fact that he was taking up their time with his bad dreams, he wasn't quite sure. Ginny was peeking out from behind the teachers and mouthing something at him. He was only able to understand her because the words she said were the same ones she had been saying all summer. "It's not your fault." "This cannot go on, Harry," said Professor Dumbledore gravely, "especially if your dreams are beginning to make you lose control of your powers. Professor McGonagall has informed me that you have found something to stop your nightmares, but that you refuse to tell her about it." Dumbledore's eyes began twinkling wildly. "I must confess to having some idea what it might be, so I took the liberty of inviting Miss Weasley in here, so that you can have a small chat. I would encourage you to reveal your solution, for your own sake as well as that of your dorm mates." Harry and Ginny stared at each other as the teachers departed, then Ginny slumped down into the chair beside Harry's bed. "How bad are they?" she asked. "I had 14, he replied and then hesitated before continuing. "I'm sorry about this, but it's probably important for this. I told your father that we had been sleeping in the same bed." Harry cringed, expecting some sort of explosion, but Ginny was surprisingly calm as she responded, "I thought you must have. That conversation you were having with Dad on the way to Diagon Alley was obviously fairly uncomfortable and I know you felt bad about not telling my parents." So you don't mind?" asked Harry, hopefully. "Depends," grinned Ginny. "What did he say?" Harry relaxed. "He said that he was glad that your nightmares had stopped and that he trusted me to do the right thing by you." "So," said Ginny, her grin widening even further, "I guess we call the professors back in and tell them we need to sleep together." To say that Professor McGonagall had been shocked would have been an understatement. Dumbledore had obviously guessed what was going on and merely winked at the two before guiding McGonagall out by her elbow. When she returned a good 10 minutes later, she seemed, if not entirely happy, at least resigned to the idea. There was some debate among the professors about exactly where the two could sleep. In the end, it was decided that since the head boy and girl this year were a Ravenclaw and a Slytherin, they could use the Gryffindor head dormitory. Professor Dumbledore then looked at them both gravely. This is only an acceptable solution because the nature of the relationship between the two of you is entirely platonic. I trust you both to let me know if things change. Ginny turned beet red and Harry felt sure he was not much different. Yes, sir, they chorused. Right. That's settled then, said Dumbledore cheerfully. You will find that your things will be moved to your new room before bedtime. You'd better head off to lunch now, you can't spend the rest of the day on an empty stomach. Harry and Ginny hurried down to the Great Hall, arriving just as most people were finishing up. Harry, called Hermione, how are you feeling? Much better, thanks, he replied, eyeing the remains of a shepherd's pie near Ron, but I'm starving. Help yourself, mate, said Ron, pushing the big dish down the table. Harry dished out generous servings for himself and Ginny and began to eat. You'd better hurry, fretted Hermione. We've got herbology in 15 minutes and we've still got to walk out to the greenhouses. Ha, snorted Ginny between mouthfuls of her own pie. I've got to get to study of magical runes and that's way over on the other side of the castle. Don't you worry, Hermione, if I'm going to make it on time, I'm sure you will. Don't talk, eat, exclaimed Hermione, seemingly horrified by the idea of missing a class. Oh, Harry, you missed the most awful potions lesson this morning. I think Snape believes you had nightmares. Just get out of his class because he took about 50 points off Gryffindor in class. Wish I'd thought of having nightmares to get out of potions, grumbled Ron half seriously, to be silenced by an elbow in the ribs from Hermione. You don't know the half of it, Harry replied grimly. He suddenly didn't feel very hungry anymore and pushed away his plate. Let's go. See you this evening, Ginny. Ginny gave him a sympathetic look and then grabbed a last bite of pie before rushing off to her runes lesson. Harry, Ron and Hermione walked along towards the greenhouses in uncomfortable silence, until it became too much for Harry to bear. Look, I'll tell you this evening, all right. He finally burst out, I've got a few things I need to tell you anyway. Fine, said Hermione, I've got a few things to talk to you about as well. I just need to pick up a couple of books from the library before dinner. We can talk in my new room, that way we can have all the privacy we want without having to wait up all night for the common room to empty. The library, Hermione, groaned Ron, isn't it a bit early in the term? The atmosphere changed as Hermione and Ron started squabbling, although Hermione still shot the occasional nervous look at Harry. Harry was simply trying to think of a way of phrasing what he had to say that night. Guess what, Hermione? Voldemort's probably going to try to kill you and your parents just because you're my friend. Harry could just imagine how brilliantly that would go down. Harry and Ron were sitting at the top of the girls' staircase, waiting for Hermione outside her new prefect room. It became apparent exactly why she was 10 minutes late when they saw her, or rather an enormous pile of books they assumed was Hermione, struggling up the stairs towards them. You're not serious, said Ron flatly. The pile of books merely ignored him, struggling up another step despite the fact that Hermione didn't seem to be able to see it all over everything she was carrying. Harry hurried down to her and took about half the books, staggering slightly under the weight. Hermione made it up the rest of the stairs with much less effort and then leaned close to the door, whispering a password that Harry and Ron couldn't hear. At Ron's disappointed look, she merely shrugged unrepentantly and said, I'm not allowed to let anyone know what it is. The door swung open and they trooped in. Harry dumped the books he was carrying onto Hermione's beautiful red and gold swirled bedspread and then looked around. It was about a third of the size of their dormitory, which meant there was plenty of room for only one person. The bed itself was much larger than the already luxurious beds in their dormitories. There was a large desk with a chair on either side, presumably for Hermione to attend to her duties as a prefect, counseling younger students. Next to the wardrobe there was an enormous bookshelf, looking fairly sparsely populated with only Hermione's textbooks for the last few years. Harry was willing to bet that before the year was out, it would be entirely stuffed full of books designed for light reading. Crookshanks, Hermione's enormous ginger cat, observed her regally from his position atop the bookshelf as she sorted her library books into shelves, keeping a fairly small pile aside on her bedside table. Harry had been drawn to one of the larger books Hermione put into the shelves and had to stifle an incredulous laugh when he saw the title, 10,001 Questions They Might But Probably Won't Ask on the O. When he turned from flicking through it, he saw that Hermione had finished her sorting and his two friends were sitting comfortably on Hermione's bed patiently waiting for him to sit down and start telling them what was going on. Said Harry, shifting uncomfortably from one foot to the other, sliding the book back onto the shelf and running over what he wanted to say in his mind. Voldemort was trying to kill Hermione's parents and he was sleeping with Ron's sister. He tried hard to think of a less explosive topic, but failed miserably. "Would you like to start, Hermione?" he asked hopefully. "No," she replied firmly. "I wouldn't be able to concentrate properly, because I've been wondering all day what you've got to tell us." Harry sighed. This was going to be hard. If only Ginny were here. She always managed to sound comforting after a nightmare and Harry could just imagine her being invaluable in breaking the news to Hermione and knowing how to calm down her brother. Then he realized something. Ginny was his friend in the same way that Ron and Hermione were. From what Ginny had told him about her relationship with her brother over the summer, he was sure Ron wouldn't really mind if Ginny started hanging around with them and he was certain that Hermione would appreciate having another girl around every now and then. Of course it couldn't be the same since she was a year younger than they were and in different classes. At an occasion like this, however, "Would either of you mind," Harry tentatively ventured, "if I went and got Ginny? It's just that some of what I've got to say affects her, too, and I've told her pretty much everything over the summer." Hermione looked slightly puzzled, but accepted the idea without question. "Go on then," she said. Ron looked frankly stumped. "My sister?" he asked incredulously. "What's she got to do with you having nightmares? Are you know who, if that's what it is you want to talk about?" "I mean," he clarified, "I know that you know who was after her, but we try to shelter her from that sort of stuff." "She's just a kid," Harry merely said. "You wouldn't call her a kid if you'd heard her nightmares," and hurried out the door. Once he was outside, Harry heard the unmistakable sound of Hermione beginning to lecturing Ron on the dangers of overprotective siblings and all the things that Ron himself had done by the time he was Ginny's age. He grinned slightly before going down the stairs to find Ginny. Ginny had been no trouble to find. She was in the common room working on some homework. When Harry had told her what he was telling Ron and Hermione, she had smiled a little grimly and agreed to help him break the news. They made their way up the stairs in silence. Since Harry had left the door slightly ajar when he left, all that was required to re-enter the room was a small push on the door. The door swung open silently and Ron and Hermione didn't notice that he had returned with Ginny. They had obviously settled their differences. Because they were busy. Harry actually thought it was rather sweet, seeing them like this. They were really only in contact in two places. Ron touched his forefinger lightly under Hermione's chin, tipping her face up to his own, and his lips rested ever so gently on hers. Both their eyes were closed and they were totally involved in one another, oblivious to the outside world. Ginny let out a stifled giggle from behind him, obviously as touched as Harry was by the sight. After silently debating what to do, Harry motioned for Ginny to follow him back out the door and down the stairs. Ron and Hermione had tried so hard not to do anything that might make him uncomfortable. He didn't want to make them think that he didn't appreciate their efforts by embarrassing them in a situation like this. Once down in the common room, they started a loud conversation about an incident at the Dursleys and then made their way up the stairs again. On about the third morning of her stay at Privet Drive, Ginny, knowing no other way to do so, had unthinkingly used magic to boil the kettle for a cup of tea. It had nearly sent Uncle Vernon into cardiac arrest and it was only Aunt Petunia's timely reminder of the money they were set to receive at the end of the holidays that had halted his rant of disgust and outrage at her audacity. It had not, however, prevented him from turning an ugly sort of puce and glaring at them from around corners for the rest of the day. It had put Harry and Ginny into hysterics every time they saw him, since usually when he thought he was hiding behind the doorframes, about half of his rather large body was entirely visible. When they entered the room again, laughing at the memory, Hermione and Ron were once again demurely sitting beside each other. Ron and Hermione's attempted casual appearance was only slightly spoiled by the pinkness in Ron's ears and flush in Hermione's cheeks. Harry and Ginny exchanged a small smile, but didn't say anything. Soon all four of them were curled up on a corner of the bed, warily eyeing one another. Hermione finally broke the silence. "You start, Harry. What's going on with your nightmares? Why are they so bad? What is it that we don't know the half of? What are the teachers doing about it?" And, "All right, Hermione, hold on, and let him speak." Hermione glared at Ron but stopped speaking and waited. Harry stared down at the bedspread, absently tracing a gold swirl with his fingertip. I had another dream about Voldemort." Ron and Hermione flinched. "The night before last. I don't remember much, but what I do remember is that he's not focusing on getting Ginny to get to me anymore. Harry broke off, not having managed to come up with any better way to say it since lunch. He was saved by Ginny, who continued for him. He's going after the Muggle-borns at Hogwarts, as well as their families. Starting with the ones closest to Harry. But don't worry, she rushed on at Hermione's terrified gasp. Dumbledore's getting a teacher to be a secret keeper for the family of every fifth-year Muggle-born. So your family will be fine, Hermione. Hermione still looked very white, accepting the comforting arm around the shoulders that Ron offered her. That's almost exactly how I was planning to say it, hissed Harry indignantly to Ginny. Only I've been trying all day to think of a more tactful way to put it. No, said Hermione slowly. It's okay. I can see that they'll be safe, it's just a bit of a shock, that's all. Now, what are the teachers doing about your nightmares? Harry could feel his ears burning and Ginny's freckles seemed to be attempting to blend in against the flush suffusing her face. Ginny has really bad nightmares, too, said Harry, and we developed an understanding over the holidays. Harry looked up at Ron hopefully, but was disappointed. Ron's face was almost as red as Ginny's. What does that mean? Interjected Hermione clinically. Well, said Harry, even more nervous now, we're just friends and that's why Dumbledore said it was okay, he wouldn't have otherwise, you know, but we couldn't sleep through each other's nightmares and so we ended up getting up all the time during the night and then once we were both so tired that we just fell asleep together and the nightmares just, Harry broke off, realizing that he was rambling. Stopped, Ginny finished for him. Dumbledore's given as the head dormitory in Gryffindor Tower so that Harry can get some sleep this year and, she shot an apologetic look at Harry, so can everyone else. Ron stared at them both. Oh, he said quietly. Oh, he said again and Harry winced. Is that all? Ron asked finally. What did you think I was going to say? I saw you after your dreams last night, Harry, and I can tell you that if anything can stop that, even if it's my little sister, then it's a good thing. Ron paused, then said with a grin, then there's also the fact that I need my sleep as well. I'm not going to get that if you're up and down all night. Harry grinned back before continuing. When I'm having one of my dreams of Voldemort, my scar hurts so much when he uses an unforgivable that I wake up. The night before last, Ginny cast that healing spell on my scar during the dream and I managed to sleep right through to the end of the meeting. I think that's probably going to be really useful. I wouldn't have known that he was going after the Muggle-born's parents if I had woken up when he was punishing his Death Eaters. Hermione was looking a bit sick. You're going to have to watch him torture people. It's better than having him kill the people I care about to get to me, said Harry grimly. Anyway, I don't usually remember any more than the gist of what he said, so it doesn't really bother me all that much. Looking even more horrified by the fact that he could hardly remember his dreams, Hermione said, but what if you forget something he says, Harry? What if he says something near the beginning and you can't remember it anymore when you wake up? Harry just shrugged. There's nothing I can really do about that. Besides, from what Dumbledore said last year in the hospital wing, I think that Snape is probably back spying for him, so he'll probably know most of what goes on anyway. Come to think of it, Harry paused as something flickered on the edge of his consciousness then shook his head in frustration. No, it's gone. I just think that I might have seen him in one of my dreams. But I'm not sure. Hermione was still looking thoughtful. I'm sure there's something that I've read about that would help. I just can't put my finger on it. Hermione wore the expression that had become so familiar to Ron and Harry. She was not going to give up until she could be sure that Harry could remember everything. Ron rolled his eyes at Harry behind her back, but Harry sobered quickly. After all, the lives of her parents could be at stake. All right, said Hermione, shaking her head to clear her thoughts. If you're finished with what you've got to tell us, Harry, there are a couple of things that I've been looking up in the library that you need to know about. I've been researching promise rings because something about the one you've got seemed odd. I found quite a comprehensive section in mystical magical artifacts. It seems they have a few interesting properties, like augmenting your power and so on. But I'll let you read that for yourself. She handed an enormous tome from her bedside table to Harry. The most interesting thing for you though, is that promise rings have different forms depending on the person. The form is significant, symbolizing an aspect of the love between the two people. Harry grabbed for the ring hanging around his neck to get another look at it. It's a snake, he said dubiously. And it's silver with little green eyes. What does that mean, Hermione? Oh, honestly, she huffed. Read this, if you can't work it out for yourself. She pulled another book from the stack on her bedside table, flipped to the appropriate page and shoved it at him. It seemed to be some kind of yearbook. There was a photo of his father on the left page along with the caption, James Potter, head boy of 1978, Gryffindor House. There were a few paragraphs apparently written by his father, but Harry didn't read them. He looked at the facing page, which held a photograph of his mother. Her caption read, Lily Evans, head girl of 1978, that couldn't be right. Could it? My mother was evil, choked Harry. Of course she wasn't evil, Harry. Sighed Hermione. What? Do you think that Slytherin means the same thing as evil? Harry just stared at her and finally decided that she was off her rocker. Ron voiced Harry's thoughts out loud. Yes. Hermione sighed again. She was Muggle-born. Do you really think she could be a pureblood supremacist? Seeing that they still looked skeptical, she continued, if you were creating a school and you picked the 4 cardinal virtues to represent houses, what would you pick? Bravery, intelligence, loyalty and evil. What else are those slimy Slytherins? Scoffed Ron. Determined, said Hermione. Shrewd. Focused. Just because you hardly ever get an evil wizard who isn't those things, doesn't mean that you can't get good wizards who know what they want and will do what they need to do so they can get it. The difference is that the evil wizards don't temper these good qualities with morals. But that's the same in all the other houses as well. Gryffindor doesn't mean the same thing as good. Look at Peter Pettigrew. His bravery didn't do him much good when he used it to betray his best friends. Cornelius Fudge was a Hufflepuff and he's turned out to be so loyal to his point of view that you know who has come back without him noticing. Rita Skeeter was a Ravenclaw. She used her intelligence and learning to become an illegal animagus, so that she could find out people's secrets and ruin their lives. Are any of those much better than a dark wizard? Harry had to admit that he couldn't argue with that, but still. Most of the greatest Aurors were Slytherins, Hermione pushed on. Mad-Eye Moody was a Slytherin. Professor Fig was a Slytherin. Your mother was a Slytherin. I'd list more, but you probably wouldn't know who they were. It's not what we are that defines us as people, it's what we choose to make of ourselves. Suddenly struck by a sense of déjà vu, Harry found himself remembering what Dumbledore had told him after he had come back from the Chamber of Secrets. It is our choices, Harry, that show what we truly are, far more than our abilities. I'll have to think about it, he said finally. It's just a bit to wrap my head around, you know. Harry paused, as he thought back over what Hermione had said. Hang on, did you say that my mum was an Auror? Hermione nodded. Yeah, it says in there that she was heading off for Auror training as soon as she finished school. Your dad was going to play Quidditch professionally, but I can't remember for which team. Ron looked at her incredulously and started to splutter, but Harry just nodded. Can I borrow these? He asked, waving both books at Hermione, then holding them against his chest as she nodded. Thanks. Was there anything else you wanted to talk about? Yes, she said. You remember what I said about the thing in Cedric's death notice, where they asked donations to go to the Order of the Phoenix? I couldn't find any record of an organization like that, but I looked through some back issues of the Prophet from years ago and I found a whole lot of obituaries that said the same thing. I found something linking all the deaths. Hermione paused, waiting for one of them to ask what it was. Harry finally gave in. What? They were all killed by you-know-who, said Hermione with a lopsided smile. That's what it means, you see. It means that Cedric's family believes that you-know-who killed him. I know, replied Harry. They told me that they didn't blame me at the end of the last year. I'm glad they believed me, at least, he said morosely. I also wanted to talk to you about grief, Hermione cut in, seemingly changing the subject. My mother had a talk to me when I got home and I found it really helped to understand the phases I experienced. I know that you seem to be coping with it well, or at least you are now. But after I got home from our trip to Diagon Alley, I realized that there are others around who aren't coping so well and that it might help you to understand what's going on inside their heads. The subject of this discussion could not have been clearer if Hermione had been shouting the name Cho Chang. There are 5 main stages of grief. Any one can take as long as required and they can reoccur or be a bit out of order. The first stage is denial or shock. It takes a while for it to sink in that something's actually happened. I think that it hadn't really hit anyone properly until they went home for the holidays that Cedric was dead. Harry winced at the matter-of-fact tone in which she said the word dead, but nodded for her to continue when she made to stop talking. The second phase, she continued, is anger, often directed at the wrong person. A person who's dying might blame their doctor. Some people blame themselves even though it's not their fault. Hermione studiously avoided looking at Harry as she said this. And, a person whose friend was murdered might blame the last person to see him alive. Hermione paused for a moment then continued in a low but adamant voice, she's not going to listen to rational explanations or realize how her actions are making you feel. It's not even really her fault, it's partially her grief making her irrational. She has all this anger and she has to direct it somewhere. The wizarding world hasn't heard any evidence beyond Dumbledore's word that you know who's back, so she can't blame him. Do you see that you're the only one left? I'm sure she doesn't really think that you killed him, or at least she won't after she's properly come to her senses. But she's got to work through this and it's going to be pretty tough on you in the meantime. So what do I do? Harry asked, sure he knew the answer already. Nothing, said Hermione firmly. She hasn't chosen to let you in, you can't help her, so all you can do is ignore her. Harry nodded. That was the answer he had feared. Sitting still never suited him, it always made him nervous and fidgety. If there was nothing he could do, though. So what have we got to look forward to? He asked bitterly. I mean, what are the next stages? The third stage is bargaining, but that never lasts very long, because no one has the power to take away a loss like that, said Hermione dismissively, before continuing in a more somber tone. Fourth is depression, that's where you really have to worry about someone because they won't tell you how they feel and if it's too bad, they're likely to try something drastic. Harry found himself remembering one night at the beginning of the summer, when he had woken after a nightmare. He had gone down to the kitchen to find a knife and then stood in the downstairs bathroom, holding the long, sharp carving knife against his neck. He remembered thinking that it would be rather ironic for the Dursleys to have to clean up after him for once in his life. After a lengthy internal debate, he had ended up returning the knife to the kitchen. The Dursleys had been none the wiser the next morning. He suddenly found himself feeling quite sorry for Cho. If he could make her feel better by letting her yell at him, then so be it. After that is acceptance, Hermione was continuing. That's the final stage, where the person comes to accept that the loss has happened and will not change, but that their life goes on regardless. Harry sighed, I hope she gets there eventually. They all sat in silence considering that for several moments. It was Ron who eventually broke the silence. So, he said lightly, you're sleeping with my sister, Harry. Harry looked up quickly, worried that Ron might be serious and was quickly reassured by the grin on his face. You'll want some tips on how to deal with her, then, continued Ron in a stage whisper. Ron, warned Ginny in an ominous voice. Should you ever find yourself at her mercy, know that she has one vulnerable point: she's tremendously ticklish. Ron, Ginny hissed, I do not appreciate you sharing that bit of information. She didn't manage to say any more though, because Ron had lunged at her and proceeded to worm her into a position where he could tickle her effectively. Hermione was laughing hysterically at the antics of the two siblings, and Harry wasn't far from doing the same. By the time that Ron had wrestled Ginny into an inescapable position, Hermione had managed to recover enough to rescue the other girl by dealing Ron a blow with her pillow. Harry joined in, taking Ron's side and attempting to incapacitate Hermione. Harry's glasses went flying almost immediately, but he didn't care that he couldn't see more than 3 blurs instead of his friends as the situation rapidly degenerated into a free-for-all pillow fight. His conscience asserted itself briefly, but he remembered his resolution of the summer: have enough fun to make up for all that Cedric would have had, all that his parents would have had. A pillow hitting his face brought his attention back to the fight, and Harry waded back in with a vengeance, his pillow dealing deadly blows left and right. As the first pillow burst, showering them all with downy white feathers, the 4 friends collapsed in a giggling heap on the floor. Somehow all the issues they had discussed didn't seem quite so life-threatening anymore. Apparently Dumbledore had cast some sort of charm on the head dormitory because, besides their dorm mates and best friends, whom they had told, nobody seemed to notice Harry and Ginny's comings and goings from their new room. Harry was quite relieved to see the way people's eyes simply slid past the open door. He didn't like to think of what would happen if Draco Malfoy or Snape or someone like Rita Skeeter had heard about the special arrangement. The whole thing seemed to have been handled very efficiently and discreetly, which made Harry wonder how many students had needed special arrangements of some sort over the years. As he snuggled down against Ginny and began drifting into a peaceful sleep, Harry couldn't help but feel like he had come home. Even if Ginny did steal all the covers. After breakfast the next morning, the 5th-year Gryffindors and Slytherins packed into the first defense against the dark arts lesson of the year. The teacher's desk was vastly different from how it had been in previous years. For one thing, the chair behind it had been replaced by a squashy and comfortable-looking armchair. It was also much shorter than it had been in the past, looking more like a coffee table than anything else. On top of the table was a blue and white floral teapot, a large plate of rather elderly-looking chocolate cake, and one chipped mug with a wizard portrait of cats all over it. The cats were playing like kittens around the mug, hiding, chasing, jumping and play-fighting. The class was, in fact, so entranced by their antics, that they hardly noticed their teacher entering the room. "Hello, dears," came a voice from the door of the classroom. Professor Fig was moving arthritically towards her desk. The class held their breath as she moved across the room slowly, finally dropping appreciatively into her chair. "Harry, dear, I wondered when I'd see you," she quavered when she noticed Harry in the front row. "I haven't seen you much since you came off to school. You'll have to drop by my office sometime. I've got so many more pictures to show you." Harry nodded politely, his face burning from being singled out so familiarly. Privately, he decided to delay that visit as long as possible. Whenever the Dursleys had wanted to do something without Harry, they had asked Mrs. Fig, who lived across the road, to look after him. Those days were among the most boring Harry could remember, as he was shown album after album full of photos of the elderly lady's countless cats. Professor Fig returned her attention to the class, her rheumy eyes sharpening. "Now, all of you help yourselves to some chocolate cake before the lesson and we'll talk about the rules for my class." Tapping her teapot once with her wand, Fig poured herself a cup of tea and leaned back in her armchair. Several brave students moved to the front of the class to take a piece of chocolate cake, although it looked as though all of them regretted it as soon as they had taken their first bite. "First rule," she began, "I do not hold with the deduction of house points, or giving detentions. If I catch you misbehaving, you will leave the class. On your first offense, it will only be for the rest of the lesson, but if you misbehave again, you will not darken my door for a week. Third offense, you will not return to my class for 2 weeks, and so on. You will still be required to hand in any homework, but you will not be allowed to attend the lessons relating to it. Second rule, do not assume that since I am old, I am weak. I see all and hear all, and I will be most willing to curse you out of my classroom. And the third and final rule, give everything your best attempt. This year the coursework will be hard. Although all students will be benefited to some extent, only the more powerful among you will master all aspects of what we cover. It is, however, your effort that is being marked, so mastery of those elements of this course out of your reach is not necessary. Neville Longbottom heaved a deep sigh of relief, voicing the feelings of most of the class. Neville didn't seem to be particularly good at any subject at Hogwarts, other than herbology, despite his hard work. He was obviously glad of the prospect of one OWL he could get simply by putting in his best effort. Now, you will not be needing to take notes or read books in this class, Hermione gasped in horror, and then sighed with relief as Professor Fig went on, although it will be one of the fundamentals of your homework. Ron winked at Harry when Hermione wasn't looking and Harry had to suppress a smirk. You need not put up your hands to answer questions, I don't know any of your names, except Harry here. Just call out your answers and we will conduct a discussion. Our topic for this year is protection, not counter curses, she added. Quickly, as Hermione's hand reached for the ceiling, I know you dealt with them last year. This year is not about protecting yourself from each spell that is thrown at you, it is about protecting you from them all. We will start with how to protect yourself and then move on to protecting others towards the end of the year. Now, who knows anything about the protection of oneself? Hermione's hand shot up, but Professor Fig ignored it. Anyone? Professor Fig didn't even seem to notice Hermione as she bounced up and down, but she immediately acknowledged Draco Malfoy's voice, which drawled from the back of the room, it takes raw power. Exactly. Raw power. Like the accidental magic you may have caused before you came to Hogwarts, before you used a wand. And can anyone see the advantage this gives to protective magic? Hermione's body seemed to stretch as she raised her hand higher and higher, but she winced as Ron's elbow caught her in the ribs. We're just supposed to call it out, remember? He hissed to her. Hermione flushed. It can be done without a wand, Professor, she said breathlessly. Excellent, said Professor Fig. But what about disadvantages? Your protection is only as strong as your magic, answered Hermione, promptly, but a little worriedly, so the strength of your protection does not rely on how well you know the spell, but rather the innate power of the caster. Indeed, said Professor Fig, taking a sip from her tea. Any other disadvantages? Someone else this time, she added, forestalling Hermione's answer. It uses up your reserves of power and you can become exhausted quickly, drawled Malfoy again. Right you are, said Professor Fig. Given all this, can anyone think of the way you might access the most basic level of protective magic? This time Harry answered, getting the feeling for this informal class, if you're angry or scared, Professor. Goodness, you're a bright class. Yes, indeed, Harry. Are there any other spells you know which harness emotions? Harry could only think of one. The Patronus charm, he replied. Would you be able to explain and then demonstrate that for us? Professor Fig asked, taking another sip of her tea. Well, a Patronus protects you against Dementors. You have to focus on a happy memory to make it work, said Harry and then immediately felt guilty for such a short explanation. A really happy memory of something that's fairly life-changing. Mine's the moment when I thought that I was going to move away from my aunt and uncles. Harry concentrated hard on that moment over a year ago, when Sirius Black had said, once my name's cleared, if you wanted a different home. Expecto Patronum, cried Harry and a silvery form burst out of the end of his wand. The silvery stag circled the classroom once before coming back to Harry, bowing solemnly and vanishing. Most of the rest of the class gasped in amazement, but Malfoy scowled and sank lower in his seat, obviously remembering how Harry's Patronus had charged him down when he had dressed as a Dementor to try to frighten Harry. Harry sat down, flushing furiously, but exhilarated from another encounter with the animagus form of his father. The rest of the class went fairly quickly, with Professor Fig continuing to explain the intricacies of charms based on feelings, thoughts, and memories. Pavarti Patil demonstrated a make-up charm for the class that required the wish to attract the attention of a particular person. Hermione had the entire class's undivided attention for a moment as she demonstrated a handy summarizing spell. There was an audible sigh of complaint and the class slumped back into their seats when she informed them that it would only summarize material they had already. Read in detail and understood. When the bell rang, Fig simply dismissed them and then leaned back in her chair, appearing to go to sleep. The class quickly and quietly collected their belongings and filed out. Once out in the corridor, Hermione sniffed, "I don't think she was very good. No taking notes indeed. We don't even have any homework." The mute glance Harry exchanged with Ron, though, let him know that they both felt entirely differently to Hermione about Professor Fig. Her relaxed manner may not have provided Hermione with pages of notes, but she had brought the entire class along in understanding in a way that only Professor Lupin had matched. Ginny was quite right, Harry decided. Professor Fig would almost certainly join Professor Lupin on the success page of Defense Against the Dark Arts Teachers. Then again, considering that her competition was 2 Death Eaters and a narcissistic conman, it wasn't so hard. The morning of the trials dawned clear and cool, with Harry and the rest of the team out on the pitch at 6 in the morning to warm up and review their plans for the trials. Harry had put a great deal of thought into how to choose the new team members. The keeper would be fairly easy to choose. He would set up their 3 chasers to take shots at the hoops, while the person trialing protected them. The new Gryffindor keeper would simply be the person who stopped the most goal shots. They could perform a similar test to select chasers and beaters, however there was a great deal more to those roles than individual skill. The 3 reserve chasers had to be even better as a team than they were as individual players. The 2 beaters had to be the same. It was the Weasley twins' uncanny knowledge of where the other was and what they were going to do that made them such a good team. Harry eventually decided that they would perform a simple test of goal shooting or bludger batting to pick the best few. Then they would play a mock game with the new keeper, the 3 old chasers and the twins playing one side, while he switched the remaining contestants on and off the pitch for the other team. After explaining his strategy to the rest of the team, which they accepted with no objections, they took to the air for a warm-up practice session. Harry kicked off hard and flew straight upwards until the Quidditch pitch had receded to a green splodge on the ground. He turned his broom and dived at the ground as fast as he could and almost whooped with the exhilaration of flying again. The wind whipped his hair about and Harry knew that when he reached the ground it would be even wilder than usual. His robes beat against his legs and the blood pumped in his ears as the ground came slowly closer. He couldn't resist waiting until the last possible moment before wrenching his broom out of the dive to spiral lazily upwards to check on the team. Katie, Angelina and Alicia were tossing the quaffle quickly back and forth among themselves as they circled and dove around the pitch. Fred and George seemed to be playing a game that looked a little like tennis. They were hitting a golf ball to each other with the bats they carried to beat off the bludgers through any one of the 3 hoops at one end of the pitch. 5-3 to me, Fred yelled as George's shot clanged off the side of one of the hoops. Harry dove to retrieve the falling ball before it hit the ground and tossed it back to the cursing George as he soared back into the sky, only to dive again. It was good to be back in the air. When the Gryffindor team finished their warm-up there was quite a crowd standing on the edge of the pitch. It seemed that the entirety of Gryffindor House had turned up to either try out for the team or watch their friends try out. Even Hermione was sitting on the edge of the pitch, although she seemed to have transfigured something into a desk and chair so that she could continue studying as she watched. Harry grinned. He suspected that Hermione's presence had more to do with Ron's intention to try out for Gryffindor keeper than anything else. The Creevy brothers were twittering excitedly to Ginny, who sent him a long-suffering look as she listened patiently. "Let's start," called Harry in the loudest voice he could muster past the butterflies in his stomach. Nobody except the closest few heard and Harry's butterflies transfigured immediately into Grindylows. "How can I be Quidditch captain? I can't even make them listen to me," Harry thought desperately. What would Oliver would have done? "All right," Harry bellowed at the top of his lungs and the pitch was suddenly eerily silent. Harry went red and then called in a slightly quieter voice, "Who's trying out for keeper?" 7 hands went straight up. Ron seemed a bit green as he looked around at his competitors. Harry grinned reassuringly at him as he spoke to all 7. "We'll test for keepers first. Each candidate will have to protect the hoops as our chasers attempt to score 10 times. Whoever can stop the most shots will be our new keeper." Harry smiled faintly at a second year, who looked as though he was about to be sick with nerves. "You can work out your order amongst yourselves. Good luck." Harry watched from the air as the first 4 candidates flew unsteadily around the hoops, one after the other, without a single save. It seemed that protecting the hoops from Angelina, Alicia, and Katie was impossible as they worked together flawlessly, like the components of a well-oiled machine. Harry was getting a little worried that none of the potential keepers would be able to prevent a goal from being scored when Mark Ryan, the nervous second-year Harry had smiled at, rose into the air. Unlike the other 4, this one handled his broomstick confidently, like a born Quidditch player. He sped up and down and around the hoops 3 times, before positioning himself slightly to one side of the hoops and signaling that he was ready. Harry watched in amazement as the chasers moved in towards him menacingly. Katie and Angelina tossed the quaffle back and forth between them, and Angelina feinted convincingly towards the right hoop. As she tossed the quaffle to Alicia, Mark sped towards the far left hoop, reaching it just as she made the shot, saving the goal spectacularly. Grinning all over his face, the boy tossed the quaffle back to the Alicia and waited for the next attempt. Mark managed to save 6 out of the 10 attempts and returned to the ground confidently. Ron looked as though he was about to be ill. The second last contestant managed to save 1 goal, and then it was Ron's turn. He missed the first save. Hermione had ceased her work and had her omnioculars trained on Ron as he saved the second and then the third. The fourth slipped by him, thanks to a tricky little 3-pronged maneuver by the chasers, but he saved the 5th and the 6th. Harry caught his breath as the 7th shot looked as though Ron wasn't going to reach it in time, but he managed to save the shot when he got the edge of a foot and it bounced off the edge of the hoop. It was technically a save, but it wasn't particularly graceful. If they tied now, Harry knew that he would have to give the position to that second year. Ron saved the 8th with room to spare, but then the 9th slipped through his extended arms, right through the hoop. He had to save this last shot or Mark would get the position. Ron's face was set as the 3 chasers converged on him once more. Alicia passed to Angelina, Angelina back to Alicia, who feinted towards the center hoop, then dashed to the side for the left hoop. Harry never fully understood what happened, it was all so fast, but suddenly Katie Bell had the quaffle and was shooting for the right hoop. Ron was way out of position, he was far too high, too far to the left. Then, just as suddenly, Ron was hanging from his broom by his knees with his hands outstretched, holding the quaffle tightly in his grasp. He had saved the shot. He was the new Gryffindor keeper. As captain, Harry knew that he shouldn't openly congratulate one of the contestants for keeper, so he contented himself with grinning broadly as he flew down to help Ron back onto his broom. Ron grinned back as Harry spoke the words he knew that Ron had been waiting to hear. "Welcome to the team." Mark Ryan, not seeming too fazed by his defeat for keeper, had simply tried out for reserve chaser, entirely flattening the competition. Colin and Dennis Creevy had also been fairly good chasers on their own, but when teamed up with Mark they had been truly magnificent. Emily Reynolds and Tracy Weller, 2 rather butch 4th years that Harry hadn't really talked to, had turned out to be pretty good beaters. It was Ron, however, who was the real talk of the Gryffindor common room that night. Ron and Harry were supposedly working on their tarot cards for divination, although only Harry was making any real progress at predicting his own death by various grisly means. Ron was simply basking in the glory of his spectacular last save, as he was congratulated over and over again by everyone who had been at the trials. Hermione glowered at each new person as they interrupted her work on her transfiguration essay, but Harry noticed her expression soften as she saw how Ron glowed with happiness. The highlight of Ron's night, however, was when Mark had come over. "My dad keeps for Ireland, you know," said Mark quietly. "I'm not sure that even he would have made that last save." Ron went bright red, but the smile on his face didn't fade. "You're really good too," he replied generously. "I should be," laughed Mark self-deprecatingly. "I was pretty much born on a broomstick and I had the best coach in the world. But," he continued more seriously, "I'm actually glad I'm going to be a chaser, even if it's just reserve, because I don't really like playing keeper." After this strange pronouncement, Mark congratulated Ron again and then wandered off, leaving Ron looking entirely gobsmacked. Said Ron, he didn't want to be, he trailed off, staring after Mark's retreating back. "But he almost beat me." "Never mind," chuckled Harry as he turned back to his tarot cards. You won fair and square, that's all you need to worry about. You're on the team and you deserve it. Ron was still mouthing silently almost 10 minutes later when Harry finished his last prediction, suffocation by the giant squid, and went to bed. A full month later, Harry was lying on the grass near the lake with Ron and Hermione in a spare period. Harry, much to Ron's disgust, had actually found that the color-coded revision chart that Hermione had drawn up for him to be quite useful for organizing Quidditch practice, study, and school into each day. There was also the fact that Hermione had only agreed to help Harry research the animagus transformation on the condition that he follow her study plan to the letter. It was turning out to be quite a novel experience for Harry to wake up on the morning that an essay was due and know that he had done it weeks ago. This blessed spare period was one of the sparse light blue squares marked relaxation, and Harry was enjoying it immensely. The first Hogsmeade weekend had been announced to be in 3 weeks' time. Ron had just revealed that he had eaten his last sugar quill that morning. How will I ever survive history of magic for the next 3 weeks? He was moaning melodramatically, sounding more like his twin brothers than ever before. Somehow a sugar quill makes it seem to go so much faster, while Binns drones on and on and on. Harry felt far too lazy to do anything but snigger at Ron's histrionics as he lay on the grass with the warm sun beating down on him. Even Hermione did nothing more than flap idly at him with one hand, catching him a glancing blow on the arm. No sugar quills for 3 weeks. Continued Ron theatrically. 6 lessons with Binns, with nothing but textbooks and my darling Hermione to distract me. Hermione gave a rather silly giggle and flapped at him again, this time catching him in the chest. Harry ignored them. They had begun to show their affection to each other a little more publicly since about a week before, when Harry had told them that it didn't bother him. It'll be great to get back to Hogsmeade, sighed Harry dreamily. I've been wanting a butterbeer all summer. And, how can you? Harry broke off at the sound of a gasp of horror splitting the lazy morning atmosphere. How can you talk about going to Hogsmeade when Cedric is dead? Cho Chang pulled frantically to get away from the friend she had been walking with, who was holding her arm tightly. Let me go, she sobbed. Cedric's dead, you understand. And it's all his fault. She yelled, pointing one finger at Harry. Come on, Cho, let's just go back to the common room, cajoled the girl holding Cho's arm, pulling insistently in the direction of the castle. You don't understand, shrieked Cho, finally pulling loose and taking off in the opposite direction around the far side of the lake. Looking supremely frustrated and hurt, Cho's friend watched her retreating back for a full minute before setting off back towards the castle, studiously avoiding eye contact with Harry and his friends. Harry's eyes stayed on Cho as she made her way around the lake past another group of people lazing on the grass. They stood up as she went past, and Harry recognized the unmistakable silhouettes of Crabbe, Goyle and Malfoy. Cho continued storming past, but Malfoy followed after her, leaving his 2 bodyguards behind. Harry groaned and started to get up, although he wasn't entirely sure what he was going to do when he caught up with Malfoy. No, cried Hermione. Look, Hermione, said Harry in frustration, whatever Malfoy wants with Cho, I'm sure it's not going to be beneficial to your healing process. I'm sure it's not, she replied firmly, but I'm also certain that having you charging in there trying to save her will make it even worse. Hermione looked at Harry intently and continued in a more gentle voice. She wants to be alone. She didn't even want her best friend near her. She'll probably hex Malfoy into next week for hassling her. Besides, she added knowingly, if Malfoy knows that bothering her bothers you, he'll do it all the time. Harry nodded reluctantly. You're right, he started, but was cut off when Hedwig swooped down on him, carrying a note in the bright blue ink he had come to recognize as Professor Dumbledore's. Harry, your godfather has just returned from his mission and is awaiting you in my office. Please come as soon as is convenient. Harry passed the note over to Ron and Hermione, then began gathering up his belongings. No, you two stay, it's all right, he told them as they made to come with him. As he walked towards the castle, he couldn't help but wonder what Malfoy wanted with Cho. Canary cream, Harry muttered to the gargoyle and made his way up to Professor Dumbledore's office. Lo, Sirius, he said, breaking out into an enormous grin. Looking a little Uncomfortable at the sight of his godson, Sirius stood and took a couple of steps towards Harry. Harry wasn't quite sure whether he should go over and hug his godfather or not. Sirius had never been particularly tactile with him, but Harry decided that it had to start somewhere. If you had only met the closest thing you were ever going to get to a father when you were 13, well. The space between them vanished as Harry took the initiative. He wrapped his arms around Sirius and the hug was eagerly returned. "It's good to see you, Sirius," Harry mumbled into his godfather's chest. "It's good to see you, too, Harry," replied Sirius softly, drawing back slightly to look at him. "Are you all right? Dreams better." Harry shot a puzzled look at Dumbledore, who smiled as he said, "I needed permission from your guardian, Harry, and I very much doubted that the Dursleys would consent." Turning back to Sirius, Harry smiled, "My dreams are much better, thanks. School's going well, I'm doing all my homework and I'm not getting into too much trouble." "I'm heartily ashamed of you," replied Sirius, his heavy tone belied by his enormous grin. "Not even a small dung bomb in my favorite potions master's class." Harry shook his head with a smile, then moved away and sat down, looking expectantly at Dumbledore. "Now that Harry's finally here," said Sirius from where he stood behind Harry's chair, "can we get on with this?" Sirius managed to sound very frustrated underneath his pleasure at seeing Harry again. "Professor Dumbledore won't tell me what it's about. He keeps smiling at me." Sirius glared at Dumbledore as though this were an insufferable crime. "What's going on?" Harry transferred his grin to Professor Dumbledore, whose eyes were twinkling merrily. "I think you need to be sitting down again, Sirius," he instructed cheerfully and then politely refused to continue until Sirius had retreated into the armchair in front of Dumbledore's desk. "Sherbet, Harry?" asked Dumbledore. Sirius just growled. Harry decided to put Sirius out of his misery. "How would you like some proof that Wormtail was the traitor?" he asked, in a rather offhand manner. Sirius froze. His knuckles went white where his hands gripped the armrests and Harry was quite sure that if he had not been sitting down, he would have fallen. He seemed entirely incapable of speech, and for the longest time, Harry merely grinned at him. "NNUH?" Sirius eventually asked in an utterly bewildered voice. "Now don't get your hopes too far up, Sirius," cautioned Dumbledore. "It's possible, just possible, with the Ministry the way it is at the moment, that they will refuse to even admit the possibility. With that in mind, it is probably not in your best interests to turn yourself in for trial now. However, in the event of your being caught, I should be able to insist upon a trial, and I am quite sure that we would have a good chance of proving your innocence." The twinkling blue eyes turned to regard Harry. "If you would, Harry." Carefully unclipping his father's pocket watch from his robes, Harry handed it to Sirius. Sirius' hands trembled as he took it and he touched the catch at the side as though it were the trigger to a bomb, staring with open reverence at the face of his dead best friend's watch. He looked stricken as he saw that the hand labeled, "Peter," was resting on, "Hiding, you dirty traitor," and he turned his eyes to Dumbledore. "Does Harry understand how the hands on a wizard's clock work?" Dumbledore shook his head soberly. "I do not believe so, but I thought that you might like to tell him that." "Harry," said Sirius, turning to him thoughtfully, "it is most interesting that this watch has felt the need to create a new label for Peter. James," Sirius rushed to assure him, "certainly didn't have a label specially created for the eventuality of one of his friends betraying him. That label used to say, 'upset,' which was the only label that described the person's emotional situation. James had it put on because he always used to fight with Lily about whether she was upset. After he got the watch, he always won because he could whip it out and say, 'See. Now tell me what's wrong.'" Sirius looked lost in the memories for a moment before shaking his head slightly and going on. "A wizarding clock uses a magical connection to each person to determine where that person thinks that they are, deep down inside. Your unconscious mind is much more reliable than your conscious mind and thus the clock can tell you that you are late, even though you don't consciously know that. In general, the clock will take the way you are feeling and point to the label most appropriate. For example, if you were in detention, your hand would probably point to prison, because that is the closest to the truth. If it was an unfair detention, it might point to upset, rather than prison, because that is a deeper and truer description of what you were feeling. Sometimes, however, a person's feelings will be so intense that they will point to whatever is closest and then warp that label until it shows the true representation of their feelings. The only time I ever saw a label change was during Remus' transformations into a werewolf. Upset was the closest to what Remus was feeling at the full moon, and thus his hand pointed there, but it didn't even begin to describe what he was going through. As he transformed, his magical energy reached out and seized the label, changing it to agony. Sirius looked disturbed at the memory. "So what you're saying," said Harry slowly, "is that Wormtail knows he did the wrong thing and is regretting it." "The regret that he feels is all-encompassing," Dumbledore added, looking over his half-moon spectacles gravely. "He hardly has room to think about anything else, his misery consumes him." Do you think that he might change sides again?" asked Harry doubtfully. "No," said Sirius, his voice hardening. "He knows that he can never come back. He's not welcome here, after what he's done." "Does anyone deserve such a fate, Sirius?" asked Dumbledore solemnly. "Is it ever too late for even the gravest of sinners to attempt to make up for their misdeeds?" "Yes," said Sirius fiercely. "After what he did to James and Lily, to Harry, to Cedric, to me, he can never give me back 12 years of my life, never give back Harry his childhood or his innocence, and he can certainly never bring Lily, James and Cedric back to life." Dumbledore merely nodded gravely and closed his eyes, looking older than ever. After their discussion was over, Harry had asked Professor Dumbledore if he could walk Sirius out to the gate. "Of course," the headmaster had replied, "but make sure you are back in time for lunch, Harry. We can't have you missing out on meals or your afternoon classes." It felt odd walking through the castle with an enormous black dog padding beside him. Sirius Animagus' form was so large that Harry could rest his hand flat on the dog's shoulder without bending. Sirius' toenails clicked loudly on the stone floor, which made Harry glad that everyone was in class, so he did not have to put up with strange looks. A loud hiss sounded from in front of them, and Harry saw that Mrs. Norris, Filch's foul cat, was standing in the middle of the corridor a bit further ahead. Her back was arched, her ears were laid back, and she looked about twice her normal size because all her scrawny hair was standing on end. A low growl emerged from her throat, and then she hissed and spat again at the intruder in her castle. Sirius sat back on his haunches looking at her, and the big dog's tongue lolled in a lopsided grin for a moment before Harry realized what he was going to do. "No, Snuffles," he yelled as, with a shuddering bunch of his enormous muscles, the dog leapt towards Mrs. Norris. The scrawny cat streaked off down the corridor with Sirius in pursuit. The funny side of the situation started to dawn on Harry, even as he pelted down the corridor after the two animals, yelling, "Get back here, Snuffles." He kept running towards the low-pitched, chesty sound of Sirius' barks as fast as he could, silently cursing prankster godfathers under his breath. Harry finally found them in the trophy room, where Mrs. Norris was sitting atop one of the larger trophy cases, calmly washing herself, while his godfather bounced around below, barking energetically. Harry leaned against the door to catch his breath and marveled at how, despite his deep, throaty barks, Sirius managed to sound like an excited chihuahua yapping. It was thus that Professor McGonagall found them about a minute later. "Potter?" she asked, one hand held to her heart in shock. "Is that your dog?" Yes," Harry replied rather questioningly, as he shot an alarmed look at the crowd of students that had formed just behind his teacher. The noise of the chase had obviously attracted students from their classes to find out what was going on. McGonagall peered at the dog for a moment and then took a step closer. "That's not a dog, it's an animagus," she stated rather slowly. "And there are no big black dogs in the animagus register. Thus, this is an unregistered animagus." McGonagall seemed horrified at the mere thought. "Stand back, Potter," she continued grimly, "this is most likely some servant of you-know-who." At this point, Harry began panicking for real and threw himself in front of the dog. "Professor, I can explain. The headmaster knows he's here and wants it kept a secret." Sirius thumped his tail weakly on the floor, looking apologetically at Harry, who continued earnestly, "Please, Professor, can we go to the headmaster?" Professor McGonagall stared at him for a long time before giving one short, sharp nod, her lips impossibly thin, and Harry breathed easier. Half an hour later, Harry and Sirius were retracing their steps through the castle, leaving Dumbledore to make Professor McGonagall a stiff cup of tea in his office. Harry was not impressed. "What were you thinking?" he hissed at the dog as they wound toward the entrance to the castle. "Do you think I want my godfather ed by a Dementor? Don't you understand that I need to be able to think that someday I'll get away from the Dursleys? That someday I'll be able to live with someone who loves me? And if you get yourself captured or killed..." Harry made a noise of disgust and continued walking in silence, trembling with the force of his emotions. Cho Chang shot them a glare from where she sat, under the tree where Ron and Hermione had been sitting before, but Harry hardly saw the tears streaming down her cheeks, or her white fingers angrily tearing a small piece of parchment into tiny pieces. Sirius had nearly got himself revealed to the whole school. A few minutes later, as they rounded the east side of the lake, Harry felt Sirius' wet nose creep into his hand, startling him. Harry looked sternly down at his godfather, who was sitting on his haunches directing enormous puppy dog eyes at him, and gave in. He knelt beside the big black dog and flung his arms around him. "I'm sorry, Sirius, I was just really worried, you know. Just be careful, okay?" The dog nodded gravely and Harry couldn't help grinning. Do you have any idea how silly it looks to see a dog nodding? Padfoot simply gave him a lofty look and trotted on with his head held high. Stifling a laugh, Harry joined him in the long walk to the gates of Hogwarts. "Well, Harry, this is where I have to leave you," said Sirius when he transformed back into human form at the gate. "We can't have you getting off Hogwarts grounds, can we?" Harry nodded his head sadly and pulled his cloak around him to ward off a sudden chill. "Thanks for coming to see me, Sirius. Even if we can't use Dad's watch to help you win your freedom just yet, I was glad to see you." "Me too, Harry, me too. And it's definitely a great comfort to know that if I do happen to be captured, I've got a chance." Sirius looked at Harry piercingly as he continued, "Now you take care of yourself, and that young lady of yours." "She's not my..." Harry started hotly, but broke off when he noticed the grin on Sirius' face and realized that he had been successfully baited. "Oh, you," he said, punching him on the arm, and then pulled him into a tight bear hug. "I'll miss you," he said quietly. "You're on." Harry started. That didn't sound like Sirius' voice, that had sounded like... "What did you say?" he asked doubtfully, pulling away slightly and looking up. He shivered, as the cool autumn air seemed to find infinitesimal gaps in his cloak, bringing his skin up in goose pimples. It had sounded like Cedric's voice. But Sirius' face had frozen in horror and his lips were moving in a silent plea. Then Harry heard his mother's voice screaming, "Not Harry. Please, have mercy," and the chill around them suddenly made sense. Harry looked over his shoulder and saw at least 20 tall, black-robed Dementors gliding towards them. Sirius had sunk to his knees and was clutching at his head, drawn into whatever horrible memory had taken him. "Stand aside, you silly girl," Voldemort's voice echoed inside Harry's head. "Wands out, do you reckon?" asked Cedric, and Harry pulled out his wand, trying to push the memories away and concentrate on something happy. Sirius had fallen to the ground, unconscious. All his happy memories seemed to be too slippery to grasp. He was falling, he was drowning in icy water. "Kill the spare," said Voldemort's high, cold voice, and there was a flash of green light. All of a sudden Harry remembered waking in Ginny's arms after a nightmare, one of her hands stroking his shoulder, the other patting his hand soothingly. "It's not your fault," she whispered softly. "Expecto Patronum," Harry cried, and the silver stag burst out of his wand, charging toward the Dementors and scattering them with great tosses of his silver antlers. Harry's Patronus did not seem to affect a few of the shorter black-robed figures, and he realized why when they began pulling their wands out. Before the first curse could be fired, Harry grabbed Sirius' wrist and activated his portkey pin, sending them back to Dumbledore's office for the third time that day. "It's just a bit of a shock, Albus," Professor McGonagall was saying. "Of course, it makes sense, but I've spent 13 years. Professor Dumbledore held up his hand to silence McGonagall as he noticed Harry lying on the carpet behind her chair. Harry heaved himself wearily into a sitting position next to the unconscious Sirius and tried to explain. "They were waiting for us, Professor. Right near the gate. There were more than 20 of them, a whole lot of Dementors and some Death Eaters. Minerva, if you could fetch Madame Pomfrey. Dumbledore requested, then rummaged in his desk drawer for a moment and produced a slab of Honeydukes chocolate. Here you go, Harry, this will help, he muttered and handed the bar to Harry. Harry broke off a large piece for himself and started chewing, then sat in McGonagall's vacated chair watching Sirius, trying to work out how he could feed chocolate to an unconscious man. Dumbledore sat back down at his desk, staring into his pensieve. Adding a couple of thoughts, he poked the swirling liquid with his wand before saying, "There are two very important questions for which we must find answers. First, how did Voldemort manage to sneak some Dementors away from Azkaban without the Ministry noticing? And second, how on earth did they know that Sirius was here?" Sirius had regained consciousness in the hospital wing just before lunch. Unfortunately, Professor Dumbledore stepped in as soon as Harry had seen that his godfather was unharmed. "Now, Harry, you will need to replenish your strength as well, so you'd better be off to lunch. Sirius will make his journey to Professor Lupin's as soon as he is recovered." So thus it was that Harry had said his goodbyes to his godfather in the hospital wing. After hurrying down to lunch, Harry recounted the events of the day to the others, who listened in breathless silence. Just as he was finishing his story, however, Hermione squealed and burst out, a pensieve. Every eye at the Gryffindor table turned to them and Hermione blushed. First waiting until everyone else at the table had turned away, Hermione leaned close to the other three and continuing in a low voice. "That's what I was thinking about before. Harry, when you can't remember what happened in your dreams, what if you put them into a pensieve? Then everyone would be able to see them and analyze them." Harry felt his heart leap. Dumbledore had asked him to try to remember everything he could from his dreams and he usually didn't do a particularly good job. "It's a good idea, Hermione," he said slowly, as he considered it. "Would it help me remember things that I've already forgotten, though? I forget most of the dream as soon as I wake up." Hermione's face fell. "I remember reading about them, you can't really get anything out of them that you don't remember. I just thought that if you put it in straight away, it might help, but obviously not." "What if someone else did it?" asked Ginny in a carefully neutral voice and Harry's hopes soared again. Hermione looked blank. "I think that you can take someone else's memories out, as long as they trust you, but you couldn't get anything more out than what they could do by themselves." Comprehension dawned slowly on her face. "Oh, you mean that you could pull out what he's currently experiencing, while he's in the middle of the dream?" Ginny nodded and Hermione looked like she was about to burst with excitement. "You know, I think that just might work." "Back again, Harry?" asked Dumbledore softly as he swung the door of his office open for Harry and his three friends. They were all panting madly, as they had run all the way from the Great Hall to put their idea to Dumbledore before their next class. "Professor," panted Harry, "Hermione, pensieve, dreams, Voldemort." "Perhaps you'd better sit down," said Dumbledore as he looked over the top of his half-moon spectacles at the group. "I'm sure that no one will mind if you are slightly late to class. Now, Hermione, from the beginning." Hermione's hand was pressed to a stitch at her side as she spoke, but she didn't pause at all in her explanation of their idea. Dumbledore was watching her with mild amusement as she concluded. "I had quite thought your teachers must have been exaggerating, though not about your extraordinary mind, about your astonishing ability to speak without drawing breath. I must admit to finding myself to be mistaken." Hermione flushed pink, although Harry found it hard to tell whether it was with pleasure or embarrassment. "Your idea has a great deal of merit," Dumbledore continued seriously. "I will arrange for a pensieve to be purchased and brought into your possession in the next few days. Now, perhaps you had better go and join your classes. This is, after all," Dumbledore's eyes twinkled behind his glasses, "a school, not the underground resistance against Voldemort." The following afternoon, when Harry came to dump his book bag in his room after classes, he noticed a package sitting on the bed, wrapped in plain brown paper. "Is that?" asked Ginny, who had just come in the door. "A pensieve," breathed Harry. "Come on, let's go get Ron and Hermione." Ron and Hermione were nearly as excited as Harry. Hermione raced up to her room and returned with the enormous tome where she had found the information on the promise ring, mystical magical artifacts. It says here, she said, running her finger down the page, that you just need to concentrate really hard on the memory and touch your wand to your temple. Concentrate on how sticky that memory is and how it should stick to your wand and then draw it away. Go on, try it. So what shall I put in? Harry asked. I've been thinking, started Ginny, but was cut off by Ron. Don't hurt yourself, he cried in mock amazement, and Ginny glared at him. This is serious, she hissed irritably and then turned back to Harry. You told us that Professor Dumbledore thinks someone must have told Voldemort that Sirius was here the other day. You were with Sirius the whole time. If you put your memories of that in, we might be able to review it and see if anyone is looking suspicious. She said all this slightly hesitantly, and Harry was reminded that she hadn't really been included in his circle of friends for very long. Yeah, he said, a bit more firmly, that was really necessary. That's a good idea. Shouldn't you do it, though, Ginny? It's you that's going to have to do it while I'm dreaming. Ginny nodded in agreement, and Hermione flipped forward 3 pages. According to this, Ginny, you've got to use Harry's wand. Harry pulled his wand out of his pocket and handed it to her. Now, continued Hermione, concentrate on the memories you want to show us, Harry. Ginny, you need to do what I said about imagining his thoughts as something very sticky that should stick to the wand. Touch it to his temple, that's it. Squeezing his eyes shut and concentrating hard on the time he had spent with Sirius, Harry jumped slightly when he felt the wand tip gently touch his temple. As it was pulled away, he opened his eyes to watch as a silvery strand of something followed his wand. Harry felt a quite unpleasant sensation as the memory pulled away, as though a part of him was being dragged out through his skin. He could feel his own memory of the events fading slightly as the pearly strand lengthened, stretched out and then broke free of his forehead. Ginny deftly dropped the memory into the stone basin, where it lay glowing softly. Involuntarily, Harry reached out as though to touch the shining liquid, but recoiled when a shadowy image of a Dementor crossed the surface of the memory. Let's go, he said, and dipped his finger into the liquid, not waiting for their reactions. As he fell forwards into the pensieve, the similarity of the feeling to a portkey made him panic for a moment, but soon enough he was in Dumbledore's familiar office. Harry's eyes widened at the sight of himself rushing forward to hug Sirius. He gazed at the memory of himself, noticing vaguely that he had never realized how messy his hair really looked from behind. Of course he knew that it stuck up all over the place at the top, but he'd never really seen the back of his own head, and surely he didn't sound like that. Whoa, cried Ron from behind him. You're there, and you're there. You, Harry, which one are you? Harry was rather crestfallen, although Ginny sounded rather amused at her brother's confusion. Obviously he did look and sound like that, if Ron couldn't tell the difference. I'm me, he said, then realizing that the statement may not have helped Ron very much, pointed to the other Harry, who was now stepping back from Sirius. He's just a memory. We can't affect anything, so if I'm talking to someone from the memory, then it's probably not me. Ron's eyes were wide as he looked from one Harry to the other. This is going to take some getting used to, he said in an odd voice. Honestly, Ron, tutted Hermione. It's just a memory. You wouldn't get the proper sense of it if that Harry wasn't here, she said, indicating the Harry from the memory, who was now sitting down, grinning at the dumbstruck Sirius. As they settled down in the spare armchairs in Dumbledore's office to watch, Harry could see that this was going to give him a headache in the near future. Many people had seen the large black dog trotting with Harry that day, but none seemed to recognize him for what he was until they reached the lake. Harry's attention was torn away from his fascinated observation of how his double trembled with rage at Sirius' reckless behavior when he heard a sudden exclamation from behind him. "What's that?" asked Hermione sharply, pointing at Cho Chang, who was sitting under the tree that Harry, Ron and Hermione had sat under earlier that same day. The girl's face was tear-streaked, but Hermione wasn't pointing to her face. Hermione pointed to her fingers as they restlessly tore up a tiny bit of parchment. Moving over to Cho's side, Harry looked a little more closely at the piece of parchment and saw that it was written in Dumbledore's bright blue ink. Harry's heart sank. It was the letter he had received from Dumbledore, to let him know that Sirius was awaiting him in Dumbledore's office. "Hermione, how do I get out of this thing?" he called desperately, suddenly feeling like he didn't have enough air to breathe. Just want to be out, Harry, she replied, but Harry was already rising out of the pensieve. In a moment he was sitting on his bed again, breathing heavily. Cho Chang had known that Harry's godfather was in the castle. She may not have understood the significance of the black dog, but the information she had was enough for Voldemort to have guessed that Sirius would be leaving soon. It can't have been her, cried Ginny, suddenly reappearing beside him with the others. You're right, said Harry in the most confident voice he could manage. It just can't. Maybe someone else read the note first. If it was just lying there, Harry let it trail off. If someone else found it and used the information, Harry, do you think they would have left it there? Asked Ron scornfully. It must have been her. Harry, said Hermione, sounding very worried and as though it had only just occurred to her, do you remember when I told you about the stages of grief? I said that the bargaining phase didn't usually last very long in the Muggle world, because no one has the power to take away a loss like hers. With you-know-who back, Hermione let it trail off, but continued looking seriously at Harry. She wouldn't make a deal with Voldemort, scoffed Harry. The whole reason she thinks it was me is because she doesn't think Voldemort's back. She might not know it was him, said Hermione grimly. Ginny didn't know it was him in second year. Harry was still skeptical. Cho Chang, working for Voldemort. Ginny gasped and held one hand over her mouth. She's right, she whispered. Remember what Dumbledore said at the beginning of term. Voldemort has always exploited and destroyed those who thought themselves neutral. What if she doesn't know that? It's Voldemort and all she knows is that she'll get Cedric back. Voldemort said he had a new spy, said Harry, feeling his heart sink as a memory of his dream suddenly made the whole thing seem more plausible. The night after the attack on Diagon Alley, I remember he said that he had been given information by a brilliant new spy. What if it's Cho? You're right, she was right there in Diagon Alley beforehand, the perfect place. Looking at the grim faces around him, Harry felt the last bit of doubt melt away. Cho had to be passing information to Voldemort, however unwittingly. He groaned and buried his face in his hands. Hadn't she suffered enough? First she lost Cedric and now Voldemort was using her to betray others at Hogwarts. It was all his. It's not your fault, came the familiar voice of Ginny. Harry had to smile in spite of himself. Ginny, it seemed, always knew when he was starting to blame himself. So what do we do? He asked finally. I mean, do we tell Dumbledore? What can we say? Asked Ginny. She put on an official voice. Excuse me, Professor Dumbledore, but we think that someone might be manipulating Cho Chang into spying for Voldemort. Proof. Oh, we don't have any of that, it just seems obvious from one of Harry's memories. What's he going to say, Harry? And even more importantly, what could he do about it? Expel her. Put her into solitary confinement. He won't be able to do anything. And what if we're wrong? I mean, it doesn't seem very likely, but there might be another explanation. Then we'd just be making things even worse for poor Cho. Harry sighed, his heart sinking. You're right, of course. There's nothing he could do. Malfoy, said Ron, snapping his fingers as a thought occurred to him. He went after her after she'd slapped you, Harry. Do you think that he's been talking to her? Can't think what that'd do though, no one can stand him. I'm sure he could be quite charming if he put his mind to it, said Hermione, then immediately went red. Oh stop it, she shot at Ron, who was looking revolted. Harry also had to try hard to suppress his incredulous reaction to the application of the word, charming, to Malfoy. I know that he's a complete idiot, she went on, all I'm saying is that he's probably been trained to manipulate people from the cradle. His father gets his way by bullying, threatening, bribing, or manipulating everyone he meets. Fudge thinks that Malfoy's father is wonderful and I'm sure that's not anything to do with his fair-minded approach to things. Harry had to admit that she had a point but Ron muttered, ferret face. Still sounding as though he was about to be sick. So do you think that Malfoy's her contact? Asked Ginny. She passes the information on to Malfoy, who passes it on to his father, who passes it on to Voldemort. Could be, sighed Hermione, but we certainly don't have anything to prove that. We don't want to do anything about Cho, but can we do anything to stop Malfoy from getting in contact with her? Malfoy, said Harry coldly, is going to rue the day that he was born. He stood up abruptly, the icy knot of misery, shame and pity that had settled into his stomach beginning to burn. Let's go talk to Fred and George. It was with great regret that Harry had to eventually put a stop to the plans to make Malfoy's life a misery. The twins had been teeming with fantastic ideas ranging from itching powder in all his laundry to one of their new Gryffindor Midas sweets. These turned everything the consumer's bare skin touched, including their clothes, to either red or gold. The first Quidditch game of the season was on the second Saturday in November, just a month away. Since it was against Slytherin, Harry knew that if any pranks were traced back to them before the game, the consequences would be dire. "We're going to slaughter them," said Harry firmly. "That can mark the beginning of this whole campaign. In the meantime, I'll write to Padfoot and Moony for some more ideas and—" "What?" shrieked Fred, cutting off Harry's speech. Harry looked from one white face to the other in confusion. "You're going to write to who?" clarified George in a trembling voice, and Harry grinned as he realized the source of the twins' consternation. "Of course," grinned Ron. "Hang on, I'll be right back." Ron raced off and returned holding Colin Creevy's camera. He knelt down in front of a large, empty armchair, adjusting the focus for a moment before nodding to Harry. "Okay, shoot. This moment is going to go down in history." The twins sat down in the chair together, looking slightly scared and bemused by the broad grins all around them. "Give it to us straight, Harry," advised Fred in mock solemnity. "How bad is it? Are we going to die?" "Would you gentlemen," replied Harry, smiling so widely that his cheeks hurt, "be surprised to learn that we have identified all 4 authors of the infamous Marauders map?" "Go on," said George. The tenseness in the twins' faces was not feigned this time. "Once upon a time," began Harry, "there were 4 friends who were even bigger pranksters than you two." "Tosh," said Fred, but quietened quickly when George stepped on his foot. "One of them was a werewolf." "Moony," breathed George reverently. "Named," Harry continued, nodding at George, "Remus Lupin." Colin's camera clicked, taking in their stunned expressions. The twins sat there for a long moment, their expressions frozen almost as though the flash of the camera had petrified them, before Fred opened his mouth and tried to say something, then closed it again, shaking his head in confusion. "You're telling us," Fred spluttered finally, "that Mr. Moony came back to teach at this school?" At Harry's nod, both twins collapsed in helpless laughter. Colin's camera clicked again as Ron recorded another moment for the history books. "No wonder we couldn't get away with anything in his class," gasped Fred. When the twins had finally regained their composure, Harry continued his tale. Moony's 3 best friends would have done anything to help him during his transformations into the wolf, which were terrifying, lonely, and extremely painful. They helped him the only way they could. They become a legal animagi, so that they could accompany him on the night of the full moon. One became a rat, one a large black dog, and one a stag. Harry fell silent as Fred and George mulled over what he said. "That makes sense," said George finally. "Wormtail, Padfoot and Prongs. So who were they?" "Well," said Harry cautiously, "Prongs was my father." Click. Colin's camera took in the twins' stunned expression again. They seemed to be contemplating open worship of Harry, but he cut them off as they made to get down on their knees in front of him. "Get up. Don't you want to know about the other 2? The twins immediately got up and sat back down on their chair, batting their eyelids longingly at Harry. "I'll have to swear you to secrecy," Harry cautioned, "because someone's life may depend on this." The twins looked at each other and nodded, then leaned in close to Harry. "Of course." Fred spoke for them both, his low voice tight with excitement. "Not a word. Padfoot is my godfather, Sirius Black." The twins' faces fell. "Gee, I'm sorry, Harry," said George, looking horror-stricken. "Don't be," said Harry grimly. "At least not about that. He's innocent. He was framed by Peter Pettigrew, better known as Wormtail, Scabbers, or the guy who helped bring back Voldemort last year." The twins, if possible, went even whiter than before. "Are you telling us that Ron's rat brought back you-know-who?" "Well, don't put it like that," huffed Ron. "I didn't know who it was, did I? And he was Percy's rat first. Imagine how it feels to find out that your pet was evil." Harry raised his eyebrows at the twins as Ron stalked off to return Colin's camera. Scabbers was obviously still a bit of a sore point for Ron. Hermione started as she looked at her wristwatch. "Ooh," she cried in shock. "We've wasted so much time this afternoon. Come on, Harry, we've got to get working or we'll never pass the O." "So there you have it," said Harry to the twins, as he stood up to follow Hermione. "If you like, I'll send anything you'd like to say to Padfoot and Moony along with my letter." Fred and George were busy drafting their letter well before Harry had even made it to his room to collect his books. As Harry walked onto the pitch, leading his team, he found it hard not to panic. His pre-match pep talk had gone well. All that was left was the game, and shaking hands with Malfoy. Malfoy had been made captain of the Slytherin team, since he was the only member of the team with prior experience. Slytherin's bigger is better policy had meant that all the other members of the team had been 6th or 7th years. Since no Quidditch Cup had been played the previous year, all the first-string players had left, leaving Malfoy with a full team of reserves and completely new players. Colin Creevey had spied on their practice sessions a few times, and the reports had been very positive. The new Slytherin team was obviously extremely inexperienced. Harry couldn't help but think that this game was going to be a pushover. Nonetheless, Harry put all his effort into glaring across the pitch at his rival, hardly listening to Madame Hooch's pre-match warnings. When he finally stepped forward to shake hands, Cho's tear-streaked face was foremost in Harry's mind. He had no reservations about engaging in the traditional attempt by each captain to crush the other's hand. As they shook hands, Malfoy sneered right back at him without giving away any sign of weakness. Harry's hand ached, but he had to suppress a small smile when he stepped back and saw the way Malfoy surreptitiously flexed his fingers, as though trying to get rid of a writer's cramp. Finally, they were up in the air. Harry zoomed all around the pitch, briefly checking on each of the players. The Gryffindor game plan had been rather simple: get out there, do your job, do it well. Harry couldn't afford to expend his concentration on watching his teammates and organizing their plays. He needed to spend his time searching for the golden snitch, which would end the game and give them 150 points. The Chasers had spent long hours drilling their techniques against Ron. They didn't need Harry's supervision. Ron himself, as keeper, needed no overall game plan. He simply needed to respond to the other team's Chasers. Fred and George had played bludger tennis, as Harry had dubbed their game, until they could beat in their sleep. Harry could do nothing to help them. Each position in the team had been trained to be an independent unit, needing no input from their team captain, leaving him free to search for the snitch. Harry soared up higher, as high as he could go. Malfoy was marking him closely, as usual, but Harry barely noticed the opposing seeker as he cast about intently for the snitch. He indistinctly heard Lee Jordan's commentary. "What a wonderful day for Quidditch. And it's Gryffindor as the favorites today, due to Slytherin's almost all-new lineup. Harry Potter, Gryffindor's seeker, has a far superior broom to his opposite number Draco Malfoy, the only experienced Slytherin player. The Firebolt, as we all know, has unsurpassed acceleration and—" "Jordan," cried Professor McGonagall, who kept a close eye on the commentator. "You're not going to start that again, are you? I forbid you to even mention that broom again. Commentate the game." "Sorry, Professor." The quaffle is released, and Gryffindor's Katie Bell in possession, racing towards the goal hoops at top speed, passes to Alicia Spinnet. Spinnet shoots, no, feints left, bearing down on center hoop. Slytherin's keeper way out of position now. Spinnet ducks a bludger, she shoots, she scores. Gryffindor leads by 10 points to 0. Harry returned his attention to searching for the snitch. Sparing a quick glance behind him, he noticed that Malfoy seemed to be finding it hard to keep up with him. Harry smirked and decided to have a little fun with him. At the Quidditch World Cup the previous year he had seen Bulgaria's seeker, Victor Krum, perform the Wronski feint. He decided that now was the perfect time to try it out. Suddenly looking down and pretending to see the snitch, Harry dove straight towards the ground. Several seconds later, he heard Malfoy swearing as the Slytherin pulled his broom into a dive right behind him. Harry kept his speed under wraps, allowing Malfoy to almost catch up to him, but continued to dive until he could see the individual blades of grass on the pitch beneath him. He wrenched his broom out of the dive just above the ground and spiraled lazily back upwards, searching for the snitch all the while. As he looked back down at Malfoy, who had only just avoided a collision with the ground, Harry caught a snatch of Lee's commentary and couldn't suppress a smile. What a feint from Potter. Slytherin seeker Draco Malfoy almost plastered himself onto the pitch there, not that anyone would miss him. Jordan, cried Professor McGonagall above boos from the Slytherins and cheers from the Gryffindors. You are here to commentate the game, not make personal remarks about the players. Sorry, Professor, said Lee. Gryffindor has scored again while we were distracted by that brilliant feint by Potter, bringing the score to 30-0 to Gryffindor. Excellent teamwork shown by the Gryffindor team, who carried on the game despite the commotion from the two seekers. Slytherin chaser Bennett in possession now, passes to Nott, back to Bennett, bearing down on keeper Ron Weasley now, Johnson of Gryffindor alongside him, crowding him off the pitch. Bennett passes to Bulstrode, intercepted by Katie Bell of Gryffindor. This new Slytherin team really is no match for the seasoned warriors in the Gryffindor team. Jordan, warned McGonagall. It's the truth, Professor, replied Lee unrepentantly. Malfoy glared at Harry from far below, as though it was his fault that Gryffindor was the better team, and called to Madam Hooch for time out. Harry made use of the time to check on each of his teammates, keeping a watchful eye out for the snitch as he did so. When the Slytherin team sped up to take their positions again, Malfoy resumed his practice of marking Harry as closely as he could and attempting to distract him by insulting him. Harry smiled inwardly. Given the current forms of the two teams, Malfoy would have to catch the snitch if he was to make up for his team's inexperience. Harry certainly didn't intend to let Malfoy do that, no matter what he said about Harry's mother. What Slytherin lacked in skill they made up for in tuppety. Lee Jordan's commentary blistered the air, while Harry just fumed and let Madam Hooch's outraged diatribe wash over him as two Slytherin beaters crashed into Ron simultaneously. However, the iron discipline of the Gryffindor team held together. Harry had drilled it into them, whatever happens, however many fouls, whoever is injured, do not retaliate. Harry was quite pleased with the results. Despite the fact that Fred and George were looking murderously at every green thing in sight and that Ron was swaying queasily on his broom, Slytherin had not received a single penalty shot. Gryffindor had put away 4 out of the 5 penalties they had been awarded in response to Slytherin's attempts to disable their keeper. The score was 70-0 to Gryffindor. Malfoy called for timeout 3 more times over the following 5 minutes, as the score steadily increased to 120-0 to Gryffindor. When Gryffindor scored its 13th goal, Malfoy called to Madam Hooch again, but she shook her head. No more, she yelled back to Malfoy. Just get on with the game. Harry grinned as Malfoy cursed very creatively. My, what language, Malfoy! He cried gaily, as he casually looped the loop. Don't let Madam Hooch hear you. I'm having tremendous fun up here. Aren't you? Malfoy simply scowled at him and flew off to instruct his team members while the game was still in motion. Harry couldn't help but laugh out loud. They were humiliating Slytherin. Then he saw it. The snitch. It was hovering just above the ground in the center of the field. Harry checked briefly on Malfoy, who didn't seem to have even seen the snitch since he was distracted by his teammates. Harry wheeled the firebolt around and dove, gathering speed as he shot straight towards the ground. Harry couldn't feel Malfoy anywhere near him, but he urged his broom to top speed nonetheless. A bludger appeared, nearly clipping his left ear, but he dodged quickly and moved on. The snitch, perhaps sensing pursuit, began to move feebly towards the Slytherin end, but Harry leaned closer to his broom handle. Without slowing his descent, he brought the broom into a wide spiral so that he would intercept the tiny golden ball head-on. The snitch never even had a chance. It flew right into Harry's waiting hand. Harry's heart leapt as his hand closed over the small struggling ball, its wings beating uselessly against his hand. Gryffindor wins, 280 points to 0. Cried Lee Jordan ecstatically. The thing that really clinched the victory in Harry's mind, though, was what he saw when he shot up to congratulate the rest of his team on a game well played. The green pinprick that he knew was Malfoy was only just beginning to move down from his position high above the game, having never even realized that Harry had seen the snitch until the game was finished. Too preoccupied with directing his team, Malfoy had made the worst mistake a seeker could ever make. He had not kept his mind on searching for the snitch. The celebrations lasted well into the night. Even Hermione had been coaxed away from her books for half an hour to have one of the butterbeers Fred and George had appropriated from Hogsmeade. For the rest of the evening, she sat in a chair to the edge of the room, concentrating hard on her transfiguration homework, while Ron bobbed around her like a cuckoo clock, attempting to distract her. Harry knew that he should probably be studying over with Hermione, but when he made an attempt to sit with her early in the evening, she simply looked at him as if he'd gone mad. "Go on, Harry," she said. "This is your party. Besides, this would usually be Quidditch practice time, so I've got nothing on the timetable for you." All things considered, it was very late when Harry and Ginny finally went to bed. Exhausted by the exhilarating game and the wild aftermath, Harry fell immediately into a deep sleep. "I can tell you nothing, my lord," said the Death Eater smoothly, his voice betraying no hint of the fear he must have been feeling. His blank mask flickered in the light of the large fire lit at the center of the tree-lined clearing. "Dumbledore has sealed up the student records in a heavily warded safe. Any communication with parents must go through him. I cannot even access the student records to identify which of the students are Muggle-born, let alone retrieve their addresses. I apologize, my lord, I have failed you." Voldemort merely nodded and crossed to the other side of the circle, although Harry could feel his anger seething. "Malfoy, you were a school governor. Why have you allowed this to take place?" Malfoy dropped to his knees, obviously sensing the Dark Lord's rage despite his mild tone. "I could not help it, my lord. Dumbledore wrestled the Board of Governors out of my control 2 years ago when I tried to help you return through the diary. I have no real power there anymore, my lord." "Then what use are you to me?" breathed Voldemort softly. "Does no one have any information for me? Are you so completely useless?" He swung and cursed at random. "Crucio, Crucio, Crucio." Harry's scar burst with a blinding pain that receded quickly to a dull itch as the Death Eater's screams rent the clearing. Ginny was awake. Good. When Voldemort finally lowered his wand, a short, stout Death Eater stepped forward. "I have something, my lord." "Go on," said the Dark Lord dubiously. "I was called to a Muggle house over a year ago to reverse some accidental magic produced by a mudblood by the name of Dennis Creevey, Master. No memory charms were necessary, as the boy was due to attend Hogwarts the following year and already had an elder brother attending Hogwarts. The two boys chattered incessantly as I worked, and so I was told at great length that the elder had co-founded something known as the Harry Potter Fan Club. My lord, from my assessment of the boys, they were more like stalkers than anything else and most likely extremely irritating, which is why I did not bring it up at first. However, I will be able to track down their address within a couple of days. They are mudbloods, at least one is Gryffindor, and Potter must know them. If he despises them, my lord, perhaps that is all the better to make him feel guilty." "You have done well, Avery," said Voldemort, beginning to laugh. Harry felt the Dark Lord's anger dissipating and the link that had drawn him weakening. "Very well indeed. If you continue in this manner, you may well find yourself rising in the ranks very quickly." Harry was moving away, as though caught up by a giant hand in the sky. He was rising into the night sky, he could barely hear anything anymore. "Contact me when you have the address," was the last thing he heard before he swam into consciousness. Ginny was kneeling over him holding her wand to his temple as Harry slowly swam into consciousness. He sat up immediately, feeling the last memory of his dream fall away from his mind as Ginny pulled it free. It was gone. He remembered absolutely nothing. "Did you get it all, Ginny?" he asked nervously. "I can't remember anything. What if it hasn't worked?" "It's all right," Ginny soothed, picking up the pensieve carefully and walking towards the door. "I'm pretty sure I've got it all. Let's take it to Dumbledore straight away, in case there's anything urgent." Harry grabbed the invisibility cloak out of his trunk and swirled it over the two of them. Ginny held the pensieve steady as they walked along at a stately pace, not wanting to spill a drop of the precious memory. "Canary cream," muttered Harry to the gargoyle guarding the headmaster's office, and it sprang aside. Harry had just raised his fist to knock when he heard Dumbledore's soft voice filtering through the door. You were blinded by your longing for peace, Cornelius. Ginny reached out and squeezed his arm in a wordless confirmation of Harry's own thoughts. They dared not interrupt what was obviously an important meeting. Harry felt a brief pang of guilt as he pressed closer to the door to listen. Peace is an admirable image for the ministry to project in peaceful times. But now we are at war and the public must be warned. You talk of the dark times when Voldemort was an acknowledged factor in the world, but I remember the even darker times when no one knew that he was a threat. Do you remember, Cornelius? Do you remember the whole families that simply vanished? The witches and wizards who went out for a short walk and never came home. Keeping the world ignorant does not keep it safe. There is no hard evidence that you know who has returned. Harry could feel the sense of Dumbledore's overwhelming presence through the door as the headmaster's anger crashed like a wave over the Minister for Magic. A group of Death Eaters and Dementors attacked one of my students and a trusted friend 3 days ago. The leader of the Dementors says that none of them have left Azkaban Island for well over a year. You surely could not expect an honest answer from their leader. The Dementors are on Voldemort's side. There was a strained silence that seemingly stretched forever. Finally, Harry heard the sound of a chair scraping, as though someone had stood up. "Well, Albus," said Fudge, in a voice that would have been more suited to the primary school playground, "when you are the Minister for Magic you can do as you see fit. But seeing as I currently hold that position, my decision stands. You will cease yammering about removing the Dementors from Azkaban and you will cease enticing members of my own government to work against me. Any member of my government who involves himself in this Order of the Phoenix nonsense that Weasley has brought to my attention will be sacked immediately. Good day. Come, Weasley." Harry and Ginny hurriedly pressed back against the wall, attempting to make themselves as small as possible, as the door was wrenched open. Fudge strode out, cramming his bowler hat viciously onto his head, his pinstriped cloak fluttering behind him. Percy Weasley shot a glare back at Dumbledore and followed swiftly on Fudge's heels, leaving the door wide open. Completely unreasonable, they heard Percy muttering under his breath. No respect for the minister. First my father, now Dumbledore. They've gone mad. Harry could feel Ginny trembling with outrage at her brother's betrayal of his family. Fudge and Percy's footsteps slowly receded as they swept down the hall. When Harry and Ginny crept into the room and tossed off the invisibility cloak, Dumbledore was sitting at his desk, wearily writing a letter in bright blue ink. "Harry, Ginny," said Dumbledore softly. "What brings you here?" "I had a dream, sir, although I can't remember anything about it," replied Harry. "Ginny thinks she managed to get it all, but since we came straight here, we haven't had a look." "Very good," said Dumbledore, taking the pensive carefully from Ginny and setting it on his desk. "Perhaps the two of you would like to explore the dream with me." Harry and Ginny both agreed eagerly. Somehow the idea of waiting while Dumbledore looked at Harry's dream, when neither of them knew what it was about, seemed like torture. They dipped their fingers into the pensieve simultaneously, falling downwards into the memory. Colin and his brother waylaid Harry on his way to breakfast the next morning. "Gosh, this is exiting, Harry," cried Colin, his brother nodding energetically beside him. "You know who after us. Mum and Dad are arriving today so that they can get the Fidelius charm put on them." "Didn't your parents have that, Harry? And wasn't Sirius Black their secret keeper?" "We don't know who's going to be Mum and Dad's secret keeper, because all the teachers are already secret keeping for someone. Anyway, we're off down to the entrance hall to wait for Mum and Dad." "See you later, Harry." "Bye, Harry," echoed Dennis, and the two brothers rushed off. Harry had to prevent himself from screaming as he walked to breakfast. Did they have no idea that this was serious? That their parents could die? "It's not your fault," said Ginny. Harry looked at her in puzzlement. "Don't give me that," she said. "I know you were blaming yourself that Voldemort's after Mr. and Mrs. Creevey. It's not your fault. You're starting to get a bit repetitive there, Ginny," he grinned at her. "Yeah, well, I live in hope that someday you might believe me." At breakfast, Harry was shocked to see Professor Lupin sitting at the staff table, next to Professor Dumbledore. The bags under Lupin's eyes were quite pronounced, and Harry was reminded that the full moon had been just a few nights before. Giving him a cheery wave, Harry continued with his breakfast. He was just finishing up when a voice from behind him made him look up. "Hello, everyone," said Lupin cheerfully, before turning to Harry. "I was wondering if I might speak with you, Harry. I'm only here for a few hours, so I'm afraid I'm on rather a tight schedule. Would you be able to walk with me to the headmaster's office?" "Of course, Professor Lupin," said Harry. "I'll meet you in the library, Hermione." Harry waved goodbye to his friends and pushed back from the table, cramming the last bit of his toast into his mouth. "Remus is fine, Harry, I'm not your professor anymore." Harry swallowed quickly. "Thanks, P. Remus. How are you? And how's Sirius?" "I'm not so bad, thank you. I've been finding work here and there lately, so I'm doing quite well. Sirius is just fine, although he doesn't recover as well as he used to from Dementors. I believe he's living almost entirely off chocolate at the moment." "Remus," Rye's smile faded slightly. "Now, I wanted to ask you, Harry, Sirius told me that you have found your father's watch. May I?" Remus trailed off, looking a little lost for words. Harry unclipped the watch from the pocket of his robes and handed it to his father's old friend. Remus stared for a long moment at the molded image of the stag, wolf, dog, and rat, before flipping the watch open. One long finger reached out to stroke the face of the watch. "Peter," he whispered in a hoarse voice. Harry was shocked to see a single tear slip from Remus' left eye, leaving a glistening trail where it traced down the older man's face. Shaking his head roughly to dispel the thoughts of his old school friend, Remus cleared his throat and turned to Harry. "I'm not sure if you knew, but James was very close to his father. Mr. Potter asked James to design a watch for himself and then commissioned it to be made for a graduation present." Remus flipped the front of the watch closed and handed it back, a bitter smile on his face. "The four of us stayed with Mr. and Mrs. Potter for a few weeks straight after graduation. They were the best team of artimages, spell crafters, the world has ever known. They told us at dinner one night that they were very close to finding what they had been researching all their lives, a cure for the madness induced by prolonged exposure to the Cruciatus curse. Peter must have tipped off Voldemort because just a couple of days after we left, Voldemort attacked with an overwhelming force while James's parents were asleep in bed. It was obviously not a random attack because the office where they kept all their paperwork was ransacked and burned. The Ministry found 4 dead Death Eaters along with your grandparents' bodies the next day, but that was small consolation to James. He never went anywhere without this watch from then on." Harry looked down at the ground. As much as he longed to know everything about his parents' lives, he almost wished that he hadn't heard that story. He had to go and study for charms with Hermione next and all he could think about was Voldemort. Harry started to tremble slightly. Voldemort had ruined so many lives. He was doubly responsible for Neville's parents, who were locked up in St. Mungo's, because he had prevented the cure from being developed. The Creevy brothers didn't seem to be taking the threat of Voldemort at all seriously. What if their parents were killed? Or worse, what if they ended up like Neville's parents? How much worse would it be for Muggles to experience the Cruciatus curse? They knew nothing about magic, or the harm it could cause. Harry's skin tingled with suppressed anger and fear as he walked on in silence, hardly registering the other students rushing through the corridor towards their next classes, or the sound of Remus' soft footfalls beside him. "Voldemort. Professor Lupin." Harry and Remus both started and turned at the loud voice from behind them. "We've heard so much about you from our son, and when we heard we had to choose a wizard we trusted, we simply knew we had to choose you. Colin tells us that you were the best teacher he's ever had and that he learned a terrific amount from you." This was all said very fast by a short man dressed in Muggle clothing, his plump wife hanging onto his arm and nodding furiously. Remus extended his hand to shake with the man. "Mr. Creevy?" he asked, looking politely puzzled. "Mr. Creevy raced on, "Yes, please call me Mervyn though, and this is Miranda. You're going to be protecting us, so we should be on a first-name basis, don't you think?" After taking a moment to catch up with the Muggle's fast-paced speech, he said faintly, "Remus. Pleased to meet you, Mervyn, Miranda. I must admit to being slightly confused though. I'm not entirely sure what you're talking about. Professor Dumbledore told us about how you agreed to be our secret keeper," the middle-aged Muggle continued loudly. Thank you so much, you're the only adult wizard we really feel we know and like through our boys, so I don't know who we'd have picked if you had said no. Mr. Creevy's eyes shone with blinding sincerity. He did not seem to be aware of the stunned expression on Remus' face. That he had agreed to be the Creevy's secret keeper was obviously news to Remus. Harry nudged him on the arm and motioned to the rest of the hall where a small crowd of students was milling. Get them out of here, he hissed, or everyone will know you're the secret keeper. Remus nodded to Harry and turned to the Creevies. Shall we discuss this in the headmaster's office? Right this way. The three hurried away, and Harry watched them all the way down the corridor. Harry had just turned to go to the library when someone slammed into him, knocking him down and scattering the contents of his bag all over the floor. His ink bottle bounced once, twice, then on the third bounce it shattered, drenching all his books with jet black ink. Hey, he called after the retreating back of Cho Chang. What was that for? The girl simply ignored him and walked on, leaving a very frustrated Harry to collect his ink-splattered belongings. It was only when he related the entire affair to the others that he realized that Cho now knew who the Creevy's secret keeper was. Harry's hope that they had been wrong about Cho grew with each day as almost 4 weeks passed and Remus and the Creevy family remaining safe. Each morning over breakfast, Dumbledore would receive a letter from a beautiful sooty owl, read it carefully, and then nod reassuringly to Harry. For the first few nights, he had been barely able to close his eyes to go to sleep at night, terrified that he would be witness to Remus' capture or the Creevy's deaths. The tension that had at first wound Harry up so tightly that he could barely breathe was beginning to fade away, to be replaced with another worry that, if it was not quite so life-threatening, was at least closer to home. Mr. Weasley, along with 50 other Ministry employees of various ranks, had been dismissed for supporting Dumbledore's claim that Voldemort had returned. Since Mr. Weasley was no longer earning anything and Mr. and Mrs. Weasley did not want to accept the money Dumbledore offered them unless it was absolutely necessary, the Weasley family had fallen into deep financial difficulties. All the Weasleys' faces were constantly showing the strain as they worried about their family situation. Percy had taken the Ministry's side and had completely split from his family, moving to a flat in Diagon Alley in an attempt to escape his mother's wrath. The attempt had not been entirely successful. It had taken Mr. Weasley 3 weeks to calm his wife down to a state where she sent Percy only 1 howler per day. Malfoy's jibes about the Weasley family's financial difficulties became even more frequent. To hear Malfoy tell it, his father was single-handedly responsible for the removal of Ron's father from the Ministry. Malfoy stopped voicing this opinion quite so loudly, however, after one memorable occasion when Hermione had needed to cast the full-body bind on Ron to stop him from beating Malfoy into a bloody pulp. Harry had suggested beginning the "Make Malfoy's Life Miserable" campaign, even though Malfoy had shown no further signs of making contact with Cho, just to make everyone feel a bit better. The effort was somewhat crippled without Fred and George, however, who only had the time to pull the occasional prank because they were worked into the ground. Along with whatever Bill and Charlie could spare, their jokes were putting the bread on their parents' table now. Harry felt that Cedric would have been proud to know that his winnings from the Triwizard Tournament were helping to support a worthy family who had lost their main source of income in the fight against Voldemort. All things considered, it was early December before Harry knew it. The sky had been overcast all week, giving the Wednesday morning a particularly depressing overtone as the fifth-year Gryffindors and Slytherins filed into defense against the dark arts. Professor Snape was sitting stiffly in an armchair next to Professor Figgs, his nostrils flaring angrily as she fussed over how he should eat more and get out in the sun more often. Snape suffered in silence, glaring at any class member who dared voice any amusement, and staring suspiciously at the piece of chocolate cake that had obviously been forced into his hands, as though it might have been a poisonous snake. The sight was nothing short of hilarious. Harry snorted softly, while Ron went a kind of puce color in his efforts to suppress laughter, and even Hermione had to stifle a giggle as they moved to their usual seats. When the class was all seated, Professor Fig left Snape alone and began to speak to the class. "We have finished the theoretical part of this class, we are about to begin on the practical. As you have learned in previous lessons, you can protect yourself from full-strength curses by a wizard with about the same power or less than your own. I have requested Professor Snape's presence in this class to judge each of your raw potential and divide you into pairs with whom you can practice your curses and shielding. Severus, she asked politely. Professor Snape stood up and glared darkly around at the class, as though they were hardly worthy to receive his assistance. He reached under the desk and pulled out what looked like a briefcase stacked with small, stoppered vials full of a glowing potion. This, he said silkily as he held up one of the vials, is energy estimation elixir. Each of you will drink one of these and, although you will not see your own response to the potion, the others in the class will see you begin to glow. The light will fade within a few minutes, but the brighter the light you produce, the more power you possess. Miss Brown. Lavender Brown jumped as her name was called, then quickly made her way to the front of the class. She looked nervously at the vial Snape handed her for a moment before drinking it down in one gulp. A soft glow suffused her body immediately and Snape made a notation next to her name on his list. Harry watched her carefully. Every part of her was glowing, right down to the bright strands of hair she was holding in front of her face as though trying to see the glow herself. Eventually seeming to decide that her best chance of seeing the glow was to watch the next person, Lavender scurried back to her seat. Snape called for Millicent Bulstrode to come forward, who downed her potion without a second glance. A bright light showed around her and she made her way back to her seat among the cheers of the Slytherins. Crabbe barely glowed at all and Harry snorted when he heard Ron muttering, couldn't expect him to be anything but dim. Seamus Finnegan glowed just as brightly as Millicent and as soon as Seamus took his seat, Snape announced that they were to be partners. Goyle glowed only a little and was put with Crabbe while Harry stifled a laugh at another nasty comment from Ron. Hermione almost ran to the front of the classroom when her name was called, somehow managing to look both eager and terrified at the same time. She needn't have worried, though, because she glowed even more brightly than Seamus and Millicent had. Neville's soft glow led him to be paired with Lavender. Malfoy let out a respectable glow only slightly less than Hermione's. Most surprising to everyone but the teachers, was Parvati Patil, who shone brilliantly, like a small sun. It almost hurt Harry's eyes to look at her. Before he knew it, Harry was down at the front of the class, taking his vial of potion from Snape. "Potter," called Snape derisively, just as Harry raised the vial to his lips. "If you've got any of your mother in you at all, you'd better take a small sip first." Staring at Snape, puzzled and apprehensive at what a larger sip might do to him, Harry followed orders and took only a small sip from the glowing vial in front of him. Harry watched in amazement as all the others in the classroom instantly threw up their arms or hands, as if to shade their eyes from some brilliant light. Harry simply stood there, the horrible feeling dawning in him that he was special in one more way. Professor Fig sat calmly in her chair with her hands over her face, calling out directions for everyone to cover their eyes, to sit down where they were, and not to panic. Snape seemed incapable of coherent speech, spluttering, "Potter. Headmaster. Now." Then he swept out of the room, his black robe swirling behind him. Harry meekly followed Snape through the halls. A strangely detached feeling came over him as he noticed that Snape's usual long strides had become somewhat shorter and more hesitant. He seemed to be wandering slightly from side to side in the corridor and his hands twitched slightly, as though they longed to reach out in front of him to feel the way. With a numb feeling approaching horror, Harry realized that Professor Snape was almost entirely blind from the dazzling light he seemed to have produced. Snape, however, must have had the memory of an elephant, because he led them through the school unerringly. They went upstairs, down corridors, and finally stopped outside the gargoyle leading to Dumbledore's office. Snape seemed to flow up the moving staircase, one hand trailing unobtrusively on the wall, and then burst into Dumbledore's office, the door crashing into the wall spectacularly. "He only had a tiny sip, Albus," railed Snape at a spot slightly to the left of Professor Dumbledore's face, sounding confused and outraged. "That was 10 minutes ago." Dumbledore shaded his eyes as though from a moderately bright light as he looked at Harry, then nodded to Fawkes, his pet phoenix. The bird brushed Harry's face lightly with his wing in greeting as he lifted off his perch and flew to Snape. "Go away, you idiotic creature," snapped Snape, scowling and batting the large crimson and gold bird away as he attempted to settle on Snape's shoulder. Harry had to stifle a laugh at the sight of the dour potions master beating wildly at the air all around him like a maniac. Severus, said Dumbledore quietly, but there was a note of command in his voice. Snape seemed to give up, lowering his arms to his sides, and tilting his head back. Fawkes settled calmly on Snape's shoulder and reached his long neck up over Snape's face, dropping one pearly tear into each of Snape's eyes. Snape blinked a couple of times, then turned to face the bird on his shoulder, looking up to meet its eyes. "Thank you, Fawkes," he said resignedly, reaching up to stroke the bird's feathers. Then he seemed to remember Harry's presence in the room and quickly lowered his hand, as though embarrassed. Harry discarded that notion quickly as he found himself pinned by Snape's irate glare. "Thank you, Severus," interrupted Dumbledore as Snape opened his mouth, the set of his jaw making it obvious that the potion's master was itching to take house points. "Perhaps you would like to ask Poppy to attend to Arabella's class of dazzled students." Snape glared at Harry for a moment more, then turned and stalked out of the office, pulling the door shut behind him with a sharp snap. "Sit down, Harry," said Professor Dumbledore. "Sherbet?" he asked, holding out a small tin. The Muggle sweets had fused into a single sticky yellow brick, and since Harry couldn't see any way to extract a single sherbet, he shook his head. "Professor," he asked tentatively, "what happened? I believe you may have given Professor Snape the fright of his life, Harry," said Dumbledore with a slight smile. "He was struck blind by a stray curse in his youth, and I believe he has always felt it to be one of the greatest indignities a wizard can suffer." "I meant," Harry replied, not sure whether Dumbledore had willfully misunderstood him or not. "I meant, why was I?" He trailed to a halt, simply looking at Dumbledore. "Your mother was a very powerful witch, Harry," said Dumbledore, probing the sweet tin cautiously with his long fingers in his attempt to extract a sweet. "One of the more powerful ever to be at Hogwarts. And judging by Professor Snape's reaction, you seem to have a great deal more power than she did. If I'm not mistaken," Dumbledore continued gravely, squinting slightly at Harry over the top of his half-moon spectacles, "you have the combined strength of 3 incredibly powerful people in you." Harry just gaped at him. "Have you learned anything about blood magic, Harry?" "No, of course," Dumbledore hurriedly continued, "you have not. The elective begins next year, since it is not available as an OWL. Abandoning his sherbet S, Dumbledore steepled his fingers and leaned back in his chair. "Where to begin? Ah yes," he said finally. "Do you remember in your first year, I told you the reason that Professor Quirrell could not touch you was because of your mother's love?" Harry nodded numbly. That was, of course, true, but it was not the whole story. Magic and blood are heavily interrelated, which is where all this foolishness about purity of blood started. Completely unwarranted, of course, because most of the pure bloodlines are now so inbred that the strength of their magic is diminishing. But I digress. Family members tend to share magical talents, leading to similar magical signatures. Many strange things can be accomplished by family members working together, as their magic melds in a way it could never do with those of dissimilar blood. In particular, identical twins are currently an enormous area of research interest. Their magical signatures are identical and they are generally more powerful than other wizards. It has been theorized, but never proven, that they actually share their source of power, pooling all their powers between them by virtue of the similarity of their blood. From what I have surmised, your mother loved you so much that when she died, she was shielding you with all her might, not sparing a single thought for her own safety. Dumbledore did not appear to notice as Harry's eyes suddenly burned with unshed tears, as he had returned to the engrossing task of separating the sherbet S in his tin. As a result, when she died, her power merged into your own, surrounding you, sheltering you, saving you from Voldemort. It is partially her power, come to you through love and blood, that you hold within your veins in addition to your own. The shield your mother left around you at her death remains in your body to this day, sustained by all the power you currently hold. When Voldemort attempted to kill you all those years ago, there was a very strange magical situation created by the combination of such a powerful and evil curse and a shield created by your family member, strengthened by the ultimate sacrifice of love. The curse was partially absorbed and partially reflected. All the power he put behind that curse was absorbed into your mother's shield of pure love, which formed a bridge for his power, causing it to be assimilated into your body. As a result, you are not only a powerful wizard in your own right, but you have the borrowed power of both your mother and Voldemort flowing in your veins. Harry's eyes dropped to survey the bare skin and slightly raised bluish veins on the back of his hand. They looked perfectly normal. As Harry glanced up again, trying to get his head around the notion of holding power in his blood, he saw that Dumbledore was still looking at him very seriously. "That's not all, is it, Professor?" Harry asked, feeling a little sick as he realized that the headmaster had not finished. Professor Dumbledore sighed. "No, Harry, indeed it is not. I am familiar with the rite Voldemort used to bring about his resurrection. Since Voldemort used your blood to resurrect himself, the blood flowing in his veins is yours, just as his flesh is Wormtail's and his bone is his father's. Your blood is shared between the two of you, sustaining you both. This has strengthened your connection to him, giving us more warning on his plans and humanizing him in a way that he wasn't before, so that he can, eventually, be defeated. There is, however, a catch. Sharing blood has prepared a path for your magical energies to be fused together, similar to the way identical twins draw from the same pool of power. Should he die, Professor Dumbledore continued, the rest of his powers will be transferred to you in full." Harry gaped again. "Do you mean that if I die?" Harry trailed off, unable to complete his sentence. His brain was whirring too fast with the possibilities. "Do you understand now, Harry, why he wants you dead so badly, and why it is imperative to the side of the light that you stay alive?" asked Dumbledore gravely. "If Voldemort comes into possession of the power you bear, he will be almost entirely unbeatable." Harry stumbled back into the common room and went straight to bed, barely noticing the sudden hush that fell over the common room as he entered, thanks to his new reason for fame. Ginny followed him, not asking for any explanation of his visit to the headmaster, for which he was grateful. It was still light outside when he fell into a fitful sleep, the shadows only soothed away by Ginny's comforting embrace. To be continue. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.